men who fight.
Silent John incremental, another silent instrumental, the nerd rap existential. People compare me to MC Christopher a lot, but the fact is I predicted with significance. I'm the oldest geek rapper by far, save K&R, compiling kernels, open bracket, cause I racket. And my teen nerds throw your laser pen in the air and wave it all around like you had no repercussions. Now follow instructions, Professor. Why these discussions consist of nothing but incoherent rambling and babbling? But you should still take notes, cause you never know what's happening. I'll drop a little nugget, a tidbit if you will. There were 4 United States presidents named Bill.
Really?
If you run out of hit points, the game will shout.
Your life force is running out.
If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life. If you dig this, then you dug this, cause I'm all about the nerd life, word life, yeah. Let me start again, put it on like a cardigan, swinging like my name was Mad Mardigan, which reminds me, Warwick Davis was Willow and a Ewok, Leonard Nimoy was Galvatron and Spock. That ain't typecast, I don't know what it. Talk about predestiny, nobody gets the best of me. I've only played one role my whole lifetime, the nerd lifeline, stream through a wicked pipeline. So no one can bite mine, cause mine is original and I write rhymes to burn on a CD, play in the mini V. Soccer moms yodel back, yodel at belittle me. I got a sidekick, I gotta stay connected. Watch out for my decom or you'll get infected. You don't wanna be one of my bots, cause I see it all like Saw on the Cyclops. And I won't hesitate to drop your whole net block if you're acting up and you're dumber than a pet rock. I'm about this nerd life, as you can see, spreading like a virus on MP3. On MP3. STC. Shout outs to Vic, Agnostic One, up for fucking Silent John. Yeah. Nerd Life, graphing calculator, HP48G. The G is for gangster. Digital snip, yeah. You know how we do.
What's up, meatbags? It's the often imitated, never duplicated Tony, TGD. And as is becoming usual around here, I am solo. That's right. The gentlemen who are supposed to be joining me have not made it in. But that's all right. I'm here. Vortex is here. We're going to be talking lots of things. We got to talk Intellivision Amico. Big news, big update. It looks like things have finally turned the corner. It's all looking roses for the Intellivision Amico. So we got to talk about that. Blinded. Looks like you've joined us.
Oh, what's up?
Not much. I was just letting people know that I was going solo until you guys showed up, and that we were going to be talking about the CMA narrowing their scope in the Microsoft Activision review. Now we're going to be talking a little bit more about Victoria Alonso, why she might have got fired. I think it was because she was woke and gay. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Atari is entering into a new agreement. They're acquiring studios. They're gobbling people up. Atari's making moves, baby. We got to talk about GameStop, because GameStop, for some reason, actually turned a profit. What the fuck is going on with that? Then we got to talk about Redfall. It is an exclusive Microsoft game, but it was originally a PlayStation 5 game, which is interesting when we're talking about this whole, will Microsoft, take these acquired IPs and take them off the PlayStation? Well, here's proof that they're already doing it. With this Bethesda game. And of course, we got to talk about the news that came out today. Kang the Conqueror, one of his variants, beat up a woman, choked the shit out of her or something, allegedly.
Apparently, Finbar thinks that's funny.
No, I was laughing at something else. Sorry.
I'm joking.
Jonathan Majors got a Chokovich. It's just, I don't know.
Oh, man. That's some crazy news. Oh my God.
It is crazy news, and I see people on the Twitter. They're on the Twitter, and they're like, "Oh, all the Marvel stands are like, how does this affect Kang?" And like, dude, yeah, somebody got choked out. That's fucked up, right? But that don't
Right.
affect me. I don't know the lady. She ain't one of my relatives. I don't got to go to court. I don't got to deal with any of that. What I need to deal with it is what the fuck's gonna happen with Kang, right?
Yeah,
That's
this is gonna look bad for all the people who simped for him on Twitter. If this is true.
Yeah, allegedly. I got lots of thoughts. Maybe Marvel can parlay this into giving us the actual Kang. They'll say, "Hey, wait a minute, the black version was a variant, like Crocodile Loki. This is just
No, my God.
that's black Kang. It doesn't exist no more. That's why
I
we got rid of him."
I know what they're going to do.
What are they gonna do?
They're going to course correct, and they're going to put the real villain in. Doctor Doom.
Oh God. Oh God.
Well, we'll get into it. But of course, we got to ask these fine gentlemen how their weeks have been. Blinded, I see you're doing lots of things here. I opened up my little StreamYards. I was like, "Oh, what's this? We got a pending StreamYard thing going on," and then all these little segments all broken up. I was like, "Wow, what's going on?" I wish I was this organized when I was doing a show, but
I still didn't even make a thumbnail, so I'm not that organized. It takes me a while to make the thumbnail, so
well, the thumbnail is the hardest part. But
yes. I mean, I try to get creative with mine to represent what I'm going to talk about. But yeah, that one's for Cyberpunk because, as you know, I put 80 hours into this game and I haven't even finished it yet. I still got a bunch more to play. So, but I've been looking at some comics that they have for Cyberpunk. Obviously, there's the tabletop game that I'm trying to get into, and so yeah, I want to talk about that game, and obviously the franchise, I guess.
there seems to be one issue here, though, that I'm having.
Mm.
For some reason, Gabbing with Geeks doesn't seem to be started, according to YouTube.
Oh no, it is. I'm watching.
It is. No, everybody's in the chat.
While I'm looking at it, it's saying upcoming. All right, now there it goes. I don't know.
Now there's a weird delay.
Yeah, I saw
with
that. That's
YouTube.
why I just kind of took my time. I thought I had loads of time, and then I realized you were actually live when I popped in. So
Yeah, I mean, it even says there's nobody watching. According to StreamYards, there's nobody watching.
it's a lie. It's a lie. There's plenty of people. Tony's a
Yes.
boomer. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm not a boomer. This happened the one time when I was trying to stream from the PlayStation. It said on my PlayStation, it was like, "You're live." And then I went to like YouTube and it was like, upcoming events, streaming this game or whatever. I'm like, why is it not going live? It's like, I don't know. It happened a lot. Yeah. Some people were complaining about it, saying that, well, fuck it. I guess YouTube's not working. I'm just not going to stream today.
Mm.
So hopefully people realize we are live. But back to Cyberpunk. Haven't played it yet. I hear it's better now.
Yeah, I mean they patched it. I mean I owned the game when it first came out and it was a fucking nightmare. And obviously if you've been following the game, I've been following the game ever since it got first announced. So it's been 10 years. But yeah, the game, obviously there is some stuff that is missing. I don't think it's a perfect game by any means, but I think it does deserve some praise in some areas because it is interesting.
Do you think that it deserves all the hate that it's been getting?
Yeah, I was the people who was hating on this game too. It definitely deserves some hate, especially from CDPR. They dropped the ball on the game. This game could have been an easy like one of the best games ever made, but no, it's not close to that.
Yeah, I heard there was like people who had looked into the game, into the code, that there was stuff in the game.
Yeah, there's a lot of oh my god, I can't even speak. There's a lot of cut content in the game, and even cut content in terms of like the lore, because like I said, this is based on a tabletop game, and so there is decades of just like a bunch of lore that has happened. There's all these different corporation wars, and there's this whole pocket that's in the game. I wish it was in the game. It's like a combat zone where it's almost like a jail, but I guess the best way of describing it is like Escape from New York. and so it's in the game, but you can't actually go in and do anything, which sucks because yeah, it would have been interesting to just show up and start killing a bunch of people. Because Night City's a depressing hellhole of a city, but people still choose to live there because they want fame and money. So, yeah.
Yeah, Aston's right. He says they should never attempted to create it for PS4 and Xbox One. Just keep it next gen.
But here's the thing, right? The game was announced before we even had a PS4 and Xbox One.
Yeah, it's been announced for a long time. But didn't they redesign it because of Keanu Reeves?
No, I think what happened was when it first showed off, like the trailer looked more like Blade Runner, and then they added more of a punk aesthetic to it, which is actually more true to the tabletop game. It's more punk oriented. So a lot of people wear all these crazy different hairstyles and outfits. So Keanu Reeves, I think, is the weakest part of the game. He's definitely the worst actor in the game. But Johnny Silverhand is a great character. He's very well written. He puts on this exterior like, oh, he doesn't care, but he has a really interesting arc. Would
you say that he goes on an excellent adventure, or he has a bogus journey?
Excellent adventure. There's no, it's crazy. There's no Bill and Ted reference in this game, which is very odd.
It's odd, but it's actually pretty good. I mean, they resisted the temptation, right?
Yeah, but they have a bunch of Blade Runner and Matrix reference, so it's like, I mean,
yeah, but I think the Matrix references would have been in there, Keanu or no Keanu, right?
Yeah, right. Keanu definitely, in my opinion, I think they should have picked Cillian Murphy for Johnny Silverhand, and I've seen concept art of that, and I'm just depressed. That's not what they went with. Cillian Murphy, by the way, is the guy who was Scarecrow in Batman Begins, for those who don't know.
I didn't know. I was just like, okay.
28 Days Later as well.
28 Days, yeah, great movie, by the way.
It's a no.
I love that movie.
Not great. It's really good until the end. Like
I don't care. I love the movie. Inspired The Walking Dead. So yeah.
Did it?
It did. Walking Dead literally straight up rips off the opening of that movie.
I never watched The Walking Dead.
Yeah, we're comics. Comic and the show is pretty much the same. At least the first season.
I never read the comic either.
Yeah, I love the comic.
By the time it came out, I was already like all zombied out. I was like, man, how many?
Oh, I can't get enough about zombies. It's kind of like superheroes.
Did you ever see the alternate endings for the 28 Days Later?
No, I've never seen those. No. I've heard about them though.
Yeah, I've seen it because I had the DVD at one point.
Right.
Because my ex-wife, she used to just buy DVDs like fucking they were water. It's like we never watched these movies. She's just like, oh look, we like this movie. I'm like, yeah, but we watch it one time. And we're never no, buy it. So she just buy fucking DVDs. And they had the alternate ending. It was like a concept art, but apparently he survives. It's like really weird.
Yeah, that is weird. Sorry, I was drinking.
Is that not what happens in it? Does he not survive at the end of it? I can't remember now.
No, he does survive.
28 days, and then he's in the sequel, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like he survives, but some like weird machine like takes all his blood out, and like it was only in concept. One of them, he dies of a gunshot wound. And then another one, which is all of our favorite ending. He wakes up because it was all a dream.
Right. Oh man. I mean, I know they're still trying to make that third movie. So
I don't suppose the alternate ending where he dies of the gunshot wound is inflicted by the British Army at the end of it, is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Because I think I remember them busting in at the end and shooting everybody.
Yeah, but the guy that survives it's not the main character I was talking about that survives. It's the other guy, the one who gets infected.
Right.
Buddy. They take him into a machine and like it drains all of his blood because the blood has the infection, and he gets a transfusion from the other guy.
And Leo Green's zombie movie. Oh my god!
Like what he did with Magic Johnson to get rid of the AIDS, wasn't it?
No.
But like, what's stupid about it is they're like, we have to make sure that every drop is out of him, right?
Mhm.
Because if there's one drop of infected blood, it'll infect the clean blood. So they got to like go through, and then the machine sends some other like chemical supposedly in it to like
Oh,
clear the
God.
pathways, and then the new blood comes in.
That sounds incredibly convoluted.
Yeah. So that's why it was just concept. They're like, yeah, this is dumb even for us. We're not gonna go ahead and do this.
Yeah, because I mean, even in like The Walking Dead, sometimes like a character could cut off a limb and then they could survive, but you have to do that right when you get bit.
But aren't they all infected already?
Yeah, but that's only if you die. So if you die, no matter what, you'll turn into a zombie as long as you weren't shot in the head or like had brain damage. Yeah.
It's like in the air or some shit.
Yeah, they never really explained it. It's not really relevant all that much. But yeah.
How do the zombies? Not to get into this whole zombie thing, but
Right.
in The Walking Dead, as I understand it, it is a like biological. It's not like supernatural. It's not like magic zombies, right? They're like
Mhm.
supposed to be regular zombies. So how the hell
Right.
do the zombies walk when their muscles and tissues?
No, they
atrophied?
don't. I think The Walking Dead in the show was the first time they actually like touched on that. Like a zombie will just, if it will like deteriorate, and so sometimes they would crawl on the ground, right? But the one thing I never understood is how come there's still walking around. There's still lots of them years later.
How come there's any of them? There should be no zombies. If your heart stops, that means there's no oxygen going to your muscles and your blood's not flowing, which will not cause your muscles to contract, which will mean that you cannot have any sort of
Oh
motion.
God, Neil deGrasse Tyson over here.
No, because if you're gonna like, if it's magic, if you're like, oh, it's magic zombies, I'm like, yeah, cool, right? Whatever, just fucking do whatever. Fucking skeletons can walk around. It's magic, right? But if you're like, we're grounded in science, and we're gonna be really,
Well, no,
like,
The Walking Dead is really not grounded in science. It's just that I bring that up because that was actually a part of the show. It wasn't in the comic.
Like I would just go to the north where it's really freezing, right? Like in Canada, and like all the Walking Dead would just be frozen outside.
Right. If you're talking about a realistic zombie, it's not The Walking Dead. That would be The Last of Us. The Last of Us is a little bit more realistic, or tries to be realistic, I should say.
But that's with the cordyceps. They're not really zombies.
Right.
Think
yeah, Neil Druckmann likes to say that, but they're zombies.
I'm getting to the end of my tether with these fucking zombie
I love zombies. I can't get enough of them.
Well, I don't know if you've seen, but they've actually did more research into the cordyceps and how they control ants and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently, the ant's brain, they're not controlling the brain, right?
Right.
What they do is they cut the brain off from its ability to control the rest of the limbs, and then they use like a chemical to make the limbs move.
Yeah.
So the ant is actually alive, knowing what the hell's going on, and that it has no control.
Right. Yeah. That's part of the that's part of The Last of Us.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, in the Last of Us, people they're hallucinating, but they know that they're still alive. So yeah, that's like a dark aspect of The Last of Us. I mean, The Last of Us is extremely dark, but yeah.
But in the same token, right? So that would mean theoretically, in The Last of Us, we could like chop your legs and arms off, right, and just keep you as a stump, and you'd be alive and not like try to kill me.
Oh yeah, they did that in The Last of Us Part 2. At the very ending of the game, you actually see that happening.
And they still have their personalities and stuff. Yeah, that's fucked up.
Oh, I think he was talking about Marvel Zombies.
Oh, Marvel Zombies?
Yeah.
I don't think they have their personalities because they're zombies. In the one Marvel Zombies that I read, because they've expanded on it so much. Which
is, by the way, the guy who wrote The Walking Dead.
Yeah. I think it's like they had their like part of their personality because they were still like, I want to kill everybody and eat them, but I'm also Tony Stark, right? It was like a weird like,
right.
But he wasn't good. He wasn't like, oh, I can't eat people. He was like, no, I'm still Tony Stark, but I also want to eat people.
Right. Yeah.
Like they're kind of weird. You can't be both, right? Like.
Yeah, I think it was because Galactus was a zombie, right?
Yeah. Then they ate him, and they got the cosmic powers.
Right.
The whole thing made no sense. Also, Superman caused the zombie apocalypse. Did you know
that? Yeah. They also have DC vampires now.
No, but I'm saying in the Marvel Zombies, the original Marvel Zombies, Sentry comes back and he causes he brings the
Yeah,
plague.
he's the reason. Yeah, yeah.
But
But
the
I was
way
just
they
saying as a side note.
right, but the way they drew him, for the people who don't know, the way they drew him, they actually his chest area was ripped, so like his
Mhm.
costume was ripped, and he had the little spit curl and everything, so they made him
Right.
look exactly like Superman. Like they implied very heavily, like, oh, this is not really the Sentry, right? Shh, don't
Mhm.
tell anybody, but this is really Superman.
Right. Yeah.
Because they've done that before with the Flash. He actually exists in the Marvel universe
Mhm.
as a gentleman named Buried Alien.
That I okay, that's pretty funny.
Yeah, because apparently they were having a cosmic race to determine who is the fastest speedster in the Marvel universe, right?
Right.
And a gentleman from the Eternals named Akari, he was hanging around with Quasar at the time, right? So this was
Mhm.
happening in a Quasar comic, and they come to recruit him, and he goes off and he like learns how to run the speed of speed, right? It's like really weird. He's like, I can go the speed of speed, but he can't turn it off, so he's stuck at like super speed.
Right.
And the Grandmaster says, "Well, we're gonna have this like intergalactic race. If you win the race, I'll help you. You know,
Mhm.
learn how to control your speed because only people with cosmic awareness could see him because he was moving so fast." And then in that, this guy crash lands, and he's got blonde hair. He's in a red suit, and it's like all ripped up. He's like, "I don't remember where I came from." He's like, "But my name
Right.
is like it's something like buried, alien, buried alien."
I need to find this. This is actually
What
very
is this
funny.
in, Tony? What
It's in
title is this?
Marvel. It's in Quasar.
Quasar,
Quasar.
okay.
And eventually they
Now
gave
I'm
him
gonna
a
have to
name
look, yeah.
like
I'll
Fast
find
Forward
this.
or something like that.
What's up, George?
Yeah, I'll bring up the character right now because it was like I said we were reading it and it was so fucked up because they actually said that he was faster than everyone else in the.
Right.
They eventually call him Fast Forward is his now name, but
Fast forward.
Buried Alien. Damn it, I hate these pop ups. Buried Alien from Earth TNR 242.
Verity.
Well buried. How does it feel to be the fastest man alive? That's what they tell him.
That was about
Oh my
15
God.
seconds. 15 seconds in the writer's room coming up with that one, wasn't it?
Yeah. They did try with that one.
It's funny because it right after it was right after Crisis where Barry Allen disappears into the Speed Force.
Right. Oh,
So they're like, "Oh, let's use this."
I didn't know this. I did not know this. This is actually really funny. Oh my God.
Yeah. So he became the fastest person in the Marvel universe, and then they're like, "Whoa, you beat everybody in this universe, but let's go and take you out of like a multiversal like racing tour or some
Race.
shit."
Oh my God.
And he disappears for a while, but then eventually comes back, and they call him Fast Forward, and they kind of like downplay the whole.
Oh
Marvel.
boy.
Marvel and DC actually used to do shit like that all the time. There's a comic.
Yeah.
There's a Superman comic, and it's like a 5-part. Because I have it. I don't have a lot of Superman comics, but I have this one. It's like a 5-part arc, and in one of them, he fights Mr. Mitzelplix. Is that what the hell his name is?
Yeah, Mr.
Mixoplex.
Mixoplex. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's fighting him, right? And at one point, I guess he's helping Luthor. He's like, "Hey, here's like red kryptonite or some shit." He's like, "Stop bothering me." And he's like, "I gotta go play with my new fantastic friends." And they show him walk off panel, right? And when he walks off panel, Mr. Mitzelplix, his body turns green, and like his head elongates, and they basically say he's the Impossible Man.
Oh wow.
And you can see off panel. Because he goes, I gotta play with my 4 new fantastic friends, and then
Right.
off panel you could see like a rocky arm, a stretched limb, and then like fire.
Right. Oh man. Wow.
How have you managed to read all this, Tony? Do you own the physical
Yeah, I own
So-
those physical. That's what I just said. I own those.
Yeah, he
Just-
owned that miniseries. Yeah.
For whatever reason, we picked up this like Superman. It was like a 5 comic arc, and we're like, oh, they got all of them in the comic shop for like $1 each. We like bought them, and they're like, oh shit, it's just in there, right? It wasn't like we bought it for that reason. It just happened to be in there.
Yeah, it just happened to be in there. That's an interesting. They've done stuff like that before. The one with Howard the Duck, I feel like, is the funniest one. But that one wasn't with Marvel and DC. That was Marvel and Image.
Yeah. Did you read the follow up to that?
No.
Well, they basically say that Destroyer Duck is actually the real Howard the Duck.
Right. Yeah. Because that whole exchange in the building and the lights go out and it's like, oh my god, I can't believe this is happening.
Well,
It's
he did
like-
that because he wanted the rights back.
Yeah, he wanted the rights back, right? But it's just so like, I can't believe like he would try to do something like that. Like it sounds like a stupid idea. Like there's no way you could trade a fucking character in a comic book and legally everything would be okay. Like,
Well,
it's
this is
just
what
so
Steve Gerber
ridiculous.
wanted his
Yeah.
own rights. Right. Okay.
Yeah. That's oh man. There's man, what was the other one that was like that?
There's one with Aquaman and Namor.
Hmm.
A lot of people don't know about, but basically a Namor comic or no Aquaman comic ends, right? And then I think it's like fighting like pirates or some shit, like some
Right.
weird like underwater villains. But that comic ends, and then Namor's comic picks up exactly where the Aquaman comic ends, and he actually finishes. It's so weird.
It's so weird. Imagine if we got stuff like that in the movies.
That would be so cool, man.
It would be so cool. It would like, oh man, if only James Gunn could do something like that. Where it's like he trades off the Guardians and they show up in a DC movie. Man.
Yeah. So, I mean, that would be something, right? You could have
Right.
like Drax. He walks out. He's like, "Ooh, what's this?" At the end, the Guardian's like, "What's this?" And you just see him like holding like a black costume. And then like fucking the new Batman starts off with him holding a black costume and turning into Bane. He's like, did you see him like he got green paint on him? He's like, why I got this green paint on me? He's like, damn painters left this laying around. He's like, oh, here's my costume.
Is part of his wrestling costume.
And his accent changes to some kind of Caribbean accent.
Oh man.
So that was 27 minutes on Blinded's week. But how was your week, Finbar? How you been?
Yeah, okay. I was a bit sick earlier on in the week. I caught some sort of mystery virus from my wife. But I'm getting over it now.
Oh.
But, yeah, doing okay. I'm playing Crusader Kings on the Xbox. Don't know if anybody's played that yet.
No, I have not
No,
played that.
I'm trying to conquer the world with Scotland, using Scotland. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, so
I've heard of it. It looked good. I never played it though.
it's hard to get your head around. I think I'm gonna have to watch a few YouTube tutorials to get my head around it. Either that or Scotland is just too weak to take the world over. I'll let you know how it goes. Apart from that, not be doing much. Trying to recover.
I've been playing. Today I bought this new game. I've been playing it. I almost missed the show. I was almost late. I had to stop myself because I was so into this. I was playing Idol Management, where you get your own Japanese pop group and you got to, conquer the musical world. So I was like, yeah.
So
I know
that sounds almost as riveting as that wrestling promotion.
It
with
is.
wrestling in it.
It's exactly the same, except for instead of wrestlers, it's idols. So it's pretty good, though. It's pretty good if you like that kind of management thing. But I know everyone loves like if it's Football Manager. Suddenly, everyone's like, "Oh my god, I can pick the soccer players I want, and I could lead my team to fucking victory," and everyone's excited about that. But as soon as I say, "Hey, it's the same kind of game, but it's not sports related," people are like,
Yeah, they just
Yeah.
Why would you play that? It's just numbers. I'm like, dude, it's the exact same shit. That it's one of the most popular series ever is fucking Football Manager, right?
Mhm.
But again, the second I go, hey, this is instead of football, it's wrestling or Japanese pop group. You're like, stupid.
That is on Game
Hmm.
Pass. Football Manager is on Game Pass, but I'm not touching it because you can't customize it like you can on the PC. So I'm not interested. Like you were doing on that wrestling one, you customized it, Tony, to make it WCW circa 1999 or whatever it was.
It was
You can't,
96.
yeah, early mid 90s. You can't do that with the console, so there's no point in doing it.
Yeah, there was this one game. It was a Power Rangers knockoff game. It was basically like you played the head of a studio and you had to recruit, a group of actors, quote unquote, and then all of a sudden, oh no, Power Ranger shit is real, right? So you're like really fighting monsters. And part of the appeal was, yeah, and it was like a strategy game. It wasn't an action game. It was more like you move the guy, hit the little button to make him attack.
So you played as Hayam Saban.
Yeah.
That was your role.
But the thing was, like on PC when it first launched, you were able to rename the team. So if you wanted to be like, you could be like, oh, these are the Power Rangers or these are the Alpha Rangers or whatever, right? Rename all the characters, rename the like catchphrase that they use, what they call the Zords and everything. And fucking Hams Saban, they actually sued the fucking. It's like a Brazilian little fucking Brazilian developer that made this game. It's fucking like a little love letter to fucking Power Rangers and shit. And they sued them. And now the game does like that features. You could see it, and it's like press X to change the name, and like nothing happens. Like they fucking locked it out
It's on PC.
on PC and on console.
I'm sure it's patchable on PC.
Probably. Because I'm sure you just got to go in and like change a 0 to a 1, and but it was so lame that they would do that, right? And they didn't change anything else about the game. They didn't change any of the fucking features other than you just can't rename anything. Because I don't know. Because Power Rangers want the ownership over it. It's actually pretty good because you can go through, if you're a Power Rangers fan, you can go through and either recruit a 6th Ranger, right? There's like a little split path. Either you recruit the 6th Ranger or you leave the team and have like a solo Ranger for the final little stretch of the game.
Oh,
Again, if you are a Power Ranger nerd, you'll enjoy that.
I am not.
How are you not? Power Rangers is fucking awesome.
It was after my time when I was growing up. It wasn't. Should have been after your time as well, to be honest, Tony. I don't know why you're a nerd, a Power Ranger nerd.
Have you seen the original Pink Ranger?
Yeah, I know who they are. Yeah, but I mean,
I'm just saying. I mean,
the show.
she was fucking hot, and that's why I was watching the show originally. It's like, oh, look at this hot chick in fucking spandex. I'm like, yeah, Power Rangers. This is awesome. And then after a while, you kind of stick around and go, oh yeah, this is actually a pretty decent show considering.
I just liked how what I liked about the original Power Rangers is that the Black Ranger was a black guy, the Yellow Ranger was an Asian girl. What else did they do that was racially insensitive?
Well,
there was a few things they did.
The Pink Ranger was a chick.
Yeah.
And then people don't know this, but originally, the Red Ranger was going to be Native American.
Oh, yeah, that would have been. But I mean, they'd already.
I think that's what they're like. Wait a minute,
they'd already gone all in, but they'd went all in at that point anyway, so they may as well have just made him an Indian guy.
No, not an Indian, a Native American.
Oh yeah, sorry.
The Indian was the Brown Ranger. That was on the spinoff.
Nobody wants to be the Brown Ranger, do they?
No. But it was, like I said, for whatever reason, they just decided, hey, you know what? Nah, we won't make him a Native American. Also, the guy from Breaking Bad, he was the voice of Zordon in the Power Rangers.
Bryan Cranston.
Yeah, Bryan Cranston, yeah. But I don't think, I hope it wasn't Black Ranger, you're the black guy, right? I think it was just like...
Oh, it was. No, it was. It must have been.
No, I mean...
Another explanation for it.
They only had so many choices. There was only 4 choices for the dude, right? So it was either black, blue, red, or yellow.
Well, when they made that movie reboot, they purposely made the black guy the blue one.
Yeah, and the new one they did because
Yeah.
they're like, oh no, we can't. And that was so stupid. I didn't even watch it. I was so disgusted.
I watched it. I seen that. I watched that, and I thought it was all right. I didn't think it
You know
was
what did
terrible.
it? What was stupid to me? Now I heard the synopsis of the new Power Ranger movie, and they go, "Oh, it's going to be about like that Zordon was an ancient Power Ranger, and then he gets betrayed by Rita, who's also
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
right." And I go, "Okay." I said, "Why didn't they just get the original cast to play the ancient Power Rangers, right? Like that would have been a nice little like, look, the original group of Power Rangers are the guys from the original show."
what, and keep the original show canon.
No, not even canon, just as like a little nod,
Just
right?
a nod to them. Yeah,
Because obviously the people that were going to be the original Rangers in the movie were going to be dead by like the 10-minute mark, or like that was just like, oh, that's a flashback, they're gone, right? Like, so you might as well just throw these guys a little bone, say, hey, would you like to come back? You'll play the original Black Ranger, you'll play the original blue, red, and whatever, right?
yeah, yeah. None of them got a shout, did they?
Oh, 2 of them did.
Did they?
Tommy and Kimberly, the Pink Ranger and the Green Ranger are in the movie.
Oh, of course, the cameo in some diner scene, don't they?
They're in 2 scenes. They're in a diner, and then later on, they're in the crowd when they're like the monster's attacking.
Yeah, that's right. I remember that now.
Yeah. And then at the very end, they say, "Look, there's a seat there. Who's in that seat? It's Tommy." Because I did see the post credits where they hint that the Green Ranger is going to come back.
Yeah.
Oh, what's this? Poor Jonathan hanging with a lying skank who's trying to kill his career. Jonathan who?
Majors.
Are we sure? Are we sure that's... I haven't read the story.
Who can
I
be
don't
sure
know
of
yet.
anything these days? Who knows?
I do know that, speaking of Power Rangers, I might as well get to the first story. Because Power Rangers Once and Always is set for an April 2023 Netflix global release. Look at that. Sadly, the Green Ranger took his life before this. It's not going to be in it. And obviously the Yellow Rangers also passed away. So she's not going to be in this.
Also, what's his name? Is it David Jason Frank? Is that the Green Ranger?
Yeah, that's the Green
So
Ranger.
he never got to film anything for this before he passed away. Then
No. The last thing he filmed that was Power Ranger related was they did it was like a fan. I don't want to call it a fan film.
The
It
Bat
was
and
like
Son one.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Versus thing where he fought like Scorpion or Sub-Zero or something, wasn't it?
No.
Something weird like that.
There's a it's not a Power Ranger movie, right? It's like called like Bad Dragon or Legend of the Dragon or something, where it's basically Power Rangers, right?
Right.
But it's not. It's like, we're not Power Rangers, wink, wink. But here are all the Power Rangers in Power Ranger type suits doing Power Ranger things. And then it was like, that was like a year or so to like get developed. And so he had passed right before that thing got released. Yeah, so Power Rangers, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Once and Always, a new Power Rangers special, has set an April 19, 2023 release date on Netflix globally that will see many of the early Power Rangers return to their roles decades after originally playing them. Entertainment Weekly unveiled the 30th anniversary special today alongside a slew of other Power Rangers announcements, including new toy announcements via Hasbro Pulse. The new adventures sees the Rangers come face-to-face with a familiar threat from the past. In the midst of a global crisis, COVID-19, they're called on once again to be the heroes the world needs. Could you imagine if that was the villain? Like it's COVID-19 monster? Oh, they don't even got the original Red Ranger. What the hell is this? That's the second Red Ranger. And that's the second Pink Ranger. Nah, it's lame. It's woke.
So who's in it that was the original? The blue one, right? He's in it.
The blue one.
Black guy.
Who's the Gay Ranger and
Gay Ranger.
The Black Ranger.
Is that it? Only them two?
Well, see, after the first season,
I remember a few of them got replaced. Yeah, I remember.
So this guy here on the left is the replacement for the, I think it was the Red Ranger replacement. and she was the Pink Ranger replacement. So they were
Right.
technically in the original series, but they weren't from the first season.
Because I always remember, I don't watch it, so I didn't see the cast replacement happening. And I remember the Green Ranger turning white and then becoming the leader. And I was thinking they've done the red guy dirty. They've demoted him, but it wasn't the same guy, was it?
No,
It was a different guy.
because they did the whole like, oh no, he lost his ability to become a Power Ranger, and then the Red Ranger from the original season eventually comes back later as the Gold Ranger.
Right.
So, yeah, I know I'm a Power Ranger nerd. I actually went to the theater and saw both Power Ranger movies in the theater.
All right, I'm back. Well, what's the topic?
Power Rangers, new Netflix movie.
Oh, what was
Into
this
that?
announced?
It was just
Not
announced.
really. Do you like this, Finbar? I
Not really.
yeah.
We're just waiting. We're killing time while you were.
Okay, yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
So what
Now,
was so
apparent-
important that you had to leave?
I had to.
Is out of breath? You're checking off.
Oh, Mike. We'll go with that.
It's always the easiest explanation, isn't it? Just go with
Yeah.
It usually is. Well, hopefully Netflix doesn't. They will. They'll copyright claim us. But fuck it, I'm gonna play the trailer anyway.
After all these years, I found a new body.
Oh God.
No, it can't be.
It's time for revenge.
I believe that's the same actress doing the voice too. That's pretty.
Sounds similar.
Oh shit! How are they gonna have a Yellow Ranger? She's dead. Did they kill her? Are they gonna kill the Yellow Ranger?
No, they replaced her, right?
No, because
So-
look, she's wearing a mask. Right? Look, just going by the trailer, she shoots a beam out. She's wearing a mask, and they're all like, they all look like, oh shit, yeah, she killed her.
Oh, they killed her, right? That's kind of dark. That
See?
God
They
damn.
killed off the Yellow
That's-
Ranger.
that's pretty dark.
That's pretty fucked up. Also, that's the Green Ranger. I wonder if that is Jason David Frank, if he did film anything here.
She killed Mom. We gotta destroy her.
This is
Oh,
Ranger
shit.
business,
Oh,
okay?
man.
Let us sort this out. Rita's creating a time portal.
I'll kill you before Zorda makes you Ranger.
This is going to be weird. I know nobody really cares. I'm probably the only one excited about Power Rangers.
Yeah.
But this is weird because if you know anything about Power Rangers, there's a clear connection between all the shows, right?
Hmm.
Because there's a multiverse in Power Rangers and that whole thing. But they tell you that this season, the first season, the second, third, and fourth, they all happen in the same timeline. So if they're old, where's the other people? They should be Power Rangers at the time. Like it's breaking continuity.
We gotta make sure Rita isn't hurt anybody else.
Attention, Power Rangers! Get to your assigned stations now!
Once a ranger,
Always a ranger.
What the fuck is this?
I have a question for
Go
the
ahead.
Power Ranger nerd in the room. Right. So
Yeah.
the yellow one that just got killed there was the Asian actress, right? That
Yeah.
died.
Yeah.
But the Yellow Ranger that was the Asian actress was replaced with another actress, right? Originally,
Yeah.
there was some kind of contract dispute and she was replaced. So how come she's not the Yellow Ranger? Why is it back to the Asian girl again?
There was, as far as I know, she was replaced as part of like the teams being replaced because
No, she was replaced in the original. The original team. This team here that we're looking at right now, right? Or am I
No.
misremembering this?
You're
She was.
misremembering.
I'm sure she was.
no.
She didn't make it into the cinematic movie. The one that was the first movie. She was replaced with somebody else. I'm sure of it. Now, I'm no Power Ranger nerd like you, Tony, so you would know, but I'm sure she wasn't in the movie. Can we
She was
do a
in-
quick fact check?
Yeah, we could do a quick fact check.
So what was the movie called? Just Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie. Is that what it was called?
Yeah, I believe so.
Right. I don't think she appeared in it, the Asian actress, and I don't think the red one did either. The guy who played the red one.
Also, we forgot to mention the Yellow Ranger was the Asian actress.
Yeah. But she wasn't in the. She was replaced though. With
No,
a different actress.
I'm just saying. You know how we went Black Ranger, black guy.
Yeah. No, I mentioned that.
Did you?
I did mention that. Yeah. So the yellow one was Asian, the black one was black. I didn't realize that the Native American was going to be the red one. That would have been a triple whammy of
Triple.
epic proportions. They should have just done it. I don't know why they didn't do it.
Oh my god.
No, what happened? Okay, so what happened was, by the time the movie came out, they had already replaced the Red Ranger, Black Ranger, and Yellow Ranger.
Right. So
it wasn't a contract. It wasn't a contract thing. It was a
right.
It was a natural progression of the show.
All right. Regardless of what the reason was, she shouldn't be back as the Yellow Ranger because she's passed it on to somebody else, right?
Yeah. Well, the character never died as far as the show is concerned.
Right.
So the actress, she left the show. They brought in 3 new actors for the Red Ranger, Black Ranger, Yellow Ranger. Life went on, and then eventually she died and passed away. I think it was like a car accident or something.
Yeah, I thought they wanted more money. I thought that was the dispute. I
think part of the thing was they thought they were going to go out and like parlay this into a career. Like,
right.
We were on Power Rangers. We were going to be doing other things.
When in reality, nobody wanted to know.
Yeah.
Would wanted to know.
It's morphin' time. Your move, Rangers. You want to fight? You found one.
You got this. Good luck.
See that lady right there, the fat black lady?
You got this. Good luck.
Did you tell me she's not fat?
I don't know.
She's thick. This thick black lady here was the Yellow Ranger.
But we have to be fair. The guy on the right's also a bit thick as well.
Yeah, he
was the Black Ranger.
Ah, right.
Okay.
So these are the 2 that replaced the Yellow and Black Ranger.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Now it's a reunion.
Messing with this place is a big mistake.
Is that why you think those other 2 aren't in costume? Because they would have just looked weird as fat Rangers?
Yeah, probably.
Rangers.
Don't worry. You saved the world before.
Only on Netflix. Which is
good.
Yeah, Netflix is making some fucking bad decisions, I have to say.
You think so?
Yeah.
I could have sworn that Disney had owned Power Rangers, unless they sold them again.
No, they sold it.
No, why would they have owned it?
Yeah, I never knew that they owned.
Yeah, because Ham Saban bought it. They owned it. Then Disney bought it. That's why it was on Disney for a while.
Was it?
Yeah.
I didn't know they owned it, but I did know it was on Disney.
I don't think it was on international Disney. Was it blinded?
For me at least, yeah, it was.
Was it? It wasn't. I don't remember if it was. I wasn't going looking for it though, so I don't know.
I think that was a time where it was like what in the 2000s.
Right. I do remember it always being on Netflix though.
Yeah. The didn't they want to continue the reboot on Netflix?
Maybe
the rebooted movie.
Yeah.
I don't know. They should have done that. Actually, that's the one I watched and I actually thought it was all right.
So apparently Toei owned it originally, right? Because obviously they own the Japanese company.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. So Toei owned it. Then Saban bought it. Then the Walt Disney Company bought it in 2001. And then Saban bought it back in 2010. Then Hasbro bought it in 2018. And they are the current owners.
Well, Toei have always owned it because they do it under a different name. And I think Saban just bought. He didn't buy it outright though, and stop them from being able to use it. They were still making shows.
No. So what it is Toei owns the original Japanese footage of the shows that are nothing like the Power Rangers. It's not like they just took the footage and then dubbed it over or something.
Right.
What they actually did was all the English stuff, all of them out of costume, is brand new footage. The only footage that they used was the footage of them in costume fighting.
Yeah.
So all the stories, all the plots, all the everything, that's all American.
Mhm.
So the Power Rangers is a separate entity. It's kind of like what is it? That one show, Macross.
Yeah, Robotech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where like the footage was the same, and then they did stuff to it, and now it's like
Well, Robotech was 3 separate animes.
Yeah.
Mixed into one for American release.
Well, that's the Power Rangers. The Power Rangers is considered one thing, but it's like 6 different shows.
Yeah.
Right.
Tokatsus.
Well, unconnected. Are they unconnected in Japan?
Yeah, unconnected at all.
Right. Okay.
And they've actually there's certain things like the White Ranger in Japan. He was like a little boy and kind of a pervert, so they had to like
What the
yeah,
Japan.
because he was a little kid and that would like morph into like an adult sized person.
Right, he was like
Because he's a
Shazam.
kid. Yeah, so they like cut that part of it out, and then they kind of like had to like creatively use the footage in order to like make it work.
Mm.
It was like weird stuff like that. And then, like I said, like they had crossover episodes where like the 2 different shows would cross over. So then the Power Rangers would use that and have to shoot a whole bunch of footage to kind of make it make sense.
Right.
It's crazy how the Frankenstein US redub made more sense out of it than the actual original Japanese show.
Well, I mean, to us it did. I mean, maybe over there they're like, this is weird. What
I
are we
don't
doing?
think anything makes sense in Japan.
Thank you, Aston. Jason David Frank was also part in the movie Underdog Risings. They're not sure when it's set to release, but it's officially his final role after Legend of the White Dragon. Legend of the White Dragon is the not Power Rangers, but actually Power Rangers thing.
Right. It's sad that he had to go down that route just to do it one last time, wasn't it?
Well, he I'm sure that if he did not,
He'd have been in this.
yeah,
Yeah.
Mental health, guys. Go to a therapist.
Reach
Talk to
out,
somebody.
man. Talk.
Yeah.
Mm.
Don't talk to me. Don't reach out to me. I'm no help to you. Just talk to Tony.
I'll listen. I might not
You
be
will.
able to give you great advice, but I'll be here.
He'll give you one-word answers. But he's
One
listening.
word answers and then a block.
No, he wouldn't do that.
Soft block.
Cock block.
Cock. Oh boy.
All right. It's time to get into some actual news.
That was actual news, wasn't it?
No, you guys were.
It was to you. I am interested. I'll give it a look. If we have to review it on here, I'll give it a look. I promise. My kid used to watch some of them. She used to watch, like fucking season 26 or whatever it was happening.
Oh
about.
my god.
She was watching that with like Australian actors and stuff in it.
Yeah. Well, they went to New Zealand because it was cheaper and there was no
weird.
union.
Some of the shit she was watching was weird.
Wow, like
It was
what kind of weird?
no, I mean it was Power Rangers. It was like Power Rangers Mega Psycho Force.
Yeah.
I don't know what
Oh
it's
my
called.
god.
Tony will know.
They got weird at the end.
They got weird. Oh man.
Well, was it Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad?
Yeah, like something like that. And they used
What
to
the fuck?
Well, that's a spinoff. It was supposed to star Jason David Frank was actually supposed to be the star of the show, and he auditioned. And there's like some footage of him playing the main character, but then he got cast in the Power Rangers show, and he went with that.
Okay.
There was a whole bunch during that era. There was like 3 or 4 different shows that were like that. Tattooed teenagers from Beverly Hills is probably the worst one.
Oh my god. I need to look this up now.
Oh, you need like they were like wearing these like leather outfits, like these tight leather
Tattooed teens,
Yeah.
alien fighters from Beverly Hills.
Are
That's
they
what it's
chicks or
called.
guys?
It's a guy, 2 guys, 2 girls.
All right, okay.
That's what I'm seeing. Yeah.
I think I'll be looking that up too.
Yeah, I will show the footage. Hold on.
Yeah, please do. It looks fucking awful.
It is. All right, I got it. But this is like when Power Rangers hit, everybody was like, "I'm gonna do my own fucking Power Rangers shit."
Molecular. Home planet for the diabolically evil Emperor Gargantua.
That is the voice of the fat dude from Beetlejuice.
Suck.
Yeah.
I thought
They're
they were
not
gonna be
even like tattoos.
I thought they were going to be like tribals and stuff.
The quality and the video is so shit, but
Yeah.
they're just wearing like these leather fucking outfits. It's like some BDSM outfits.
In
That's
my
probably
mind's eye, when you
outfits.
When you described it in my mind's eye, something else was going on in my head. Something better.
No boy.
Hold on. I think I got better footage. Because Finbar wants to see it in all its glory.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. This one has better quality. Oh, it's HD. Look at that. Somebody went to the trouble of putting fucking HD upscale on this shit.
This fucking song. Wait, what was that guy's name? Rug Williams.
Yeah, Rug Williams.
What a name.
But I mean,
like
this
a porno name, did it?
It does. But this is the kind of shit that I used to watch in the 80s when I was growing up. You know, Ultraman, Spectreman, you know, all that shit. This was right up my alley.
It's a pretty fucking weird alley you hang around in, Tony.
It is. Have you ever seen Spectreman? Where it's got like this,
No, I've seen Ultraman. I don't know what Spectreman is.
Oh man, you're in for a fucking. He's in the Ultraverse. In all due reality, you know, it's got a kick-ass theme song. We're gonna get copy struck like a motherfucker, but I don't care. I think that's the theme for tonight's show.
Seeing how many copyright strikes we can get.
Spectreman!
What?
Spectreman! In a flash, like a flame, faster than a plane, a mystery with the name Spectreman.
What the hell?
Power from space, he'll save the human race. Yet they'll never know the face of Spectreman. We will never know the source of his power and his force as he guides this planet's course.
That is fucking seizure inducing.
It is. Holy shit. Can't believe they showed that to kids.
Well, the bad guy in the show was a scientist that was like a Planet of the Apes reject, but with a blonde wig on.
Planet of the Apes reject.
It was like he wore like an ape costume from like Planet of the Apes, but like with a wig, so like a blonde wig on top of him.
No, my God. Sick. Just absolutely sick.
It was awesome. I would run home from school to watch Spectreman.
Oh boy.
Don't school that bad, huh?
Yeah, it was that bad.
I actually liked school. I used to get A's. I used to do good in school.
But Spectreman was worth coming home and watching.
Yeah. We didn't have a lot of choices in the 80s. It was either that or He-Man.
Yeah, but they chose He-Man.
Yeah, I would have chose He-Man too.
Sure, we had Ninja Turtles as well, Tony.
That wasn't until like 87.
Thundercats. Yeah, but that was the 80s. I mean, that still encompasses the 80s, doesn't it? I'm assuming you did go to school at the same time as me. We are the same age.
I'm only like 26. What are you talking about?
Yeah, me too. 26-year-old watching cartoons in the 80s.
Yeah. Sounds about right. Makes sense.
Yeah.
The math checks out. And we had Captain Power too. Yes, we did.
Oh, man.
See, look it. I know what I'm watching tomorrow. Thank you. You're welcome, Aston.
God rest your soul.
It's a good show. If you like giant fucking kaiju monsters and stuff, Spectre Man, Ultraman, all those things.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Fantastic.
I hope you don't have epilepsy, Aston.
Yeah.
That's just the opening. The whole show's not like that.
So you say.
All right. Let's move on. Moving on. We spent an hour on this opening and Power Rangers and stuff.
It was an hour well spent.
Hour was spent. Watch Spectre Man. I'm sure we got a copyright claim already.
No
CMA narrows scope of concerns in Microsoft Activision review.
This is still going on. Fuck
Still
it.
going
Yeah,
on.
this is still going on.
Didn't an insider say that it was supposed to end already? Like it's already been settled. They're just waiting a couple of weeks.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe that was like 6 months ago.
No, we read the article. I'm pretty sure it was like 3 weeks ago, where he's like, by the end of February or by the end of March or something, it was like going to be settled.
I mean, they always probably think that, but they have to. Everybody has to decide and approve it, right? So
Yeah, but it was supposedly that's what it was. They're like the CMA already ruled, but they just haven't given the official formal ruling. It was pre-production ruling. It wasn't official formal.
no, I don't remember that from 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, look it up. Go watch one of our old shows.
This smells a lot like a bunch of lawyers getting together and saying, you know, we can rinse this Microsoft Activision crowd. If we just delay this thing and delay it. It sounds like the good old British legal system, hard at work.
Yeah. The Sony lawyers, they're all having a beer in the pub with the Microsoft lawyers.
Yeah.
Like, man, we're getting paid so much for this shit.
Could you imagine? Oh my God. That would be absolutely insane.
They're like, what's your next challenge? Oh, you're going to say something stupid like it'll ruin Sony because you don't have any more games that can compete? Fuck it. We're going to drag this out for 3 more weeks. Yeah, don't worry. All right, so the CMA has today issued updated provisional findings in its assessment of Microsoft's proposed acquisition of Activision. New evidence provisionally alleviates concerns in relation to supply of gaming consoles in the UK. Previously stated provisional review that deal raises concerns in cloud gaming unaffected. Investigation continues with final report still due by 26th of April 2023. I think that's a typo. It should be April 26th, 2023.
No, this is UK.
That's how we do it. That's how we
Unless
should
that
do
was
it.
a joke.
That was a joke because the whole
Okay.
UK
No.
system needs to be revised.
Your dating system's a joke, buddy.
You put words before numbers. So April is a word, 26 is a number. April 26. Now, if you wrote out the 26th of April 2023, I would give it.
So we invented the language, okay? We decide how it goes.
What's this we stuff? You were still out there eating haggis while they were inventing this.
That's true. I was speaking a different language.
No, man.
All this wee business. Anyway, in February.
I'm sure you were speaking Spanish, though, weren't you?
No, I was speaking Aztec at the time.
Oh, yes.
No, I am. I'm descended from Aztec royalty.
Pictish.
I was speaking the language of the gods. I was sitting, basking in the sun, watching the topless ladies frolic in the cool waters of Mexico, smoking the chocolate. And then some weird white guys came and showed up and fucked everything up. Damn colonizers.
As they always do.
As they always do. Could you imagine? I don't understand. Maybe my mind is just fucked up, right? But if I'm on a ship with a bunch of dudes, right, and then I land in this nice tropical place, and they go, "Hey, we can go back to the cold, frigid fucking England. We say here in this tropical place with these ladies with the titties just hanging out. Like, why am I going back? I'd be like, send a letter. We didn't find nothing. There's nothing over here. Don't send any more dudes.
Tell them we died.
Tell them we died.
we're the only white dudes here. Like, we're gonna run this shit. Like, don't even worry about it. Like, we're gonna be special. Like, no one's gonna, they're gonna be like, oh, these are like white people. We should see if they like to have sex. Like, yeah, right. But no, they're like, no, let's throw clothes on them and convert them to Christianity and like
ruin the place.
Yeah,
ruin the place. That's a good one.
But that's kind of what we've always done, even nowadays.
Oh man,
it's just so weird. Because I mean, realistically, right? Like those dudes on the ship, right? Like Cortez might have gotten some like notoriety, but you don't know anyone else's name. You're not like, yeah, Cortez and like Bill Johnson and Fred Jackson and right. Those guys are nameless in history. They didn't get any money. They're not. They weren't living like kings. At that point, I was like, dude, you want us to do what? To tell these naked ladies to put clothes on and to do our legals? Like, fuck you, dude. Get back on the ship, fucking loser. Go back. You ain't in charge no more.
They should have mutinied. Yeah, you're right.
I didn't even did shit.
No man.
Just because you got a little dick, you ain't fucking. Don't try to fuck it up for the rest of us, hey? What we talking? Why is it shit? Whatever we talk about, it just always pops in. What's up, Bianca? Somehow we were talking about Microsoft. That's it, just Microsoft.
Just Microsoft.
Nothing else.
Not micro dicks.
Yeah, definitely not. In February, the Competition and Market Authority, the CMA, published provisional findings setting out that the deal raises competition concerns in relation to both console gaming and cloud gaming service in the UK. The publication of the provisional finding initiated a period of consultation in which the CMA invited responses to those findings from the interested parties and continued to gather further information. Could you imagine if Phil Adams, if they're like, the deal was blocked because Phil Adams says this is going to fuck up their system? This is why the Amico can't be released.
Phil Adams wishes he had that kind of excuse.
The CMA has received a significant amount of new evidence in response to its original provisional findings. Having considered this new evidence carefully, together with the wide range of information gathered before those provisional findings were issued, the CMA Inquiry Group has updated its provisional findings and reached the provisional conclusion that overall the transaction will not result in a substantial lessening of competition in relation to console gaming in the UK. When are they going to stop with the provisional bullshit and just go ahead and say some shit?
This just strikes me as like this has gotten into a courtroom and there's a load of judges and lawyers that don't understand anything about video games.
No,
and there's all this. So can you please explain this to me again? Why do you need this Call of Duty? Well, you see, the thing is, if we don't have this, then get the fuck out of here, man. Make your own fucking game and move on.
Bianca says, speaking of micro, I'll be talking about superhero kinks this Sunday. Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Now we have to tune in and look.
Yeah.
Superhero kinks.
The most significant new evidence provided to the CMA relates to Microsoft's financial incentives to make Activision's games, including Call of Duty, exclusive to its own consoles. While the CMA's original analysis indicated that this strategy would be profitable under most scenarios, new data, which provides better insight into the actual purchasing behavior of Call of Duty gamers, indicates that this strategy would be significantly loss-making under any plausible scenario. I don't think this is true. I'm going to say that this is bullshit. What do you guys think? Bullshit? Not bullshit.
What if they don't have Call of Duty? It will cause them losses. This is what they're saying.
No, that's not what they're saying.
What are they saying?
Okay, so what all this jargon and mumbo jumbo saying that originally they thought that if Call of Duty was exclusive to Xbox, that Xbox would make a whole bunch of extra money for Microsoft because of the exclusivity. Now they're saying no, actually, if they make it exclusive to Microsoft, that they're going to lose a bunch of money.
Lose money, yeah,
because of the purchasing behavior of Call of Duty players. And I'm saying bullshit because again, if it becomes exclusive to Xbox, people will go to Xbox, right?
Yeah,
It's not like
some will. Yeah, some will.
I don't think
obviously.
some.
No, I think
all
majority.
of them, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think suddenly like the million Call of Duty gamers that are on PS5 are just gonna like, well, we're done with series. That's it.
Yeah,
We're just gonna go
Right.
if you're really really into Call of Duty, then yes, your next console purchase would be an Xbox if that was where it was exclusively.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But are there that many people who are that into Call of Duty that they would?
Yes.
Yes.
There are.
Yes.
Right.
The Call of Duty, it sells a crap ton every year.
It's
This
like
is
they tried to
why-
make FIFA exclusive.
Right. Or 2K. Yeah. I mean, this is why Sony keeps pushing back on them, because Call of Duty makes so much money on PlayStation that it almost helps their infrastructure and the ability to make games, like exclusive games like Spider-Man or God of War. So that's why they're like, oh no, we don't want this to go through, because they think it's going to be detrimental.
But this is
to
why I've never
PlayStation.
understood. I've never understood this argument. If I'm really sorry, right, that you feel
Mhm.
like you need a competitor's title on your console.
Well, it's not a
won't.
competitor.
Well, it wasn't.
It will be when they buy it.
Yeah. Well, that's why they're blocking it, so it won't be.
But that's not how it works, right, Finbar? It's they make money off of purchases on their store and physical copies, right?
Yeah.
And we all know that, even though, yes, you buy a PlayStation for the exclusives are not what keeps PlayStation afloat, or Xbox, right? It's the third parties.
Third
It's
party.
all the games combined.
Yeah.
Right. So if you take away one of your biggest money making on your store and you give it to Xbox, and Xbox has it on Game Pass, there's no incentive to buy Call of Duty on PlayStation.
I get
regardless.
that, but to me,
Right.
that's just tough shit for Sony.
Well, that means
You
it's,
just
that
don't
would
have
be
the
the
money.
downfall for the company. This
Tough.
is like
It's
the
fucking
equivalent
tough.
of. No, I don't think that's tough. I mean, that would destroy the fucking competition.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Survival of the fittest.
It's
but
really
we have,
not, though.
we have a thing where it's like you don't want a monopoly of just one
Yeah.
system.
Maybe
Yeah,
I'm
you
just,
don't want that.
Maybe I'm just capitalist at heart, right?
I mean, but
I
that's
think-
anti-capitalism. That's not
I
capitalism.
understand. I understand what you're
No,
saying.
it's
but
free
from-
market capitalism.
From a certain point of view, it is. But me, if it was me and I had all the money, if I had the big deep pockets like what Microsoft have got, and I wanted to buy everything up just so that I had a monopoly over everything, who should be able to stop me? I
A
have the
lot of
money.
people.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
the
a
problem.
lot of people should be able to stop you.
Too many of these
Well,
anti-monopoly competition marketing authorities, the government getting involved in private businesses. I
well,
don't like that.
here's the problem. Here's the problem. I would agree with you, Finbar. If Microsoft, if there was a law that said games can't be over a certain price or certain practices couldn't be like, exploited, right? If you're like,
Right.
I wouldn't care if there was one console. If Sony and Microsoft were like, hey, this is stupid, let's stop competing, make one console and put everything on it, right?
Right.
As long as all of a sudden games were like $90 or like microtransactions were in everything because there's no competition, right?
Mhm.
That's the thing. Like, in order to keep it fair to the consumer and for the consumer to be able to afford products and stuff, right? You want to be like, well, you're not going to put it at $80 on your console because they're putting it at 70. So now you have to lower the
Right.
price. That helps the consumer. There's no competition. There's no incentive to have a lower price.
Yeah,
Right.
that I agree with. You'll end up with everything would be too expensive. Yeah, I get that.
So that's the issue. So again, if you take this away, that cuts off a leg for Sony, and then eventually Sony's going to fall over, and now Microsoft is by itself, and there's no one that can touch that, right?
Yeah, no one has so far. It's only the big three. No one has came in and made their own console to compete.
Because they can't.
They can't.
How much did Microsoft have to spend just to get into the market, right?
Yeah, and it's never really been profitable for them.
Yeah.
But they still do it anyway because I really don't know what they see in Xbox.
Apple would probably be the only one.
Apple. Yeah, I mean Google tried, but Google
but
didn't really
Google
try.
tried something different though.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, if Sony were going under and then Google swept in and were like, we'll buy Sony from you and put a bunch of money into it, maybe they could
maybe it would,
maybe pull it out of the downfall, out of the tailspin.
Google PlayStation.
Yeah. But other than that, like there's really no other company. I mean, maybe Amazon It'd be the same
Yeah,
thing.
Amazon, Apple, and Google. That's or Facebook.
Meta.
God.
You mean Meta.
Meta, yeah.
But other than that, there'd be nothing.
No, I don't think this is good at all. I mean, this doesn't promote any sort of competition, and let's be honest. Like I keep saying this, but Microsoft has never curated their studios well. Anyway, I mean, look at what happened to Halo. Halo has completely fallen from what it was, and they try to buy Bungie, and ironically, Sony bought Bungie.
Was
So-
the last Halo shitty?
Of course, I mean it wasn't shitty, but the multiplayer just fucking imploded.
All right. That's a shame. I haven't tried it yet.
Yeah, the campaign is decent, but they were trying to do the free to play with that multiplayer, and the community just had a massive backlash because they weren't updating it, and then eventually it got to the point where they were losing players, and then now they've been regulated 343 to a support studio, and the CEO left, and they had to put in a new head, and so now who knows? They're probably not even going to work on a new game or a new Halo game anytime soon.
All right, real quick, I want to get to this Aston Vandal thread
Right.
here. He says Sony's Jim Ryan doesn't care about a deal to keep Call of Duty on PlayStation consoles. He is solely focused on blocking Microsoft's purchase of Activision Blizzard. Rumored
Right.
to be said from Sony Press. Ryan's words took place on February 21st, 2023, and have been revealed by Lulu Cheng Mersevi, Executive Vice President of Activision Blizzard itself. Oh,
Which
yeah.
he should be skeptical of that lady, by the way.
Well, I would
That-
be skeptical of anybody who's not a whistleblower, right? Like, hey, I'm the one involved in the deal, and this guy said that he just wants to block it, right? Like,
Right. I don't doubt Jim Ryan wants to block it because we just outlined the reason why.
yeah.
Because it would the PlayStation is Sony's biggest division right now. That's where they make most of their money, right?
But Microsoft,
But also-
sorry, blinded. Microsoft not having it on PlayStation wouldn't make sense for Microsoft
Right, in theory.
to me.
That's what we
No, but actually,
it doesn't
would, because
really
Here's the thing: if Microsoft puts Call of Duty on PlayStation, they would still get the profits from the Call of Duty game and the microtransactions. It's
Right.
not like everything's going to Sony. Sony would get a small cut for hosting.
No, yeah, they would get it. But the way that it is now, it's such a large enough cut that it basically helps Sony a lot.
No, but what I'm saying is, it's not like Microsoft is just shit out of like, oh, we're not getting.
Yeah,
it. No,
right,
they
right.
would get a huge chunk of money from it.
Yes,
being
they
on
still
Sony.
would. Right.
So it is financially viable for them to leave it there.
They already do it with Minecraft. Minecraft is still on PlayStation.
Right, but Minecraft is not Call of Duty.
Yeah.
I
That's
get,
the
I
difference.
understand that, but what I mean is, it's like a smaller version of what we're talking about.
Yeah, in a way.
In a way, yeah.
But here's the thing, Aston. Aston says, I don't want a new Call of Duty deal. I just want to block your merger, supposedly from Jim Ryan. Here's the thing. Microsoft is not offering an in perpetuity deal, right?
Mhm.
Microsoft goes, well, we'll leave it on there for 10 years. Like, no, because then what happens after 10 years, right? You're just going to take it away now.
And they're promising this for Nintendo, which I don't know if I believe that if they're going to put Call of Duty on Nintendo.
I believe it. I think my theory is that they're going to put it on Nintendo, knowing full well that it will run shittier on Nintendo because of the hardware. But
Well, we don't know just yet because they're
No.
promising for the next system.
right. But still,
Right.
I this is my belief, and again, it's just my belief.
Right.
But I believe that Microsoft is saying, and they will, in fact, 100% put it on the next Nintendo console, full well knowing that it's going to be hardware that's not on par with the Xbox, so that the version that's on Nintendo will be shittier, but it won't be shittier by their own fault, right? It won't be like we made it shittier. It's just the hardware can't handle it. And
Right.
then when they take it away from PlayStation, they'll go, well, see, it's still on Nintendo. We don't have a
Right.
monopoly on Call of Duty because it's on Nintendo. And then everyone goes, well,
Yeah.
no one wants to play it on Nintendo. Like, well, that's not our fault.
Right.
Nintendo made the hardware. Blame Nintendo. You see how they can get away with it now?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because, again, they're not offering, like, hey, for the next 50 years or 100 years, we're going to put it on. So basically it's always going to be on PlayStation, right? They're like 10
Right.
years. Because 10 years, it'll be good. And then at the end of that 10 years, now what? We're in the same situation, right? We're in the same boat.
Right. Well, and also too, just like a side of that from that, the idea that Sony can make another Call of Duty, I think, is kind of laughable because we know that. I mean, go back and see when Halo came out. Sony was like, "Oh shit, Nintendo has Metroid Prime, Microsoft has Halo," and so they tried Killzone, and Killzone was not near the success of both of those games, critically or financially.
Yeah.
So,
well, whose fault is that critically? Financially, that's the market.
no, but who you're telling me Killzone is appreciated like Metroid Prime or the
No,
first
that's
Halo?
what I'm saying.
No,
But
no,
what I'm saying
right.
is
that's their fault.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying you could go, well, people didn't buy it, but it was a good game, right? So that means
Right.
they did a good job. But when you go with what wasn't critically acclaimed either, like, well, because they just made a shitty game, right? What do you want me to do? Like, don't make
Right.
a shitty game, right? Like,
Right, but
game.
even if they made let's say if they made a great game, those two games already exist. You don't.
Right, but they
No
didn't.
one's
Is what
going
I'm
there.
saying. If they made a
Right.
good game, and then you would have an argument that they did try it, it was good, but the fans just, for whatever reason, it didn't sell. Now you have an argument that it's just not viable. But until
Right.
someone makes
But
a good alternative that doesn't sell, you don't
I
have.
so let me back on my point by saying that the reason why it wasn't critically successful is because it was a clone. That's why everybody saw through it. So it's like
the
there's no
reviewers
point.
Are shitty. Those are shitty
No,
reviews.
if a game is not,
Clones,
I mean,
could be good.
Yeah, but Tony, we're talking about a AAA level of brand, right? That's an exclusive game. I don't think people just want a clone of what's already on another platform.
You said it was a clone of Halo. I never played it.
It was a clone of Halo. I mean,
Metroid.
obviously, it's not a clone of Metroid, but it's the idea that it's a first person sci-fi game. It's more of a Halo killer. That's what they called it.
Yeah, that's what they called it. It wasn't.
Right.
But, I mean, what I'm
It
saying
wasn't
is,
obviously, yeah.
Medal of Honor and Call of Duty were pretty similar. I think Medal of Honor
Or Battlefield.
Yeah,
everybody always goes to
Yeah.
compare the two of them or three of them. Yeah.
But I think when it started, Medal of Honor came out first, didn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that was the dominant. And then Call of Duty came out, and they made a better game. I mean, if somebody came out and did actually make a better game, again, I said this before, right? You can make a better game, and sure, that first one isn't going to just topple fucking Call of Duty. But if you can siphon off, or at least get part of the crowd, like, 10% of the Call of Duty players are now also playing this. So then in your next game, maybe you're like at 30, 40%. And then at some point you might be able to get where like, hey, half of the people came over to play our game.
Right. Personally, I just feel like Sony shouldn't go down that path. That's not why people like PlayStation. That's not why PlayStation's successful.
I agree. I'm just saying.
So I think what they should do instead is you make a game that can compete with Call of Duty on a different level, right? Grand Theft Auto is on the level of Call of Duty, but it's not a first-person shooter at all, right?
Yeah. But
so I think they should.
Not exclusive.
Well, that may change. there's a rumor. Obviously, it's a rumor, but I think if this deal goes through, then Sony is going to try their best to retaliate. It's pretty obvious. I mean, Jim Ryan. I don't like Jim Ryan. I think he's doing a lot of weird shit for PlayStation, but I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow manages to scoop up a major publisher, even though Sony isn't financially well off like Microsoft.
Well, they said that
will try.
Capcom is actually startedly cheap for them. Sony.
I don't think they're going to go for Capcom or Square Enix. I'm talking. What I was referring to was they would go for Take-Two because Take-Two is within their limits and they own Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah, I was just saying that you would think like Capcom or even some of the other ones are like Square Enix are like, they're big names, but then you're like, man, like the divide between some of these companies that are like up there, right, is really wide.
It is wide. I could see them buying Capcom. I could see that happening. I mean, then they get Resident Evil and they get a couple other franchises, Monster Hunter, and all those Street Fighter, right?
Resident
Evil. Yeah.
Well,
right. So
if Street Fighter 6 does really well, if they were to buy them now, like let's say they took the risk, bought
Right.
Capcom today, right? Street Fighter 6 releases and it's the best fucking fighting game ever, right? And it dominates Evo and everybody's talking about that's the one everybody's playing.
Right.
Then maybe they would have something that could draw enough of like, well, we have the fighting game crowd, right? If you want to play the big one, you got to be over on Sony, right?
Well, I don't think they could do that. They already did that. Street Fighter 5 was exclusive to PS4
Right,
and
but
it failed.
Street Fighter 5 was also ass.
Regardless of if it was
No,
ass or
I
not.
mean, that's the whole
Regardless
point,
of
it's
if
not
it
an
was
ass.
ass or not, regardless, I don't think limiting a fighting game onto one platform.
Yeah,
I mean, it was on PC.
If it's like that's why I said right now, Street Fighter 6, if it comes out and it's the best game, then everyone's going to be wanting to get 7, and then 7 if being exclusive would help them. Whereas in
I
the
don't think
scenario,
it would.
hold on, in the scenario that you said, Street Fighter 4 was not well received.
5.
You're not listening. You're not listening. Street Fighter 4 was not that well received. So then when it came to Street Fighter 5, there was not the whole like, oh, we have to get this one. Because even that was not well received. So then the initial rush wasn't there, and then the follow-up rush. Eventually, after all the updates and everything, Street Fighter 5 has eventually came around to being where people are kind of respectable on it. Remember, Street Fighter 3 is still considered the pinnacle right now. People have gone back and go, wait a minute,
Right.
this is actually the best system that they had.
Right.
Well, Street
Okay.
Fighter-
But the point that I was trying to make is that I don't think it's a great idea to limit a multiplayer game to one platform. That's all my point
Yeah, but
was.
Call of Duty, that's where we started with limiting a multiplayer platform.
Sure, Street
Right.
Fighter 4 wasn't initially well received, but once they updated it, it wasn't it? Once they put the Championship Edition out in the
Yeah, but that was already towards such an end. And then Street Fighter 5 had the was it 4 or 5 that had all that DLC that like fucked
It's
them all
5.
up? Yeah, that's another reason why it didn't get well received because all that DLC
Right.
and all that.
Yeah, I wish they cut that shit out.
It was like you could add gems or some shit, and it's like, what the fuck is all this?
Right.
So
No, I mean, I just think this is a bad idea, and honestly, I could see all the.
but if
major-
they bought Capcom, they would have Street Fighter, Tekken, both exclusive.
Tekken,
Capcom.
Because they have
Capcom
Capcom.
does.
No, but what if Sony bought Capcom?
Oh yeah, they would still have.
They would have
Tekken,
Street
yeah.
Fighter.
Oh,
Street
As
Fighter's
well as
Capcom,
Tekken.
and Tekken belongs
Right.
to Sony already. So they'd have two of the bigger names in the fighting game genre.
And then they could finally do that Tekken Cross Street Fighter game that they were going to do.
Well, they already did.
Where
Capcom.
they already did.
No,
They
did they
did.
not
They
only
were
do
supposed
Street
to do
Fighter Cross
versus
Tekken?
Yeah, they were supposed to do.
But they didn't do the other one, did they?
No.
The other one was supposed to be the 3D Tekken style with Street Fighter. But they only did the Street Fighter Cross Tekken.
Oh, I'm confused. When was Tekken owned by Sony? It's owned by Banco. Well, what do you mean?
Yeah, but they had almost exclusive rights to Tekken for like years, like almost since. And it's owned by who? What was the name of the company?
Banco. Banco
Namco
Namco?
Bandai.
right, yeah.
Bamco.
Bandai Namco, yeah, sorry.
Is it on any other system other than
Yeah, it's on PC.
it's on PC? Yeah, but that's what I mean. Console wise, it's not though, is it?
Yeah, but Sony only recently started doing that. 7
Oh,
was
they-
on
they-
PC
they
a long
did it.
time ago.
They did it for all of them. The original Tekken was Sony exclusive.
That's a second party deal though, Tony. That's not owned by Sony.
Okay, let me rephrase. Rephrase. They will have exclusive distribution rights, publishing rights, console rights to two of the major franchises in fighting.
I mean, what you don't realize is a big difference of putting out an exclusive game. You first party wise, you own and control that creatively, right? So that's why I make that distinction. Because I mean, most people are in this case are talking about first party. Call of Duty would become a Microsoft first party, which would change everything, right? It being second party, we've seen crazy second party exclusives like Tomb Raider, the second Tomb Raider, Rise of the Tomb Raider, right? So I think it does change a significant amount, and I don't really like the idea of all these companies being bought out now, because then there's going to be no third-party games, honestly.
They could bring back Mag. Yeah, okay. Okay, Aston.
Yeah, the quality will dip really badly if they.
I don't know if the quality will dip.
I think it will, because they'll start folding studios into each other, and they'll be.
Well, if it's not
spread thin.
successful.
Yeah, but I don't.
Because I mean,
I'm
there's
with you, I don't
no
like
there's no real, as of right now, there's no evidence of that, because if we're being honest, Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo are probably the only more trustworthy developers. They allow for a more creative freedom. That's why people praise those three, right? Meanwhile, EA, Ubisoft, and the other giants in the third-party space, they always have games that people just like to shit on.
Yeah, they're always.
Yeah, but to
they're
be fair,
but they're always doing it. They're always doing the shady DLC money to grab and stuff. But I think the smaller studios that come up with really good titles, but then get bought up really quickly, they're the ones that, had they been on their own a bit longer, that would probably been better for the industry.
Yeah, but to be fair, I do agree with Finbar, because if it's exclusive, right, I think the quality will dip just based on the fact that they don't need it to be.
But who though? Like, this is the difference. I'm not sure if you are playing what both Microsoft and putting out, they are the top of the top in terms of quality. Like, there's no.
Let me give you a real world example. Let me give you a real world example. During the late 90s, wrestling was at the top of its game. It was everybody loved it. It was like a 3.3 rating on WWE, a 3.5 on WCW. So it was like almost 7.0 combined ratings, right? Then the WWE bought out WCW. They no longer had competition. They no longer needed to have the best matches, no longer needed Shawn Michaels versus Bret Hart type matches on regular TV. Quality dipped, and now they're barely struggling to get a 2. Okay. This is the exact same scenario that's going to happen. They're no longer.
But you don't know that, though. I mean, you gave me that
because it's exclusive. Because you're like, hey, Call of Duty's only on Xbox, so the first one's good. Then the next one's just a little slightly less, but you're still like, well, fuck it, it's Call of Duty. I'm going to play it. We'll buy it.
Yeah, it's the only game.
What's the incentive for them to make it better and better and better? Nothing, because they have it. Like, you want it, we got it. This is the only place to get it. You can't go to PlayStation and get a better version of it because it's only here. You're gonna eat the shit that we give you and love it. And you're gonna say, "Thank you, Microsoft. It's delicious. I love this."
All right, so here's my counter argument to this, right? Because again, I don't think you've been playing especially what Sony's been putting out, and the level of dedication of their developers, right? What I believe is that if a game is exclusive, a lot of the times the quality is a lot higher because they only have to work within a technical limitation of the console.
Yeah, I get that. I 100%.
Right. So I really, regardless of what analogy you throw out, we wouldn't know, right? We would have to see in time, right? Because obviously things change. But as of right now, I mean, I wouldn't say that that's an argument that could be made, right?
I would say that because that's an argument that a lot of
people, but there's no proof for it. That's my point.
Well, there's no proof that they would. I mean, that's why we're speculating here, right? I can't go 100% guarantee that it's going to be shittier, but I'm just saying that there is a mindset where you go, well, why do I need to put 100% effort if I can go 90% effort and still get the sales? Fuck it. They can't go anywhere else.
They usually don't, though. It like the quality is usually what is selling the exclusives. That's why.
But it's Call of Duty, right? We've already established that it's Call of Duty. Like, it's just
in Call of Duty. Hold on. You guys go look up the scores of Call of Duty. It still gets decent reviews.
Right, but here's the problem, Blinded, and I'm going to push back a little here. If you look at any other series, the critics will go, X2 is too similar to X, so they give it a less rating. X4 is like they haven't done anything to the series. It's basically the same game, right? So they'll give it a lower score. Call of Duty, they're like, oh, it's the same game, fucking 10. Next year, it's still the same game, fucking 10.
No,
No,
It's a bit of a like it's a generalization that I do see. Yes, it is true, but at the same time, you're kind of like, where can they actually innovate in a first-person shooter that is supposed to be
I
not
say that all the time about
tactical or real?
FIFA or like baseball, but people are like, no, they can make it. I'm like, dude, you can only go so far. You've gone as far as you can go with baseball.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm. But that's
You cannot go any further
rebuttal,
with-
Tony.
Yeah, but at that point, you're going, well, there's still 10s. I'm like, yeah, but it's the same game. At some point, it's like even making the same game, right? Well, wait, hold on. Even
I don't know
making the
what
same-
he's trying to argue now.
If
But
you
continue.
make the same game, right? If the
Right.
next Call of Duty is identical to this one, and so you're like, oh, it's still a 10 because it's the same game, and I go, yeah, this shows that they're not putting that much effort into it. They didn't try to innovate. They didn't try to make it good. They're just like
Tony, weren't you the one who was getting on Carrie's ass for saying a similar situation? Your
No.
game doesn't need to be innovative to get a 10.
I didn't say it did. That's not what we're arguing. What I said was the quality.
Well, now
would
I'm
dip.
confused what you're arguing.
I said the quality would dip because they'd have no incentive. And if you're making it the same, that's saying that the quality is dipping because you have no incentive. It's the same thing. I'm not saying the game's not going to be good or fun.
I respect your opinion. I just don't. I really don't understand how you. I mean, you're saying that, but there's no evidence to show that will happen. That's my counter,
What do
right?
you want me to do? Like, you want me to like bug?
No, I'm just saying I'm
Brian's office or
confused.
something?
Like, no, I said I
I'm
respect
offering
your
a
opinion, and I
scenario.
disagree. That's it, Tony.
I get it. You disagree. I'm just offering a scenario where you see that the company no longer has the incentive, so they're just gonna,
Right.
like,
This needs a wait and see approach. I'm afraid.
Yeah, I agree.
I just say they're gonna rest on their laurels. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, this I think it could be beneficial, but I also think there's a lot of problems because Microsoft is known. I mean, Tony says they're not lies, but in my opinion, they are lies from Phil Spencer because he changes his tune every 6 months. He changes his tune. They
I
changed.
think he changes his tune when he needs to. I don't know if he's lying at the time.
You don't know if
think
he's lying. You don't know if he's telling the truth. But I mean, there's another story that we have up here that is. I mean, is it a lie? No, maybe. No one really knows. But Phil Spencer's been the head of Xbox for almost a decade now, and I don't know what they're doing. I like Game Pass though, but yeah.
Yeah, I like Game Pass.
Like I said, right? You could tell something today that's the truth, and
have
then
to
like
pivot.
3 weeks later something else happens,
Right.
And you're like, well, now we're gonna do this. You're like, well, you lied. I'm like, nah, I didn't lie because I was telling you the truth at the time.
I like to say that's a technicality because a lot of the times Phil Spencer is aware.
Well, like if my girlfriend,
It's
was like,
almost
"Are you cheating?"
nego-
if she told me today, "Are you cheating?" I go, "No, I'm not cheating on you." And then tomorrow
Right.
I fuck some chick, and then she finds out about it next week. She's like, "You're cheating on me." I'm like, no, you asked me on Saturday, and I hadn't cheated yet. I didn't cheat until Sunday, right? Like,
And
I
then she
didn't
says,
lie.
well, that's okay.
Right.
No, she's not gonna say it's okay,
I
but
was gonna say
I didn't lie, right? That's what I'm saying, essentially.
right.
I forgive you.
Oh, she will. I'm just saying. It happens. You slip, you fall, your dick falls in there.
Not to me.
No.
I'll never do that. In case you're listening, love.
This is why your wife doesn't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bad
What's the other
influence.
story you were talking about here, Blinded?
The Redfall story.
Oh, okay. We'll pull
Oh, I
that.
thought you were talking about Jonathan Majors choking that chick out.
Oh, yeah. What that got to do with Phil Spencer?
What the?
Well, you said we don't know if it's a
Mark.
lie or true. You went, oh, we got another story. We don't know if it's a lie or true.
Well, that's
We're talking about that.
allegedly, but there's different. Yeah.
We don't know if
Randall
it's a lie
says,
or
trust
true.
me, that reasoning doesn't work. I tried.
Oh my God. Yes.
Sorry to hear that, Aston.
Yeah, you got to understand, baby. I wasn't cheating.
Some
on
you
you.
win,
Ask
some
me.
you win, some you lose, my man.
Just don't get caught. That's what I'm saying. I mean, don't cheat. That's
Just don't
Don't-
do it.
don't.
Yeah, that's what I say. Yeah. Just don't be a one-woman man.
Oh my.
Like me.
like me.
No.
Look at this guy trying to make himself sound better.
She's not listening. I can say anything I want. She wouldn't even know.
You're gonna as soon as the show ends, she's like, "No, you can't." You're like, "What? You can't just say anything you want."
Yeah. Unfortunately, we have bad news. Finbar was stabbed after the show last week.
All right. So this comes from IGN France, of all places. So take it with a grain of salt because it's not on the main IGN. Yes, Redfall was originally planned for PS5. Not really surprising. This was updated on March 22nd at 6:08. So I don't know what the difference between the two. Because it was like a 4-hour or 2-hour difference that they updated.
Right. I mean, the thing is, they don't even need to come out and say this. It's pretty much implied.
Yeah. All right. So during our Redfall preview session, we had the opportunity to chat with the game's creative director, Harvey Smith, who also worked on Deus Ex and Dishonored 1 and 2. This was an opportunity to ask him the question about the impact that the acquisition of Bethesda by Microsoft had in 2021, right during the development of Redfall. Harvey Smith told us that one of the notable consequences was the immediate cancellation of the PlayStation 5 version of the game. Oh, there it is. That's it. It's over. We were acquired by Microsoft, and it was a change with the capital C. They came in and said, no PlayStation 5. We're focusing on Xbox, PC, and Game Pass. Then they kicked me in the balls, threw the PlayStation 5 on the floor, and set fire to all of our plans. The development of Redfall having started before the year of the takeover, knowing that a version dedicated to the Sony console was planned is not a real surprise, but receiving the official confirmation remains interesting. Moreover, for its creative director, this decision is almost beneficial. Here's where I'm like on the fence about this, right? This seems like a situation where, like, if I came in, I'm Phil Spencer, right? I come in, I go, hey, we're buying your studio. Stop fucking around with that PlayStation version. Now sign this NDA. Right? Like, the fact that he's just openly talking about this seems weird. Like, I would think that they would have said, hey, you got an NDA. You can't tell anybody there was a PlayStation 5 version.
No, because they already, there's just the second game they've admitted to, and soon it's going to be 3 games.
That's why I said I would have thought that once they bought Bethesda, they would have NDA'd everybody to be like, you can't discuss what was going on during the merger, or what happened afterward. Or I've seen people NDA'd for less, and so something like this is like, it's weird that they're just like, yeah, fuck it, whatever, tell people whatever. I don't give a shit. For Microsoft,
I don't think they even really care. I think that's why. I mean, it would look bad if they did an NDA for that, because it's like, well, like I said, it's pretty much implied.
Yeah, but they would, what's that called? They would like, what was there a PlayStation 5 version? But I can't talk about it. I can't talk about what was happening before the thing.
Probably wasn't worth the lawyer fees to NDA everybody.
Yeah, it really
I could print out an NDA and be like, here you go, NDA.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be legally binding if it wasn't like notarized.
Yes, it would.
Maybe in your weird country it would.
Yeah, in my weird
country. It doesn't make sense to go through the hassle for all of that. Just let them say whatever the fuck they want.
That's why I NDA you guys. That paper you signed is legally binding, Finbar.
Well,
legally blinded.
Legally blinded.
That's why I make alt accounts and leak details using different accounts.
Oh man.
Didn't you notice subsection 3, paragraph 4?
I did, but I just disregarded it.
You can't just disregard. I mean, you signed it. This is why I got a lawyer.
No, man.
Well, I'll see you in court then.
You will. You and all 6 of your alt accounts.
6 of your alt accounts.
Yeah. All of my Evolpies.
Evolpies. Oh, man.
Could you imagine like in court you'd be like, we're gonna follow the following. We're gonna call the following people to. All right, Finbar Saunders, you're like here. You're like Volpe here. Finbar, we already called you. No, that's me too.
Yeah, and then Jack, me over and over again. Yeah, that's me again. Yeah, me.
That's me. What the? How many of these are you? Like 23.
Like
24?
Myself in comics, that's me. Aston Vandal, it's me. But you just the one guy in the chat. Yeah, that's me. I'm all the viewers that Tony's got.
It happens. That one guy did get arrested for posting on 4chan that he was gonna like beat up a cop in Minecraft. So
no,
you can't say that anymore.
You can't say you'll beat up a cop
in Minecraft.
In Minecraft, but I mean, was he gonna beat up his Minecraft character or beat the actual cop in real life?
No. So the joke is like you'll say something like, Finbar, I'm gonna go to your house and stab you in the neck in Minecraft.
Yeah.
Right.
So that means it's okay that I said it, right? Like I wasn't a threat because I said it in Minecraft.
Yeah.
And some guy did that on 4chan. He fucked around and then he found out.
Found.
Apparently that doesn't work. Apparently, if it's a credible threat, like because the guy knew they were in the same city,
Right.
Right.
So that when they looked
was,
at it, they go, "Well, that
was
might
probable
actually
then, yeah.
Like, that's possible. Go pick that guy up." They had to go knock on his door. They knocked on his door and they had to ask his mom. They're like, "Hey, is Billy here?" They're like, "Hold on, Billy."
It's to ask his mom.
The police are here. And he just came out. He's like this neck beard. He was like, "Oh my god!" If you see the story, you're like, "Yeah, that's the kind of guy that 4chan." He's definitely a fucking 4chan guy.
Oh my god, not surprised. Oh man, not surprised. Oh.
Yeah. Anyway, it's not very serious. It's even a good decision, I think. It helps to support Game Pass and have one less platform to worry about, one less complexity.
Right.
The developer is even going less because, according to him, this takeover could even allow Redfall to be Arcane's biggest game. Game Pass has a ton of players. It could become our biggest game thanks to 30 million, where I can't remember the exact number of subscribers.
30 million, but I can't remember the exact number.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Is it not more than that?
Well, it's translated from French, so maybe he didn't say that. Maybe he said 30 million-ish. The arrival of Microsoft, therefore, seems to have been received more as an opportunity than a fatality. And the American manufacturer does not seem to have intervened on other fronts with regard to Redfall. Redfall will be released on Xbox Series S and X as well as PC on May 2nd. To learn more about the game, you can also read our preview here with no link. There's no link, guys. Guys. When you say here, you usually link it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard it.
I wish there would be one article where you wouldn't find some problems with.
I wish too. This is IGN France. I had some hope for the frogs, but apparently they let me down.
Well, I agree, Ashton. Deathloop was severely overrated. I think that might be the most overrated game.
Oh, is it shit? Because I was gonna give it a go. So are you saying don't waste your time?
I would say don't waste your time. Yeah. I mean, like it's just that the game gets really, really repetitive.
That's what I didn't like.
It's a roguelike.
No, it's not a roguelike. No, it's not.
It's not.
It's not. No. They frame it like it's a roguelike, but it is not. There's no randomization. There's none of that. You're just running through the same mission over and over again. Because you basically the whole premise of the game is you have to kill these certain people, like in a specific order. And that's how you beat the game. And so you actually have to figure out how to do that. So you're basically revisiting the level, learning about details, and trying to figure out ways to kill them, right?
But isn't that like a roguelike?
No, it's not. It's not. The way that you think it's going to play, it's not, because you're playing the exact same mission over and over and over again, and there's no changes.
What?
There's no nothing. You know exactly what's going to happen. It's just a different mission.
Have you ever played Rogue Legacy?
No, but I've seen gameplay of that.
I mean, it's the same. It's the same castle over and over again. It's just your character that changes.
Right, but there's a randomization. No. You just said the character changes.
Yeah, it changes because you could.
That's not what happens in Deathloop.
But it's not randomization because you unlock things for your character, like stronger weapons or whatever. But it's not random.
Play Deathloop, it's not like that, no. Deathloop, and on top of that too, Deathloop has really bad AI. It's very easy, and the game really doesn't. Again, I would say if it had the randomization and you didn't know where enemies were, it would make the game a little bit more harder, but you know where everybody is, right? So it makes it fairly easy.
Can it run off the cloud, or do you have to install it?
You mean stream the game?
Yeah, streaming it. Sorry.
Yeah, you could stream it on Game Pass.
I'll maybe give it a go streaming it. The one thing I hate is installing a game that big, finding out it's shit, and then uninstalling it.
It's more here. The way I could describe it is that it's like a single player game that actually just is a multiplayer corridor shooter in disguise.
Right.
And it's really bizarre. I don't know why I got 10s or anything. Like the story was not good in my opinion.
Was
And
it getting 10?
Wait. It got
Yeah.
10. But
Yeah, it was Game of the Year.
You were just telling me how 10s mean that good for Call of Duty, but apparently 10s for Deathloop don't mean shit.
Yeah, well, because I play the game, Tony. It's
Are we
my
agreeing
subjective
that-
opinion.
are we
No,
agreeing
I don't agree because it's my subjective opinion. I just
So we're-
said that's
we're
a
saying
one
that-
game I don't understand.
That the critic opinion means nothing.
Well, to be fair,
Why would it
some
inform
critics
my
are full of
opinion?
shit.
Tony, does that make sense?
Have
That's
you
not
ever-
what my
have you ever
argument
met
was.
people? Have you ever met people? It informs their decisions.
Eh,
So what-
Tony, you're hold on. I just said my opinion.
Yes.
That's all it was. And it has nothing to do what was connected
Yes,
beforehand.
it did, because you said, and let me explain. You said, I don't understand how this game was getting 10s because, in your opinion, it was not worthy of a 10. So you were already establishing that your opinion is different from the critics and that you think that critics could be wrong in their opinion, in their assessment. And
No,
earlier
that
you
was
were
not
saying
my
how Call of
argument.
Duty was saying that they were 10s. So you
No.
don't think that critics can be wrong in their assessment?
It's their opinion, whatever. I don't particularly care. I'm saying that the game was overrated. I didn't agree with it
it's
at all.
overrated, which means that the rating was incorrect in your opinion.
I wouldn't have scored that.
It
Yeah,
wouldn't have been the rating he would have given it, is what he's saying.
that's what I'm saying.
Which means
He's
you
not saying
disagree
that
with
the
that.
you
critics are
can-
incorrect. He's saying that he
I'm
wouldn't have
saying
given it
to
that rating.
for Finbar, you could try it out because I know people love the game. I personally didn't like the game.
Yeah, I may try it, and Amico Blinded Eye, I thought it was great.
Yeah, he could say it's a 10 out of 10. I would say,
give it a
well,
10
I
out of
just
10,
disagree.
Then you would just say, Finbar, I disregard everything you ever have an opinion on.
But he already
No,
does that
not
anyway,
really.
Because I like some stuff that he hates.
All right. Speaking of stuff that everybody hates, have you seen the new Tommy Tallarico merchandise?
Oh God,
No.
what is this?
Someone made a Tommy Tallarico shirt.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah, it's hideous.
Seen it. Vital
Oh,
Info
God.
does all the songs himself, incapable of deceit, seeks only what is rightfully owed. My mother is very proud.
That looks more like you get those compilation CDs that they sell through telemarketing.
Yeah.
One of those looks like a cover for one of them. Tommy Tallarico's greatest hits, and then all the songs scroll up the screen, and you'll see them played on the screen, and the ones that are getting played are in yellow. Do you know that?
Yeah.
That's what it looks like.
Well,
Call now for a discount.
There you go. New Tommy Tallarico merch. And I'm not surprised that this came out because I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but the Intellivision Amico, its release is imminent.
Yeah.
Imminent.
70 years imminent.
And I have proof. Here it is, the moment that all 6 of you have been waiting for. The big Intellivision Amico news.
Tony's guts have arrived in the mail, and he's now putting it in his machine.
So this guy, Sanders Mebus, who I swear to God is a fake account. The face looks AI generated, or I'm very sorry that you're unattractive, sir. He says, any news on the Intellivision Amico? I still have my pre-order. So HTK says, at NLG Gaming, at NLG Mullis. He just adds him. He doesn't even say anything. Mikey says, nothing officially yet. I can tell you myself and DJC Game Studios are still pilot testing a finished system for them. So we're hoping as well to hear something official soon, too. So Sanders Mebus here says, many thanks for the update, Mike. Prayer hands.
Yeah. Sanders Mebus, a.k.a. Mike Mullis.
Yeah. So Aaron Bossig, a games journalist, he says, in other news, the company has laid off its entire staff, closed their offices, hasn't passed FCC certifications, and the components listed in the specs are unavailable. The former CEO is being sued for failing to pay for the furniture he leased. The Amico is beyond dead. Now,
Sanders Mebus says, thanks, Aaron, for the update.
Now, this could not be the end of it, right? Obviously, this couldn't be the end of it. Because Mike Mullis is going to assure us. He says, Sanders says, very sad news. Can we expect formal communication about this from Intellivision? Aaron says, I wouldn't hold my breath. The new CEO, Phil Adam, has said that he doesn't feel obligated to share news. Okay, time will tell. Thank you, Aaron. Sure thing. I might suggest asking for refund ASAP, as people have been reportedly having trouble getting them. Aaron also says, Mike, since you're clearly reading this, 1, what specifically do you claim to be testing? 2, in what way are you qualified to test it? And 3, what specifically did I say was incorrect? And here it is, the big news. Sander, everything that was just told you is either 100% inaccurate or immaterial. Doesn't matter. Tommy getting sued for furniture, immaterial. No, none of the shit. The console is not beyond dead. And I have that guy blocked for a reason. Probably because that guy's been telling the truth a lot. I have a finished unit with complete FCC certified hardware. Guys, FCC certification's done.
Oh, can we look that up?
Oh, they're not on the website. They don't exist there, but they're done. They have them.
Oh, God.
Which I am pilot testing for Intellivision. So there it is. FCC certifications, according to Mike Mullis, despite the website that the government runs and keeps a neat file online, governments lie. Right?
Sorry, Mike Mullis is the living embodiment of that fucking meme with a dog with the room burning around him. This is fine.
Right. But have you ever said something really dumb on the internet?
Yeah.
All the time.
And then, people find that thing. They're like, hey, wait a minute. Remember this really dumb thing you said?
Right.
Well, could you imagine that Mike Mullis has said something really dumb?
Yeah.
Nip.
Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
Sure.
Because this was Mike Mullis on February 5th of 2022.
Oh, no.
What the challenges are, now it's time to get it done. If anything delays this year, I'll be very blunt. I think it's game over.
Oh, if anything delays in 2022, it's game over, guys.
Wait, what year did he say that? Last year?
February last year.
Yeah. Until they sent him a console and then he changed his fucking mind, didn't he?
Yeah. So apparently last year in February, Mike was like, no, this shit's done. It's done. It's over. If it gets delayed, that's it. But then, it gets delayed. Nothing is announced. But suddenly it's still on the table. Amico's still on the menu, boys.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
We joked about it. I think we probably joked about it in 2021. Imagine this is still going in 2023. Fuck, as if there's no chance it'll ever be still going. And here we are in 2023, and we're laughing about 2024. And I bet it's still going in 2024.
2025.
Yeah, I bet they're still pilot testing in 2024, 2025.
It's been
just around the corner, guys.
6 months of pilot testing. But apparently, still going. Going strong.
There probably isn't even an address at this point for those two to send those consoles back to. So they've got them now. They're keeping them.
They always were.
Yeah, of course they were. Of course they were.
It is a sad day. But don't worry. If you want Amico news, you just come here. You come over to Gen X Gamer. We are the sources.
Yeah, don't go to the podcast called Amico Forever because they don't talk about Amico and block you for it.
Tony, did Mike just say the unit he has is done? He said it was 100% finished and FCC certified hardware.
Mm-hmm.
So what are they pilot testing for so long? If it's done, does that mean it's broken? They're pilot testing.
One of DJC's was broken because they didn't send them another one.
Yeah. Well, originally Mike said that the reason they sent them the consoles to test is because they wanted consumer testing on a family, with kids, because apparently they couldn't, nobody that worked for Intellivision had kids, so they couldn't test it.
Well, they did, but the kids are all like 40 years old.
They're 40 now, right? They weren't 40 when it started.
Yeah, they weren't 40 when it started. Huh?
Yeah. Why they gave one to to DJC who doesn't have kids? That kind of throws a wrench in Mike's whole argument. But
well, he is a big kid, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Also, no update on the lawsuit from the Reddit class action lawsuit that they were trying to get together.
I just want to say no offense to you, Chuck, for calling you a big kid there, but I know you've got me shadow banned now, so it doesn't really matter, mate.
No, fuck that. He is complacent in a scam. He's still telling people, "Don't worry, it's coming out, guys. Don't worry, it's still coming. It's still coming."
Yeah.
Bianca says, "I'm back and I won the fight. She beat somebody up at Wendy's."
Cool.
The last time I was on Forever, Mullah said that it was not a completed unit. Well, apparently it got completed in the 6 months.
Somehow.
They were sending him parts one by one. He's just
He put together himself. It's ridiculous. So much.
I joked about it. I was like, they should just send people a component list.
Yeah.
And be like, here's what you need to buy and how you put it together.
Oh my.
Here's your Amico. But there was an Amico Forever this week, wasn't there? I could have swore there was.
I don't know. I don't watch it anymore. It's pointless. You watch it blinded.
You were supposed to be the one who was watching it and doing the supercuts. We
But
did
then
one supercut.
Yeah.
And that was the end.
But you remember how the supercut went? It was like maybe 10, 15 seconds of Amico talk, and then that was it. And it was just a waste of my time. Waste of my time, a waste of your time. But also, like I say, he has shadow banned me. I can't see anything he writes anymore. And I never said anything bad to him. Guilt by association, Tony, thanks.
So apparently I'm at the Amico Forever podcast here, and I'm looking through the transcript. Last time we did this, there was 3 instances of Amico being uttered by DJC. This week, only 2.
Is it like "Welcome to Amico Forever" and "See you next
No,
time"?
Amico Forever. He didn't even. I guess he didn't even say the name of the show because that's not one of the Amicos. I will play the section. I will get it up right now. We're gonna take a look at Amico Forever. All right, here it is. Ready?
Yeah.
Oh, it actually talks about Contra. What? Hold on. I gotta hear this.
Guys, that it seems to be really popular right now is that Contra sample for Intellivision. Like I said, when it's finished, if it's anything like the Intellivision, which I will also show next week, we'll do a little Intellivision love. Nothing from Amico yet, but be patient because I believe there's some stuff coming.
Doesn't he say that like every time?
Yeah. Every few months, he'll say that.
Isn't there like a goose video of him just repeating, "Say, don't worry, in a few weeks, I'm sure we'll hear something. We're gonna hear something in a few weeks."
Oh boy.
So that was the one instance, and then the other instance is right here. A couple minutes later.
Figured I could add for new Intellivision stuff. I can, even though it's for the classic, but the new stuff I'd really like to talk about on this show while we wait. Unless Amico news drops early, then don't worry about it. I'll talk about it in a video. But there's some really cool things coming out. They had a Yar's Revenge come out for.
So there it is. He just basically said he wants to talk about the new home brews for Intellivision, and unless Amico news drops, but he'll just do a video about that.
So do you see what I'm saying? Can you imagine a supercutted that? Can you imagine what the supercut would have been? It would have been 15 seconds of footage.
Yeah, but it would have saved me the 20 seconds of trying to find the 15 seconds of footage.
Yeah, but I would have been paying like for that app, the one that I used to edit it, just so I could edit that.
This is a good point.
Yeah, I mean, unless you reimburse me, boss. Exactly.
How much is the app?
It's like 80 quid a year.
What was that? What you paying for Premiere?
Yeah, they always want it by like annually, don't they? They never want
What the hell's a quid? How much is a quid? Is it like a quarter?
Yeah, it's like a buck.
Yeah. What's the conversion?
It's a buck to a quid. $1 to £1. Pretty much.
All right. Yeah, $80. Yeah, I think I could swing that. Tell me after the show.
I would just spend it on something else. To be honest with you, I'm not gonna lie to you.
I would buy it and just give you the access. You think I'm gonna just send you the money?
Goodbye.
I thought you would trust me enough.
Oh,
Obviously, you won't trust me now that I've just given the game away. I was going to go and buy something else with it.
Oh man.
Yeah. You're gonna buy something else. Use the trial version with a new email. Like, don't worry, I got you.
Yeah, sure, boss. I'm working on it now while I'm stuffing my face with caviar.
Oh man.
Oh, for 80 quid? Dude, that's cheap caviar. Contra on Amico, Tommy promised. He did. His views on Forever tanked. Well, there's no Amico news. That's the only reason people were watching.
Well, is Gen X still doing his watch along? Because I was away, so I don't.
No, he's been busy.
He's given
moving.
up. Oh, of course he is. He's taking hiatus, isn't he?
Yeah, he's moving and doing some other stuff. And
people got no time for that anymore. This watching that. What's the point? There's no point to it anymore. Before it was funny to laugh at it. It's sad now.
Yeah, well, because there's nothing even to laugh at because they're talking about other
no,
things.
Exactly. They ignore everything. They block everybody who mentions it. There's no point.
Yeah. But I mean, other than that, there has really been nothing. No Amico news, no Tommy Tallarico news. Apparently, Review Tech USA keeps putting Amico in his titles, even though the video has nothing to do with Amico.
Yeah.
I don't even watch Review Tech USA anymore.
I don't either, but I just put the Intellivision Amico in the search bar, and his videos come up. So weird.
That is weird.
Even apparently Papa Pete's putting it in his now because he's coming up.
Yeah, I agree, Justy. Review Tech USA really fell off. Oh my god.
Did he?
I mean, you could argue that he was never on point, but
no. Once upon a time, I don't remember if this is true or not, but I remember he wasn't like you never saw his face. You could only hear his voice at one point. Am I right?
Yes.
So he has a good radio voice, right? But then he appeared on camera and started taking his shirt off for money, and
he has a face for radio. Is what you're saying?
He has a face for radio.
That's what I'm saying. He just didn't come across as much of a smarmy prick as he does now when he was just had his voice only.
Well, I want to even see what he's posting right now. Is it all just old? What's that company? DK
no, it's a DSP. He's like streams about DSP like every night.
Yeah, it's
like DSP ate something. Oh, let's go make a stream about it.
Let's make fun of him.
Yeah, I'm like, really?
No, it's a lot of clickbait video game topics, and it's not very interesting. I mean,
well, he barely does videos; he just live streams now.
Really? Okay. Wow.
Yeah, and it mainly consists of him burping, playing an applause button, talking about DSP,
and titty twists, I guess.
Yeah.
Right? Oh god.
All right, so this one is rough. Okay. I almost don't want to mention this because.
Oh, is it the allegation?
Well, this is from Russell Pitts, former games journalist and author.
Oh, sorry. Okay, someone else.
So he has a book, I guess. I'm trying to look for what the hell the name of the book is. What the fuck is his name? It's some book where he's talking about, what happened and things in his career, I guess. But there's a line about Tommy Tallarico. So we're gonna go over it. See what he has to say about our favorite former CEO.
And remember, not our words.
Not our words.
The words of this man,
Russell Pitts.
Pitts.
So it says the TV was set up in a corner. It was on a tall, rickety, rolling cart like you find in a high school. It was the display for Guitar Hero 2. It was similar to the display I enjoyed at E3 a few months before, in absolutely no respect, save for the presence of a game console and plastic guitars. And yet, even there in a cavernous space with a soon-to-be extinct CRT television and a tinny speaker, the game was enthralling. The gathered journalists and I took turns wailing on the guitars. The New York Times reporter was there, along with Tips and Tricks Abby Hepp, who eventually became a community manager for Titanfall developer Respawn Entertainment, and a few others. After an hour or so of plastic guitaring, the vast emptiness of the VGXPO hall began to crowd in on us, and the proceedings were moved upstairs to the hotel room of video game music star Tommy Tallarico. He was one of the creators of the concert series of Video Games Live, and he was roped by Ed Fleming into judging the cosplay contest. Watching the contest earlier in the day, I had the distinct impression Tommy was bored out of his goddamn mind. He was hitting the sauce hard in his suite. You know, the thing that Tommy said he never did. Tommy, who said he never drank alcohol in his life, never tried drugs, never did any of those things. He lived a clean life because, you know, cousin Steve reminded him that he should lead a clean life. But apparently, according to Mr. Russell Pitts, he was hitting the sauce hard in his suite and trying to make the moves on a young woman who'd been hired to manage the LAN party. I couldn't tell if she was even 18, but I don't think Tommy cared.
Oh, boy.
Someone eventually broke a piece of furniture by sitting on it, and that's the end of the I guess that's the end of the Tommy section, which is why that was shared on Reddit. But yeah. Oof. I don't know if this is true. I can't verify this, but this does sound like some other things that I've heard in the past. You Super J is right. Those that protest the loudest are the most guilty. That's why I am definitely not sleeping with hot supermodels. I am definitely not. Never. It's not happening, guys.
Yeah.
No, man.
Okay, you got me. I was lying. I am sleeping with hot supermodels.
So then that is a lie then.
You twisted my arm.
Yeah, I would hate if that happened to me.
Yeah, I would hate it. Yeah, I would hate if I just opened up my DMs and saw a bunch of titties. Stop sending them because I don't want them. Yeah, so apparently Tommy was out there getting drunk, hitting on potentially underage women. And the weird thing is, if my remembrance of when Tommy got married, this might be within that time frame. I might have to double check. When did Guitar Hero 2 come out?
Oh. What was it? PS3? PS3?
I got it right now. I'm on 2007.
Was it
North
PS3?
America.
Yeah.
No, PS2. So 2006 on the PlayStation 2. So 2006 or 2007, depending on which version they were playing, right?
Right.
And when did Tommy get married? Let's find out. Because, I mean, you know, Tallarico means guy that sleeps with your wife in Portuguese or something like that. I swear to God, look at any video that mentions Tommy Tallarico, and that's like all the Brazilian people go there. And that's what they say. Like, yeah.
Told me Tallarico'd my wife.
Yeah, like Tallarico is a guy that sleeps with people's wives. God damn it. There's so much other things about Tommy on the internet now that I can't actually look up. You know, just putting in Tommy Tallarico marriage, it doesn't take me to like.
Comes up with failed, probably.
Yeah, it's like all Amico shit. It's like, oh, Amico Reddit, Amico this. Tommy suing people over fucking oof. I could have swore there was like a tweet or something, but he's got me blocked, so I can't even see that.
So you blocked? Why would you do that?
He blocked me.
It's unbelievable.
It is because he used to fight with people all the time. So now the fact that he just blocked everybody, like, stopped, very unbelievable. Didn't he do like an anniversary video or something?
I wasn't really. I never really looked that deep into his personal life like you did, Tony. I don't know.
It was not. People put it on Reddit.
People being you.
No, not people being me. No, not definitely not me. I just read and remember everything. You know, I am. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm just a reporter.
Yeah.
So apparently in 2019, he said that he went to China or something, and people were saying that there was a. He said something about his wedding anniversary. No. God damn it. Before boarding my flight to the Middle East, the TSA pulled me over and wanted to go through my carry-on, whatever for, nothing suspicious. Yada, yada, yada. So that was in 2019.
Yeah, nothing suspicious this time.
I'm assuming, I guess he's only been married 10 years. Maybe this was right before he got married. He was hitting on underage chicks.
Allegedly.
He was married in 2017? Really? That's it?
What? That's not his first marriage, is it?
Ashton says, hello, friends and family. We'll be having our dream wedding in Tuscany, Italy very soon, September 9, 2017. Yeah. It was on a wedding registry I found.
Oh, my God.
Jesus.
So, yeah. Well, it's good for him. All right, so this is a post from the Intellivision Facebook group. People are not sure if this is a troll or not. You be the judge. Looks to me like Tommy is out celebrating Amico's success. He has finished consoles in the hands of backers testing them out. Some of his market research was correct. Many young people and non-hardcore gamers are excited about Amico. Console pre-orders are still selling out at Canadian retailers. And finally, the company is showing priorities to where the money should be spent. They put furniture payments on hold while they focus more on the console release. Only people shitting the bed seem like crying babies that can't wait a few extra years for the best console ever. Or people jealous of Tommy like Pat and Ian. Look at SNK. They're just as late releasing the new Neo Geo console. They crowdfunded hundreds of millions of dollars and not a single statement or update. And they are just as late on release as Amico is.
Yeah, I read this before. It's either a troll or it's a PM Ferreira alt.
I don't think it's a troll. I think it's legitimate. I think.
Nah, it reads. Come on, no sane human being can think any of that. Surely.
Have you ever met?
That's what I'm saying.
Intellivision Amico fans?
Yeah, it's got to be him. You know that guy.
No, I think there's more than just one. I think there's several.
Someone like him. Then you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Somebody who just fucking just denies the color of the sky is blue.
All right, well, that's the end of that. There's no real news. Holy shit, he wanted people to upgrade his hotel room for him on his registry. Yeah.
Classic Tommy.
That for a very rich guy, that registry is so like, please pay for my honeymoon and wedding and pay for all the things so I can have a nice trip with my wife. Mm-hmm. So weird. But anything else on Amico before we move on, gentlemen?
It's a dead horse, man. Isn't it?
Have we beat it far enough?
We've beaten it. We've beaten it so bad that it's like just a puddle.
Every couple of months it twitches, so yeah, we gotta keep beating it.
You just punch it again, yeah.
Yeah.
Give it one more punch for good measure.
Until it like fully decays.
Yeah, speaking of dead horses and memes, GameStop posts first profitable quarter in 2 years. Okay. Oh man, I hope you're holding on to your GameStop stocks. Not financial advice, but looks like you could be having a good time pretty soon. It made $48.2 million in the fourth quarter compared to a net loss of $147.5 million last year. Damn. GameStop is back in the green as it reported a profit of $48.2 million in the fourth quarter of the fiscal year that ended January 28. The video game retail giant reported its financial result during an earnings call yesterday, marking its first profitable quarter in 2 years.
Hmm.
That means for what? 7 quarters, they were unprofitable.
Smash can upgrade his hot tub. Has he still got his shares in it, or did he sell them? So he sold them.
I think he sold them. That's how he got that money to
He got his
invest
money.
in Amico. I don't know if he
money-
sold all of
money
them
well
or if
spent.
he sold most of them or what was the deal with that. He didn't really say. The company's net income of $48.2 million is a slight improvement from the net loss of $100. Slight improvement?
Improvement.
Of $147.5 million last year. However, the rest of the numbers aren't exactly the best. Uh-oh. What the hell is this advertisement just popping up in the middle of my fucking... GameStop net sales dipped to $2.226 billion from $2.254 billion in the fourth quarter of the last fiscal year. It also saw a decrease in its net sales for the year at $5.927 billion from $6.011 billion the year before, as well as a drop in inventory to $682.9 million from $915 million. The only positive gain GameStop got is the $1.39 billion in cash and cash equivalents, which is an increase from $1.27 billion last year. The retailer credited its economic rebound to the cost-cutting measures it implemented throughout the last year. So remember when they just fired a whole bunch of people and closed a whole bunch of stores, and they're like, "Look at all this money we made."
Well, how do they? We don't have this, right? We don't have GameStop. So how do they operate? Do they operate mostly brick and mortar, or do they do online sales?
Yeah, they do online.
But it's mostly brick and mortar.
But they're probably going to have to eventually.
Well, that's what
move
they did.
online.
That's what they did. They closed a whole bunch of stores and stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, completely. They'll have to end up moving online exclusively, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of the evolution of it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the only way I use GameStop. Just buy it online.
It implemented throughout the last year, including 3 rounds of layoffs and increased sales of collectibles, apparels, figurines, toys, etc. Except for Funko Pops that got buried in the desert. Does anybody know where that's at so we could just go get them?
No.
Did they bury them? Why did they bury them?
They had a whole bunch of inventory. They just had to get rid of them.
Yep.
They couldn't have given it away to
No, because that would
orphan
decrease
kids.
the value of...
Jesus. Yeah, let's go dig them up.
That company's having some financial issues too.
Well, because they over...
Funko.
Yeah,
they were the company that
too
owned
many.
Funko. Mando or whatever it's called.
Yeah. They overextended how many different Funkos, right? Remember, it was like a little small thing. And there's like everything has a fucking Funko now.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy.
10 variants as well.
Yeah. Not just that, but then they make like 100,000 of each fucking one.
Oh, wow.
I'm just throwing out a number. What I'm saying is they make a lot.
Right. Okay, I thought that was an actual number you just knew off the
Probably
top
not
of your
far
head.
off.
Probably not. Because they buried it. Like, we'll go over the article, but they buried a whole shitload.
Yeah, it was like 30 million's worth of, wasn't it?
There's
Yeah.
eventually going to come a point in time where there's more like overstocked merchandise buried in the desert than there is bodies.
Can you
know,
imagine
like
if they
that.
went to bury it? And like there's bodies, like, nope, not here.
No, it's just toys.
It's just
Fucking
toys.
ET games.
ET games.
Well, they unburied
Like
those. and stuff.
opposite ET games.
Thought we were going to dig up a fucking dead mafia boss.
What a world.
It was 36 million in Funko Pops.
Yeah. It's, oh my god.
When the human race is gone and the Earth is discovered by some fucking weird alien race, and they dig all that up, they're going to be going, "What's happened here? Who are all these tiny little plastic people they've buried?"
It's gonna be something like they used to worship these people, and then the old gods. These are the old gods they buried.
This one looks like
This-
this one's an alien with green. He's green. He's pointy ears. This one is a Power Ranger. What's going on
You're
here?
lucky they never made those like adult Funko Pops, because that would
Oh.
be.
Now you've given them that idea.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they have it.
All right. Let's go
Funko
on.
Pop.
Oh,
Funko Pop. When it happens, we're suing.
GameStop CEO Matt Furlong said in an investor's call, the company would continue prioritizing the long-term growth of collectible sales, especially the ever-popular Funko Pops. I think he might have rethought that since making that earnings call. Furlong also said that GameStop will pave 2023 forward to continued financial success by cutting excess costs, especially in Europe. It has already closed several of its stores across the region throughout 2022 and remains in debt with France over an unsecured term loan associated with the country's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. So there you go. You know, closing down a bunch of stores, laying off a bunch of people, profit. That's how you make money.
Yeah.
They consider them adult and must be 18 to buy them? Really?
Which ones?
The Cocaine Bear ones.
Really?
Yeah, those ones weren't like what we were talking about.
They don't sell them with actual fucking bumps of cocaine in them, do they?
No.
With bumps of cocaine.
Hope not. Have you gentlemen partaken in The Mandalorian this week?
Yes.
Yes.
Have you, Tony?
Yes, I have. Just today. That's how bad The Mandalorian has been. That I'm not watching it on Wednesday. Like, I'm not like, oh, it's Wednesday. Let me sit down and watch it.
It's not must-watch TV anymore, is it? It's like, oh, fuck, man, I forgot to watch The Mandalorian. I better do it because
it's not even forgot. I'm like, I just make sure I got to do it before Saturday. I'm like, yeah, we're gonna talk about it.
Right. It's so sad.
Yeah. So this episode, I don't know if it was short or just seemed really short.
No, it was. It was 33 minutes, I think.
Yeah,
it was about 25 minutes if you cut out the fat.
Cut the shit out. Yeah.
Well, if you cut all the shit out, then it was like 5 minutes.
Yeah, I guess.
If even that.
Yeah. Okay, so the episode, to give you the brief overview, spoilers will be said if you haven't watched it. Basically, we're back at the camp of the Mandalorians. And our man Din Djarin, he's like, "Hey, little Grogu, you want to go over there and fight the other Mandalorians?" And he's like, "Goo goo gaga." He's like, "Yeah, fucker, we're gonna kill him." So he takes Grogu. He's like, "Hey, you're gonna fight that kid." The kid's like, "Ha ha, you're a little fucker." And he's like, "No, I'm not." He's like, "No, he's not. He'll beat you up," which is stupid. So they give him these little wrist gauntlets, and they're gonna fight. And it's like they're fucking shooting paintballs at each other because that's what fucking Mandalorians do. And of course, Grogu gets hit twice. Pew, pew. And they're like, "Oh no, he's gonna lose." He's like, "Come on, Grogu, do the Jedi shit." And he fucking flips over him and flips over him again, and he shoots the kid 3 times. Like, "Yeah, fucking Grogu, you're awesome." And then the kid gets taken by a fucking pterodactyl, like just out of nowhere. Like, I still don't understand how the Mandalorians have been living in this place,
right? Or why they haven't left.
Yeah, why haven't they killed the pterodactyl or like the giant crocodile monsters or like anything? Like they seem very useless. In the beginning, they're like, these are the greatest warriors of all the galaxy. They're so great. The Empire had to like mount this huge force just to like stop them. Like they knew if they left the Mandalorians alive, they would conquer the galaxy. Now they're like, oh my God, there's a bird. We're all dead. I'm like, what? What the fuck? Really?
Mm-hmm.
So this bird takes it. And, of course, Bo-Katan chases it in the little ship. Doesn't shoot it, though. Fuck, just chases it. And the bird's like, hey, the bird's over there on the mountain. They're like, well, let's go get it. And they're like, well, we can't use our jetpacks because that bird has super fucking hearing. And it'll hear the jetpacks. And as soon as it hears the jetpacks, it's going to eat the kid. And I'm like, that's not how animals work, right? Like, if it grabbed the kid because it was hungry, the kid's been eaten already, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why is it in movies like a bear will grab a kid in a movie and then like take it back to its cave and wait like 6 weeks before it decides to start eating it. I'm like, apparently
Yeah,
it wasn't
surely-
hungry, right? Like,
Surely it would be more tasty if you ate it right away, and then it wouldn't waste away.
yeah. Well, watch nature. Like a fucking lion doesn't hit a gazelle and then like drag it back to its house and like wait a week before it eats it, right? Just fucking eats it right there because it's hungry. That's what they, it attacks a thing when it's hungry. And also, that bird is like fucking the size of a ship, right?
Right.
And I go, that kid's like the size of its fucking finger. I'm like, why is that bird getting that? Like,
Right.
surely
That-
there's
that-
bigger animals for it to eat.
That was actually weird, right? Because why did it save the kid, even though more than a day had passed?
Well, it was for the chicks, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Right, but it took that long to get to the nest. What was it doing?
No, it went to
No,
the
he was
nest.
saving him for
Right.
later.
Apparently, it ate him, right? Because remember,
Oh yeah, it regurgitated him, didn't it?
yeah, it regurgitated him up. But like Blight had said, you would have ate him, regurgitated him up that same day, and it would have
Right.
been dead.
Right. Yeah. That was the part that was kind of weird.
Also, the kid's not wearing full. Like we're skipping ahead, but
Mhm.
the kid's not wearing full Mandalorian armor, right? He had the helmet on, and it looked like maybe the shoulder pads, but like his lower body just looked like fucking pants, right?
Yeah.
Surely, the thing ate him whole because it doesn't have teeth because it's like a bird, right?
Right.
Surely, when it went into its gut, all the
would've-
stomach acid would have started
Right.
eating away at the kid.
Unless it doesn't have stomach acid, but
Then
Yeah,
how is it regurgitating? Apparently, because the way I got it was supposed to be like a bird. You know how a bird fucking chews food, and then
right.
so I would assume that it was like it would let the stomach acid eat the thing and then regurgitate it up for the chicks to eat it.
But is that how it works with birds though? Do they actually digest it, or do they not just store it, throw it back up for the chicks, undigested?
Well, it's chewed up, and some of the
Chewed up, but not digested.
Well, digested means that it has
It
been
would
broken
be-
down and put into your system.
Yes.
Right.
But
So
for
no,
that
it's
to happen, they wouldn't be able to regurgitate it and give it to
Right.
the chicks then.
Right. But the process of like the digestive juices breaking down the material before you get digested, right? It's like stomach acid would have started eating away at him, so it becomes like a little like mush before your body absorbs
Yeah.
it.
See, you come for a Mandalorian review and you get a Discovery Channel documentary
Discovery.
instead, didn't you?
Yeah,
So-
I looked it up. That's how it works. Yeah.
You didn't have to look it up. I said it.
I know. But you always like to do that, so I have to do this sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I
Due
don't trust the
diligence.
rest of you. I'm the guy who.
Yeah,
does it.
I gotta know too to verify. But yeah, that's
Trust
how
but
it works.
verify. Yes. So going back, so it takes it, and they're like, "Oh, we're gonna fucking chase this thing, right?" So
Right.
then Grogu gets left behind. Yeah, we're gonna get to that, Super J. Grogu gets left behind. The armorer is like, "Hey, you're too little to go," and so he goes in with the armorer, and she's like fucking making some shit. And as he's seeing like all these like sparks, like his brain starts melting. He's like, "Oh no, flashback, fucking lithium flashback."
Mhm.
Suddenly, and we get to see the clone troopers going in, killing the fucking Jedi. They get Grogu out. They throw his ass in a fucking elevator. He goes up. He meets Ahmed Best, and Ahmed Best is like the greatest Jedi ever. He's like killing everybody. Gets Grogu onto a little speeder bike. Gets chased. Meets some other people that apparently were waiting for him for some reason.
Mhm.
We again, it doesn't make any sense, right? But we'll get into it. So he gets Grogu onto a ship. They fly away. End of the flashback. We don't know what happened from there, right? So we only got a little bit. They save the kid from the pterodactyl monster. In the process, Bo-Katan loses one of her little pauldrons. She comes back. They're like, "You're fucking awesome. You saved everybody. Good job." Also, Mandalorians eat alone so they can take their helmets off. We finally learned how they eat. Fucking, I needed a whole episode for that.
No, but we already learned that. We learned that in the one where he was on that planet that had the not the what was it, the ATST?
Yeah.
Do you remember the one I was talking about?
Yeah.
He took his helmet off to eat there as well. So we'd learned that already.
So She gets told that she's fucking awesome and the ancestors love her, and they're like, we're gonna make you a new pauldron because you're awesome. Do you want the night owl little stamp? And she's like, no, I want the mythosaur. She's like, well, the mythosaur belongs to everybody, so you're in luck. I can make you one of those. And she's like, but I saw one. She's like, yeah, good job, good vision. She taps her on the head. She's like, yeah, whatever. And Bo-Katan's like, no, I really saw one. And that's it. That was the whole fucking episode.
Right. This is the way.
This is the way. Now, explain to me some of the things, because you guys maybe are better Star Wars people than me. But the Jedi are supposed to be badass, right?
Not always, but yeah.
No, yeah, not all of them.
Not all of them, like because like Obi-Wan, like you'll see Obi-Wan, and he's like, oh my god, there's like 600 stormtroopers. I got this. Kills them all, right? And then in this episode, there's like 3 guys with blasters. Like, oh shit, there's 3 clone troopers. Fucking Jedi are just falling left or right. I'm like, damn, those are like some fucking weak ass Jedi. Like, they're just getting fucking cut down. Except for Ahmad Best, he's taking on like fucking Jar Jar Binks is like.
It's like that with the Clone Wars. I mean, I was saying this episode was similar to Jedi Fallen Order because it has like 2 plot points in this episode that are in that game, the bird and the flashback and from the Order 66. So yeah, I guess Jedi do suck.
Yeah, there are some just fucking drone Jedi.
Yeah, they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
But also, so the door is closed, right? So obviously they're aware that the clone troopers are on the other side of the door because they have their lightsabers and they're all ready. And I'm like, they come in, and I'm like, why didn't they just force push them as soon as the door popped open? Like they just waited, like, shoot me. Oh, I'm dead. Like they're just the worst fucking Jedi ever.
Right.
And then, so that they get Grogu out, and he gets to the ship, and they're like, we got the ship. It's fully loaded, and it's been waiting for you. Where are the rest of the younglings? He's like, no, only Grogu made it. They're like, oh shit. And then I'm like, who the fuck are these guys? Like who did they just like know? Like, oh shit, the Jedi are getting killed. We should like get a ship ready, or like.
Well, maybe I'm misremembering, but did he not raise them on like a comm when he was on the way? Am I misremembering this?
I don't remember
that episode.
Yeah, in this episode, did he not raise them on
he
something
did.
a comm? He did, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember
in the beginning, right when he finds Grogu.
Because he says, I've got some friends of mine waiting, and then he got onto a comm with them.
Right.
Yeah, well, see, I got some
knew.
friends waiting for me, so they already were there waiting.
Right.
They knew he already, even prior to the start of the flashback, he had told them to get the ship and fucking I'm gonna call you and we're gonna head over to where you're at, right?
Mm-hmm,
so that means at some point prior to Order 66, they knew this was gonna happen, or they knew it was in the process, or because remember,
someone had to. I think that is what happens. That someone catches on, and some people are aware, but not everybody's aware. But I'm not sure.
Yeah, because when we drop in on them, Order 66 is already in full effect, isn't it?
Right.
So
it was like that, and
he's called somebody.
Yeah, and Jedi Fallen Order, it's like that where you're in a training room when it happens, and the master already knows what's going on. But it doesn't really explain how he knows. He's just like, oh, this guy, and he just stabs him, and you're like, what the fuck? You just stabbed the troop, and it's like, no, he was coming after us. You're like, well, how do you know that?
Well, what makes no sense, and again, I know this is Star Wars, and we're arguing like how the Force works and stuff, but
right,
certain things happen, and they're like, I felt a disturbance in the Force all the way across the galaxy, Luke.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and then like. A whole fucking planet full of Jedi on Kashyyyk just get like fucking mowed down, and not a single Jedi is like, wait a minute, I felt a disturbance.
Shit. Yeah, some of them are just shit.
Shitty Jedi. Yeah. Most of them are just shit, apparently. Like, and not only that, right? So they all get cut down on Kashyyyk during Order 66 because that's where like the fucking first happenings of it is, right? Or at least what we're shown. So they get cut down. You would think one of them would force ghost their ass back to the academy. Like, hey, guys, the clone troopers just cut us down on Kashyyyk. Maybe you want to get out of here.
Well, not everybody can Force Ghost though.
Not one of them. Not a single.
Yeah,
Jedi.
but not everybody. Not
Yeah,
many
not
Jedi
every.
can.
Right. There's certain things that can't. Yeah, not
I
everybody
understand
can
that,
do.
but it was like a whole. Like these are like masters that all.
Yeah,
like,
some
got on
master
Kashyyyk,
could have done it. Yeah.
right? It's like somebody. Because it wasn't like when he cuts down to younglings, right? You're like, okay, it makes sense. They don't know what's going on, and they couldn't tell anybody afterward, right? Because they're too stupid to be Force Ghosts. But they were
Mhm.
cutting down like old Jedi. Because remember, it was during the fucking final battle, and they're like, yeah, we just fucking stopped those bad guys, and then like deploy Order 66. Like, oh shit, we just got shot from behind. So some of those guys had to have known how to be a Force Ghost. One of them. You're not going to sit here and tell me that not a single fucking Jedi on Kashyyyk during Order 66 knew how to, like, none of them.
Maybe it takes a bit of time to come through as a Force Ghost. Maybe you can't do it right away.
What are you talking? I mean, Anakin was so good that he went from being an old fat Force Ghost to like young.
Yeah, a young guy.
Like,
What was the explanation for that? Was that he went back to what he was when
to his previous
he was
self.
light side, right?
That-
It was
that's
just
not-
an excuse to get
No,
fucking.
that's not what
good-
happened.
What was the excuse?
The excuse was after they changed it, right? The excuse was that when he turned into Vader, he already died.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
No, he would never turn back. Like Vader was never Anakin. That was just Anakin's body, but his Force Ghost was already there the whole time.
What?
While he was Vader.
Yeah, because when he gets chopped, when he gets turned into Vader, his good side left him. It's
but
a
he's
magical
still alive.
ether land.
But he's still alive.
Somebody's
Right?
still
Yeah.
alive.
Yeah,
He's
George
not-
Lucas
he's not fucking RoboCop, is he?
What? I thought it was that.
George Lucas said this.
I think either Lucas or somebody closer. It was one of those like
But
they
to
said
be
it, and
fair-
I was like, "Shh, "This
to
is
be
stupid.
fair,
Stop saying it."
George Lucas is a bit of an idiot, isn't he?
Yeah. 'Cause
Yeah.
Again, I think he just wanted Hayden Christensen in the scene. And
Right.
this was like the excuse for why. Like
He could have made him look older.
he
Would've
should have
made
just
sense,
been. Even the fat dude didn't make sense, right? Who was the original actor?
Sebastian Shaw.
Yeah,
Right.
Even he didn't make any sense because theoretically, shouldn't he have looked? Remember when he
bit
takes
younger.
the mask off and he's like, "Oh, his face is all
Right.
fucked up."
He would
He
have
should
been
have looked like that when
like
he
that.
became the Force Ghost, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Like he should have had one missing arm and no leg and half a dick. Just like,
Half a
here I
dick.
am, Force Ghost.
Can you imagine if that was on
Yeah, he
screen?
would have had no dick, would he have?
No.
He fucking cut him right there. Like,
Yeah.
no dick. He wanted to make sure that Vader couldn't have any more kids.
Oh my god. That would have
Which is
been the most disturbing scene. Like all the kids would have screamed in the theater. That would have been funny. Oh my god.
But that also brings point to another point, right? Like, for why Star Wars is stupid.
Right.
Vader, they're like, you can't fuck, right? Jedi can't fuck. Vader fucks, has 2 kids, right? And at no point do any of the Sith go, I have a lot of power of the Force. It runs through our family. Maybe I should just fuck a whole bunch of chicks. Just get a whole bunch of chicks pregnant. Just have a dynasty of Sith.
Well, isn't that what we're led to believe Palpatine did?
Yeah.
No, but he just created a bunch of clones of himself.
No.
He actually had a.
There's a theory.
children.
It's a theory. Yeah. That he.
Well, there's a theory that he fucking magical Force Ghost. What's her name? Pregnant.
Right.
Which is stupid.
Well, he had to have done that to someone else, unless his son in the sequel trilogy is a clone. Right?
Yeah.
Who knows? Who fucking knows? You're right. It is all stupid. This shit makes no sense.
And again, here's what also doesn't make any sense. So apparently, Palpatine in the what was it? The last movie.
Rise of Skywalker.
Rise of Skywalker.
That's a new body, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Why in God's green earth?
Is it decaying?
No. Why would you like I'm Palpatine, I'm old, I'm frail. Like he never was like this fit dude. I'd be like, hey, clone Schwarzenegger. That's the guy I'm gonna possess. Right? Like, why are you cloning me to be?
No,
exactly
but was
like,
it not? It was like a literal clone of his body, though, wasn't it? You can't just choose a new body. He wasn't possessing somebody, Tony.
He was possessing his own body. He was still. He had.
No, he was a clone of himself,
No,
right?
wasn't it? Oh, yeah. Now I'm confused. Now I thought it. Why was it decaying then? I thought it was the original.
Well,
Because
it was
it-
because
it-
they
because
fucked
it-
up the cloning process, didn't they?
I think they took him out.
Was
too
it?
soon.
No, I thought. Hold on. The way it looks, it just.
It's not him. He's dead. He got thrown down the shaft. He was dead. His ghost, his force ghost, comes out.
Right, I know he was thrown down the shaft, but
And
I
it
mean,
goes inside another clone body. But the clone body was half baked. It wasn't fully.
Yeah, it wasn't fully formed.
Remember, because they tell you that it takes X amount of years for the clone to be formed.
But he was going to suck all the
juice,
force out of
right, okay,
out of Rey and Numbnuts, whatever his name, Kylo Ren.
Yeah, Aston says,
Numbnuts.
use the force to shoot sperm like machine gun bullets. Pray and spray. But I'm saying, like, right, like if you were gonna do that, wouldn't you clone like a better body?
Hold on, wait. Wasn't his...
Because Snoke is supposedly a clone of him, right?
Is he though?
Yeah. In the supplementary material, it's
All right.
revealed that he's like,
is that supplementary material canon though?
as far as Disney's concerned, it is.
Is it?
You Super J says in Dark Empire, the Palpatine clones were young and fit. See, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what
I haven't watched it yet, but it's the animated show that's on now. What's it called? Bad Batch. Is something come up in that where they've got clones on the go, or
Yeah, they're all clones in Bad Batch.
no, I don't mean that. I mean clones of like
Palpatine.
Snoke. No, like Snoke clones.
I don't know about that.
No, I don't know. I saw like an image. I haven't watched it. I have to
Well,
sit down and watch it.
So he's a clone. He's not a resurrection of the dead body, but yet he possessed the clone.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't it just?
Yeah, you could suppose if that's the case, he could possess somebody else, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm
Right.
saying. That would be like
that's actually.
I'd be like clone my body, but then make
Or
myself
how about
taller
if,
and stronger.
Let's say this is why, right? And then we're trying to help out George Lucas here by patching over the cracks, right? Maybe Palpatine's soul is too powerful to go in any other body but Palpatine's, and
Maybe it's like
destroy
a
it.
puzzle. Maybe it has to fit exactly. Like his clone body has to be the exact same shape for his soul to like slide in.
Yeah.
So okay, now I'm even more confused. Why were they cloning Snoke?
No, Snoke
They
is
went-
Palpatine. Snoke is a Palpatine clone.
Snoke is a fuck up clone of Palpatine, right?
Yeah.
Well, I swear to God, wasn't there something where we seen clones of Snoke?
No, but those are Palpatine. It just looked like that because it wasn't
They were
done yet.
fuck-ups.
It wasn't done yet. Okay. Weird, because it doesn't even look like him.
No. No, that's because I'll tell you the reason why that is blinded is because when they made Force Awakens, they didn't know what they were going to do for the next two.
Yeah, because
Right.
it wasn't going to be Snoke was going to be his own
It was
thing.
going to be something else. And then,
Right, I understand that part, but I just think it was weird that they try to fit in Snoke into that clone plot like that. Why not just say he was like, I don't know, like someone's attempt to clone Palpatine, but it really wasn't. It's its own thing instead of it being a clone of Palpatine that just looks.
It's pretty
weird.
infuriating, isn't it? It's like
I never really sat down and thought about it, but yeah, from Tony talking about it, yeah, it made my fucking mind just melt.
because
Like,
they're going to
what the fuck?
they're going to end up spending years on Disney Plus trying to make that make sense now.
Right.
And it's bad because you've already watched the sequel trilogy. Now you can go back after maybe once all the TV shows are finished and they fixed it all canonically. You can go back and watch the sequel trilogy and it still probably won't make sense. Because
wow,
because there's so many plot inconsistencies. This is why it irks me that they didn't just adapt, like the Solo twins and just stick with what they already had.
Because they had to pay. I told you.
Yeah,
I know. but
Disney
pay
just
the
didn't
money,
want to pay.
man. Just pay the money. Come on.
I wish they just went back and
But here's the thing. Hold on, I don't want to.
right. It's okay. No, it's okay.
but we go just pay the money, right? But it's not just like here's $100, here's $10,000, $100,000, whatever. I'm gonna use your character. Now it's like I'm gonna use it in media, then I'm gonna have to pay you for royalties on the toys, games, books, T-shirts, fucking. And Disney's like, I'm not gonna keep paying 10% to some make some other jackass $1 million. I'll just make my own characters. Totally not the same character, right? Like,
Right.
All right, then just so have instead of Jason and Jania solo, have Jaden solo.
Well, that's what they did. That's what Kylo Ren and Rey were supposed to, from my understanding. You know how she's left on Jakku?
Right.
Supposedly, from my understanding, the original plan, and again, this could just be someone making bullshit up, but the original plan was that they were twins, and what happened was they're like, well, we can't leave them together because what if one of them gets corrupted? So we'll drop her off with these people, right?
All right, so you think that was going to be the story until Rian Johnson got in there and fucking changed it.
What I don't understand is, okay, if Rian Johnson really fucked this up, why didn't they get him and J.J. Abrams to sit down and come up with an idea? That's the part I don't understand, right?
That's the main problem.
Because if they just got rid of Palpatine and instead the villain was just Kylo Ren, wouldn't that make a lot more sense? That it's like, oh, it's years later and like something has happened to him, so it's like still continuing on from where Rian Johnson left off, instead of like, oh, we have to shoehorn in Palpatine. Because that was the more you talk about it, the more I'm like, what was the reason of even putting Palpatine in this movie? Like he didn't appear in the other two movies, so does it really matter? I get he's a well-known villain.
That was it.
That was why. Yeah,
that was literally it.
It's still baffling though. Like it.
Well, what if?
God. It's not baffling. It's desperate.
Yeah. What if the actual plan was to have Kylo Ren become the good guy and Rey become the
That's
bad
what
guy?
I would have liked.
Because remember, Rise of the Skywalker. Kylo Ren is a Skywalker. It would have been his rise. If you look, there is almost a trajectory where you're like, okay, he's bad, but why is he bad? Because what happened with Luke, and then he goes through the whole like forgiveness with the father, whereas Rey's going the opposite way, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So you could almost have Rey, if she would have joined the dark side, and then he saw the light and she saw the dark. So the third movie would have been, oh shit, now Kylo Ren's the good guy and Rey's the bad. But they're like, wait a minute, can't have that because Force is female.
Forces, yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's the only reason why they wouldn't do that. I'm gonna have to sit down and watch Rise of Skywalker again, because to me it was just like a movie where you're like, it's so stupid and on its own. I couldn't really enjoy that movie. It's just like, what the fuck's happening?
Super J's right. Somehow Palpatine has returned. The foremost dumb string of words put together in cinema.
It gets dumber the more you think about it. It's just so. It's been 4 years and I'm like, oh my god, this is worse.
They stitched together Princess Leia dialogue and all that.
Right.
All Frankenstein together from footage from Force Awakens. It was weird, man. It was like she was the only actor of the original 3 that died during the production process, but she was the only character that remained alive.
Yeah.
At that point, it was so weird, man.
Yeah.
Well, you know what else is stupid, blinded? If you go back to the
Star Wars,
to the prequel trilogy, not Star Wars, to the prequels. Remember, the Force was just something like some mystical thing, right? It was like,
right.
But you could tap into it. So it was like, oh, okay, it was like Doctor Strange's magic. You don't really know what it is, but it's just kind of a thing. Then they go,
the midichlorian count.
They go, wait a minute, it's actually midichlorians. And their midichlorians are these little tiny things that exist inside your cells, right? And I go, wait a minute. Why can't we just cut you open, take out your midichlorians, and just like, put it inside me? Right? Mm-hmm. We have advanced technology that could do all kind of weird things in Star Wars, but apparently midichlorian steroids don't exist, right? Because if they're a thing, and if that thing gives you the Force, then you should be able to take that thing out of like Finbar and put it in me, and now I have more force.
Right. Make something, right? Even if it's
Even
an
if it's like
artificial
little pills,
vision.
like here, take this pill, it'll give you temporary force powers, and like,
Right.
like none of
Right,
that.
right.
Like,
That would actually be interesting, but yeah, no. Yeah, I did this.
and apparently you could clone if you clone Palpatine. The midichlorians clone too, right?
Mhm.
So again, you can clone the thing that gives you access to the Force, and the more of the thing, the stronger you are. But let's not clone any of those. Let's not worry about those things. We don't need that. Let's just make a whole bunch.
There wasn't even any
Boba
excuse for
Fett's.
the midichlorian thing because that was Lucas as well that wrote that.
But you would think like he gave you something like, well, let's explore this weird thing that he decided to have, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You Super J says maybe blood type B can't donate to A.
Maybe.
Oh man, this is.
And you know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see somebody in the Star Wars universe that has no midichlorians, like some guy that you just can't sense. To like, I didn't sense you coming. He's like, 'cause I have no midichlorians. It's just like he's an assassin that kills Jedi because they can't sense him, right? Because like,
Right.
he's like he just has regular weapons,
Sounds
but you don't
so-
know he's coming.
Oh God. Oh
Just
my God.
like you'll see him like sensing people, then like the guy just disappears in his sense vision because like
Right.
midichlorians. It's like when you cover yourself in mud and the predator can't see you anymore.
Right. Right.
Surely all the droids have got no midichlorians.
No, they actually say that midichlorians are in everything in the universe, even
Including
rocks
droids.
in the ground and everything.
Right. So you can have a Jedi rock.
Yeah, well, because remember the robot, what is it? The R5 unit was a Jedi.
Yeah, well that's non-canon now though.
No, it was canon in the.
It was
Legends.
canon, but it's not now.
Yeah, that's why I said at one time. So at one time they were entertaining the idea that they could.
I don't know who wrote that, but I think whoever wrote that was on cocaine at the time.
This shit is so stupid.
It sounds like a fucking droid. It was force sensitive.
What is? Oh my God.
Yeah. See, look at you. Super J says there's an animal that blocks the force, the Yolsalmari or something.
Oh.
Yeah, see.
Oh yeah. That was that in Clone Wars? Is that right?
I never watched Clone Wars, but I'll take your word for it.
Confirm or deny, you Super J, please. Thrawn uses it to fuck with Vader. Thrawn. Rebels. Was it in Rebels?
Yeah. Thrawn used it to fuck with Vader. Yeah. So it's got to be in the.
Or was it Legends?
The Legends.
Well, Thrawn and Vader were in Rebels though. So.
Oh, so maybe it is Rebels. Like I don't watch any of the cartoons, so I don't.
You should. Some of them are good.
I'll get around to it, but it's even stupider because so
when he's talking about the Zan books, right? Okay, fair enough.
When Vader gets chopped up, right? Did the midichlorians all rush into the non-chopped parts, or did he lose a whole bunch of them when he got chopped up?
Probably lost a few midichlorians out of his dick hole.
What I'm saying is like, because remember he was like the most powerful Jedi ever, and it's because of midichlorians. His count was higher. So, like I said, like when he gets chopped up, is he weaker? Because he has less. Like if you lose a finger, it's like, oh shit, now I can't do the Force as much. I lost my.
Because you lost your pinky finger.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Is it like bigger people? Like they got more? Like how does Yoda, being so small, have more midichlorians than like Chewbacca, who's huge?
Well, he has little tiny midichlorians.
They come in different. They're not the same size.
The little people ones. He's not got full size ones.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I know it's stupid, but the problem is we've been watching it for years and we can't stop.
Well, like I hate when they, and this is what I was going to say, right? If what Finbar was saying is true, that they're going to somehow use the TV shows to explain the ending of the sequel trilogy.
Apparently, that is what they're trying to do now. They're trying to bridge the gap between them.
Yeah, patch the holes, bridge the gap.
To me, it's like, why though? Like, what are you going to get out of that? Like,
So that they
it just
so that-
makes it more ridiculous.
It's just so that they can turn around and say, "See, we planned this all along."
So they can tell you, see, it makes
now
sense.
these movies
Those-
you said sucked make sense. Yeah,
yeah.
You
These
can't.
movies were always good. You guys were just wrong.
You
You
just
didn't
didn't know.
understand it.
Oh
You weren't
my-
ready.
Oh my
Yeah.
god!
we made you ready with all this Disney Plus content.
And this is why I say they need to get away from this era of Star Wars. Go somewhere else.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, go. Let's go to High Republic for a bit.
Well, they don't even got to get away from this era. I think they just need to move away from this fucking planet, right? Like the universe is vast, and they're like, we're gonna stick on the one planet where there's fucking Skywalkers.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Right.
what
Yeah,
about
they're
all
always,
the
they're
other
always
shit?
hanging around Tatooine, Coruscant, and all these places. Yeah, fuck off somewhere else.
Right? Yeah.
Visit Earth. All them years ago.
It does exist.
Yeah,
It does exist.
they don't
right,
say
yeah.
how they don't say how long a time ago it was, but imagine it, you've got
It was a long time ago.
force sensitive dinosaurs.
Force sensitive time.
Well, here's another thing that doesn't make any sense in Star Wars, and I know that we're not supposed to think about things, but because they wrote these things down in books and like supplementary material, like to explain things,
Right.
Coruscant is supposed to be on the exact same time as Earth. Okay, so it takes 24 hours for a day on Coruscant, 1 year, 365 days to go around the sun, and every planet is supposed to operate on Coruscant time. That's how everybody's is
Right.
like on the same
Right.
time, right? But how does that work? Because if your planet spins twice as fast, and you're like, "Oh, it's only 3:00. We've had 6 days go by on this planet, but it's only 6:00 Coruscant time, so I guess you're still going to work. Looks like you got 4 more weeks of work. Like, how does that work?
Well, if you lived on a planet, I can't believe we're talking about this. If you lived on a planet that a day was 6 hours long, but you were a human being, you would still operate on a 24-hour clock because that's how your body's built.
No, but you wouldn't be a human being. You would be a whatever planet
Right.
it is.
Well, maybe all the aliens sleep at different times. Maybe they have the sleeping pattern that you've got, Tony.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is,
2 hours cheap.
like you ever watch Star Wars, or like they'll pick up their Star Wars phone and be like, "Hey, we're going to Coruscant. It's going to take an hour, right?" And they're like,
Right.
"You're on this planet,
Yeah.
and they're on that planet. How are you coordinating time?
Time,
Your time
yeah,
is
that
going different."
Again, you're digging into the whole wise time dilation not working and all that. You
Yeah.
really want to switch off
I
when you're
can't.
watching this shit. Yeah, I know you can't because you're autistic.
They made it. Don't mention time. Don't mention like conversion rates of money and shit. Just like pretend it don't exist.
But
Yeah.
it's what you understand though, like as the audience. It's kind of like when, and I don't like it when they do these things when they have foreign language, foreigners talking English amongst each other,
Right.
just so that you, the audience, will understand it.
Right.
Why do
yeah.
they do that? But they do it anyway because it's just what you, the audience, will understand.
Right.
But they could easily put subtitles up. But so just saying to you, it's going to take a day to get here in the Star Wars universe is easier than them trying to explain to you the ins and outs of how that planet's time works, and
Right. Yeah. It may be.
they don't want
too
to have to waste their
complicated.
time getting into time dilation because we went from Coruscant to Tatooine, and Obi-Wan died in the time it took us to get there because they move around the universe the galaxy so often that there'd be so many fucking old people.
Yeah, there would just be everything would be fucked up.
Like, you sure you want to travel to Coruscant because by the time you get there, your parents will be dead. So it's just easier to switch off from it, isn't it?
Oh man.
Plus, they haven't ever really explained. They're not traveling at the speed of light; they're traveling faster than light, right?
They have to be.
They haven't really explained whether that's like a wormhole or whether they're really traveling
Portal.
that physical. Yeah, I don't think they are traveling physical space, are they? They're using the what do they call that? It's not a wormhole, is it?
Black hole.
Not black hole. There's a name for it in science.
Hyperspace?
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. I can't think. No, hyperspace. You know when they go from when they do that thing where they fold the paper over.
That's
punch a hole
hyperspace.
through. It's not hyperspace. That's not what they call
Well,
it.
isn't that a black hole?
Wormhole.
No, black hole something else. Maybe it's
Wormhole.
called a wormhole, but they use a technical name for it.
That is the technical name.
Einstein's. Maybe it is, yeah.
And what is a black hole then? I thought a black hole was like a theory. Like the theory is that it is a wormhole.
No.
Well,
They
welcome.
think that it's possible that
But
you could use it.
you're welcome to travel into a black hole if you like, mate. But you'll be on your own. I'm not coming.
Well, theoretically, here to get into like all the theoretical science.
Right.
They say that a black hole, it is so dense that the outside of the black hole actually reflects things that have happened already, right?
Okay.
So there's a theory that actually this whole universe is already inside a black hole, and what we're experiencing is actually things that already happened in the process of being crushed down into nothingness.
Oh,
yeah,
well, that explains what Interstellar was about now. Okay.
He's like, oh shit, that movie makes sense now. Well,
I don't know where I got that in my mind that it was a black hole was like a wormhole.
Well, some people, because there used to be like, well, a black hole, and you go inside of it and you pop up out of another black hole.
Right, yeah.
But that was like long time ago.
Yeah,
in old science fiction.
I think now the accepted theory is if you try to go into a black hole, you're dead.
Yeah,
you get spaghettified.
But
not obviously not Matthew McConaughey. He ends up in a fucking library of some kind.
Yeah, he's. That's what Tony's explaining. That it's like he went back in time because it was like
everything is already happening.
Right? Yeah. And that's why at the beginning of the movie he was fucking with the books, but you didn't know that was him.
There's also, so you know what vibrations are, right? How everything vibrates,
right?
Okay, yeah. So the Earth has a vibrational pattern, right? And apparently, astronauts say that as they've been off of the planet, they experience anxiety and paranoia and like a feeling of like just being off, right? And scientists believe that this is because you're no longer feeling the vibrational pattern of the Earth, because the Earth is shaking on this level that like we don't notice it, right? But everything's like vibrating.
Right.
So if this is a true phenomenon, like everyone in Star Wars would just be all fucked up from leaving their planets because your planet vibrates at a different vibrational pattern than another planet, and you'd be like, oh, this is all fucking weird. Like you'd be all like, the fuck am I doing here? Like, and just being out in space for extended periods of time, like people would just be killing each other. It'd be like, it's like cabin fever, but like space version, right?
That's what it's going to be like when they move to Mars. Cabin fever.
Yeah.
If people actually go to Mars, oh my god.
Yeah, there will be. There'll be people going, but they'll probably be dead in about 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Yeah, well, they said just like the space rocks that like are flying through and like passing by Mars.
Right.
Like, you can't just put a building; it would just like go through it, right? Like, it's not going to happen. We're never going to colonize Mars unless we colonize underneath Mars, like inside the crust. Right?
There's more chance. They're saying there's more chance in this colonizing the clouds of Venus.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
You know, I heard there's a really good chance to colonize Uranus. It's kind of hard to
colonize Uranus.
Oh my god.
But yeah, so I mean, nothing in Star Wars would actually work, right? Just don't think. I guess Finbar's right. Just turn your fucking brain off.
Well, that's the thing you were arguing with Blinded about before.
Yeah, I know.
It's being able to turn your brain off and just forget it. But that's the autism kicking in, Tony.
It is. Certain things, you know, they make
set you off. Yeah,
yeah, they do.
It's the vibrations of the earth that cause it.
Vibrations.
It's quite possible. You guys think I'm joking, but I believe it was Tesla that actually said he was going to build a machine, and this is anecdotal evidence. But apparently, he built a machine that could vibrate. It was like a little tiny machine that would vibrate a little bit. And apparently, he hooked it up to his apartment building, and he made the whole apartment building shake because he was able to match the vibrational pattern of the building with his machine.
Sold his invention to horny women.
No. That's a different kind of vibrational machine. That was actually a medical device back in the old days.
Vibrator.
Yeah. They would have
yeah,
advertising.
That doesn't surprise me. Yeah.
They did.
Yeah,
There was advertising for like you to come in and get a vibrational treatment. Like, are you feeling irritable? Are you not yourself, ladies? Come in for a free vibrational testing.
Wow.
You know, doctor would just be like, and she'd be like, "Oh, I'm better." Like, yeah, see, you got a headache? Fix you right up. Yeah, see, look, Aston knows. Tesla's electronic mechanical oscillator is a steam-powered electric generator patented by Nikola Tesla in 1893. My autism remembers things. There's a little tiny machine that he would just like. He said he claimed. See, that he claimed that his oscillator caused an earthquake in New York City.
Fucking Tesla.
What's up, 1 inch biceps? It's just like Tesla's idea of like putting electricity into the air, right? And everybody's like, "Oh, this is awesome. This will be great." And I'm like, you realize that would mean electricity was in the air, right? Like you couldn't just walk outside with like you'd get electrocuted.
Right.
Do you not realize like how this works? Like the amount of electricity that would have to be in the air to power things, right? Like maybe like because they always go, look at the electricity's in the air. Like I could power a light bulb. I'm like, yeah, that's little. Like now let me see you power like a fucking, you know, a car or fucking, you know, a whole house.
Right.
Yeah. The amount of power you would have to fucking generate into the air.
Yeah,
I
no
think it'd
way.
be a little dangerous.
Right. Mm-hmm. Now that's interesting. Now it makes me want to go and look more at this shit.
He invented a lot of weird things, and that's probably why Edison was out there, you know, electrocuting elephants.
Yeah, try to catch up.
Dude, that's got to be one of the weirdest parts of history. Like when fucking the United States government was just like, we're going to allow Edison to go around the country and electrocute and kill elephants to prove that his electricity is better than fucking Tesla's.
Oh, it's weird.
The ends justify the means.
I guess.
In that scenario, though?
Well, yeah. Listen, man, we're talking to each other because of his science.
Yeah, but if you ask some people, we would have been better off with Tesla's electricity.
Yeah. I think we'd all be impotent, though, or something, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Oh, and that'd be like the best case scenario.
Hmm.
Who knows? But either way, we've gotten way off of topic. But Mandalorian, not interesting. As you can see, we'd rather talk science and Nikola Tesla and black holes.
What I want to say about the Mandalorian, that part where the foundling, so yes, Grogu has to fight that other foundling, right?
Right.
And they say it's the one who's challenged choice of weapon. He chooses these fucking paint darts. Why doesn't he choose a 25-kilogram mace instead, and then just beat Grogu to death with it? Or am I just
an idiot?
That's unfair. Here's what I didn't understand. Okay, I actually brought this up because the guy who's running this show or the contest, whatever, the referee, he goes, all right, we're going to do these paintball darts. They each got 3 shots, right? Whoever hits the other guy the most wins, right?
Yeah.
So the kid shoots Grogu, gets a point. Shoots Grogu again, gets a point. Points at Grogu. Grogu flips over him, flips back over. Grogu shoots him 3 times. He's like, you win, Grogu wins. And I'm like, the kid got one more shot.
Hmm.
Like if he missed, if they showed him shoot it and miss, and then when Grogu jumped, then I'd be like, oh yeah, right?
Wasn't it just first to 3?
No, he literally says whoever scores the most points wins. Right. You each got 3 shots. So the thinking was if the kid missed the last shot, then he would be 3-2, right? Because he has one more shot, it could tie it up. Because if you were going like that, you would just be like whoever shoots the other guy first wins, right?
Right.
I would want to see the rule book on this.
I
would think maybe once you fired your 3rd shot and hit him, he's exhausted his lives at that point.
Yeah, but he didn't shoot the third shot.
No, I mean he's lost it because he's
Because
lost
he
all
got
3
hit
lives.
3. Right.
And he didn't say that. He didn't say the first one that hit the other guy, because then
Yeah, but
he would
again,
have
we
to
haven't
reload. He would
seen
have
the
to
whole
reload
rulebook.
you, right? If you missed, what if they both missed? He'd be like, "Oh shit, here's more shots." He literally
Right.
said you only have 3 shots. Whoever scores the most points wins.
Again,
It'd be
this
like
could
if I gave you 3 basketballs and I gave Blinded 3 basketballs, I go, all right, shoot at the basket. Whoever scores the most points wins. And Blinded scored 3 times, and you scored twice, but you still had 1 more shot. And I'm like, Blinded wins. And you're like,
Yeah.
dude, I didn't even fucking shoot my last shot.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
No.
This could have all been dealt with if he'd just beaten Grogu to death with a mace. They would have to
I
worry
thought
about
Grogu was what I thought was going to happen. I thought the kid was going to shoot the 3rd shot, and Grogu was going to like stop it with the Force.
that. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. Like
And then maybe push
Kylo
it
Ren
back.
did with the
Maybe push it back at him, and
yeah.
and everyone be like, oh, he could use the Force. Like he shot the bullet back at him, and then he shoots him with the 3. He's like 4-2,
4-2,
bitch.
yeah.
Like that would have been cool.
That would have been cool.
But I'm not writing the show. I'm just watching it. 1 Inch Bicep says we did get Tesla electric. Tesla invented AC and the transformers to bring AC down for houses. Edison just wanted to do DC, which doesn't travel so well, then run a direct line to your house from the factory. This is true. Thank you for the correction, 1 Inch.
Yeah.
All right. We got a couple more articles here. We might as well get to them.
Yeah, some
Apparently,
big ones.
some decent sized ones. I guess we'll go Atari first. Atari enters into an agreement to acquire Night Dive Studios and announces its intention to proceed with the insurance of 30 million euros. Is that a euro? What is it?
Yeah, euros.
Yeah.
30 million euro bonds convertible into new Atari shares. Atari enters into
a euro's about $1. Sorry, just to give you a quick conversion.
All right. Atari enters into an agreement to acquire Night Dive. I hate when they fucking this annoys the shit out of me. Why do you put like this huge fucking? This is the title of your article, and it's literally the first fucking sentence of your article. Right? Like no. Just put like Atari to issue 30 million shares, and then you could put this giant fucking thing in the. I'm sorry. Paris, France. When you see an article like this where it says like Paris, France, March, whatever, this is literally copy pasted from the press release. Literally, because this is how all press releases are formatted. It's a little inside baseball for you.
All right.
Atari, the company. Well, thank you for letting me know Atari is the company. One of the world's most iconic consumer brands and interactive entertainment producers announced that it's entered into an agreement to acquire 100% of Night Dive Studios, Inc. Night Dive, a full-service game development and publishing company based in Vancouver, Washington, USA. What has Night Dive made? Anybody know? Without looking it up.
Night Dive? No.
In addition, Atari SA also announced that it intends to proceed in the near term with a 30 million bond issue convertible into new shares of Atari in order to meet with its capital needs in the context of the implementation of its new growth strategy and refinancing of its debt. Led by industry veterans Stephen Kick and Larry Cooperman, Night Dive is a full-service development and publishing company with the expertise in restoring, optimizing, and publishing classic video games. Night Dive has published over 100 titles and has garnered critical acclaim for releases of seminal industry and fan favorite titles, including System Shock, Doom 64, and Quake.
Are they doing the System Shock remake?
Yeah, 2023 it says. I know you said don't look it up, but I did.
I was gonna say it doesn't say the remake.
Yeah, it is. It's the 2023 one. Yeah.
Well, yeah, remaster, not a. It's a remake. It's not a remaster, but not to get technical.
Well, I think they did the original System Shock too.
Okay.
So they remastered Doom 64 then. right?
It looks like it.
Yeah, and
And remastered Quake. Right.
yeah,
So what-
that one's weird.
So they just kind of like that's their the area of expertise is just taking old games and remastering them for new hardware. Right.
But they have 3 original releases. So Spirits of Xanadu, Womb Room, which I've never heard of, which sounds weird.
Womb Room.
Yeah.
Oh,
Don't
that's
look it up. I wouldn't look it up. And System Shock, the 2023 remake.
Mm-hmm.
Womb Room, the developer is Bearded Eye.
Yeah.
Again, doesn't get any better, does it?
No.
Bearded Eye.
What was it called in role models? Your winking eye? Whispering eye. Your whispering eye.
Whispering eye.
It means vagina. It means vagina. That's one of the best parts where he's like all giddy because he got him to say that on the phone.
Oh boy.
So yeah, Night Dive's most recent project is a remastered version of the classic FPS game System Shock, which is one of the most anticipated retro releases of 2023. Is it though? System Shock is now available for pre-order on Steam, GOG, and Epic Games. I mean, I remember hearing about it when it was like first announced, and then like kind of like people just stopped talking about it.
Well, I think it's been like what 6 years now.
Yeah, that's probably why people stopped talking about it.
Yeah.
Well, they're doing System Shock 2 as well.
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's been 6 years. Might as well just fucking remake the second one too.
A key to the success of Night Dive is their proprietary Kex engine that makes classic games playable on modern hardware. It gives the studio the ability to enhance and improve upon the original to meet the expectations of contemporary players. The studio's reputation and deep industry knowledge have made them a go-to partner for some of the largest names in gaming and media and allowed them to develop a diversified portfolio of titles. I wonder, now, last week we covered the Atari, Atari Game Pool thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm wondering if these games are going to be somehow folded into that, because that could be like
which games though?
All these
remake.
remasters.
Yeah, the new one, like because it's not out yet, right? The System Shock. So if this is included as part of Atari Pool, that could make the investment a better, a better.
Because these are all recognizable names, and
but they can't use Doom and Quake.
No.
Right.
Doom and Quake are digital. Those are just what they did before. But they're doing now. They're working on System Shock now. It hasn't released yet.
Right.
Atari said, "Give us money. We're going to make games." Then they also bought this studio, right? And I'm saying if the studio's new game that hasn't been released yet is included into the Atari pool as part of like this is one of the games where your money is going to be to help get it over the finish line. That could make your investment a better deal, more not lucrative. What's the word I'm looking for? More appealing, right? That's a more appealing investment. If I go, part of what I'm investing in is System Shock that's coming out later this year. That I know is a good game that people are going to buy. So this could actually be a good investment.
Mm-hmm. Right? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
But if it doesn't, then I'm going, wait a minute. Again, now I'm back to what the fuck am I investing in? What games are you coming out with? Give me something.
Mm-hmm.
Like with Digital Eclipse, their game, the Atari 50th, is the first game that they used the money from Republic, and they're actually going to do the payout in May. Is the first payout for what they did because they actually did make money, and people are going to make money off of that investment.
Right.
10x returns.
No, not 10x. I think it's capped at 3x.
Yeah.
10x was just Tommy's in the
bullshit.
No, that was the what the hell is his name?
Fake.
The Tika Tawari Neil Patel bullshit. But the Republic is it's 100% capped at 300. 300% is the most because they even tell you there's a monetary cap, right? So it's like 300%. That's it. Like we're done paying you out. or there's a time frame cap. So like they're like, we'll keep paying you for like things like 3 years, and then that's it. Like if you haven't hit the cap after 3 years, you're just fucked out of luck. Like we're gonna keep the money after 3 years. It's ours.
Right.
So that's why, like, when people were looking up the Republic stuff, they're like, they didn't make any money in 2022 on these games. I'm like, no shit. The games came out like 7 years ago. The fucking deal's over with. Did they have to keep listing them because they did actually make the games, and the games are part of the fucking history of Fig, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because of the way, but they're not paying out anything anymore.
Right.
For the fiscal year ended December 2022, which is weird because the fiscal year doesn't end in December, right?
No, it doesn't.
March.
31st.
So that would be the fiscal years are stupid. Night Dive has reported revenue of approximately US 3.0 million, and there's like a 1 here for some reason. So there's a little annotation that we got to read. The founders own 87% of the company's shares, while Wade Rosen, chairman and CEO of Atari, owns a minority stake of 13%. With this acquisition, Atari will enrich its large library of owned IP, be able to leverage Night Dive's proprietary technology, and utilize Night Dive's publishing capabilities to support Atari's retro-focused growth strategy.
Well, out of curiosity, what other IPs do they own?
Night Dive?
Besides this, yeah.
What you mean? Which ones do they make themselves?
Right, like their own IP, right? They have System Shock, but what else do they own?
I think they got Rise of the Triad.
Okay.
I think because that's no Apogee is the original developer.
Mm.
Yeah,
but Apogee's a publisher on the new one. So I don't know.
Because I mean, like, why would they acquire them just off of System Shock?
Well, because
I know that's a well-known name, but
I think it's not for the System Shock. I think that's in the article for us. I think it's actually the Kex technology because they can take old games, put it through this proprietary tech. Fuck my brain, and enhance it. So they go, oh, we got old games. They got some tech that's going to make old games better. Go buy that company.
Right. I get that part. Yeah. I mean, but if they're going to do that with Atari games, would that be super beneficial?
Well, it's not just Atari games because remember, Atari bought a couple other companies, and they're working with Digital Eclipse and some other companies. So they might go. It's one of those like roundabout things. Like, hey, we're going to do a deal with you to make this game, but check it out. We now have this technology to help you make the game better.
Right. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
So
it's quite a good business model because you don't really have to come up with anything yourself.
Right. Yeah. Okay. It does make sense now from that perspective.
So, what else is going on here? With the blah 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 blah. Okay, this acquisition has been approved unanimously by the disinterested members of the board of Atari. Wow.
Disinterested? Wow.
It's being specified that Wade Rosen did not participate to the vote. Well, that's good.
They're not any video games.
Yeah. Wade Rosen, chairman and CEO of Atari, commented, Night Dive's proven expertise and successful track record in commercializing retro IP is well aligned with Atari's strategy, and I am confident that their combined talent, technology, and IP portfolio will contribute to Atari's future successes. The IP portfolio, it might be a case of that they license the IP to publish for X amount of years, so they might go back and republish or like make another version of something.
Right.
Blah 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 blah. All right, so this is just we don't need to read all this. This is all investor stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Also, just I don't know why other websites do this. I definitely don't. But when they copy the press release, right? I always feel weird because they always have contacts and stuff, right?
Right. Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't copy that part. Like, I'm not sure that they want that part copied and just paste it on a website somewhere. Like, here's fucking Atari's phone number and all their fucking email addresses, right?
Right.
But I guess other sites are just like, whatever.
Oh my god.
Because I was scrolling down and I'm seeing all these people.
I
It's like,
did. Yeah, I did see that part.
like what?
It's like, whoops. And then they don't fix it.
So I don't know. I always feel weird. I always like exclude that part.
But yeah, it is kind of weird because, I mean, you don't know who's going to be reading the article, right? You can just take that and be like, oh, I'm going to fuck with them. So, yeah.
And always, again, because I think the press release goes to you, right? It goes like, your press, here's the press release. You're supposed to read it. And I think the contact information is for you in case you have follow-up for them. Not so much for you, like, hey, put this out on your website, right? Like IGN, just throw all our contact information because we want all your people to call us on the phone.
Right. Yeah. Yahoo seems a little bit sloppy.
Yeah, that's an intern that's done that.
All right, we got 2 articles, both of them MCU related. The first is Victoria Alonso attorney blasts ridiculous claim she was fired over Argentina 1985. Says executive was silenced by Disney. So apparently, she was moonlighting and working on this project, Argentina 1985, and Disney is citing breach of contract as the reason for her termination. Basically saying, hey, she shouldn't have been working on 2 things. Like, she couldn't do this job if she was doing other things, right?
Right.
She's saying, no, that the real reason is because despite looking very white, she is a Latina. I was shocked when I learned that. But she's a Hispanic lesbian who apparently does not like Bob Iger's stance on the Florida bill. It's not a don't say gay bill. I know that's what they called it in the article, and that's what all the crazies, no, it's not don't say gay. It's just, hey, let's not teach children about sex ed and stuff, right? But we're not going to get into that. So apparently Bob Iger's like, yeah, that's cool, and she's like, that's not cool, Iger. I don't like that, and they're like, you're fired.
Is that? I didn't read this specific article. Because this is the rebuttal to the Hollywood Reporter. The Hollywood Reporter one is the one I read. But this one, I didn't realize that that's what the lawyer was claiming. Because I thought it was, someone told me it was because of a pay cut. She was going to get a pay cut and she got pissed off. Because it seems like there's more to the story than what the 2 are saying.
There's stuff that we don't know.
Well, here's the thing here, right? Okay, so blah, 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 blah. Argentina director was executive producer on multiple nominee Black Panther. Just 8 days later, Alonso was fired for breach of contract in violation of Disney standards for business conduct. Quote, the idea that Disney both knew and approved her ability to work on Argentina 1985, then ostensibly say they have caused to fire her over an interview or 2 in support of that film seems crazy. The idea that Victoria was fired over a handful of press interviews relating to a personal passion project about human rights and democracy that was nominated for an Oscar in which she got Disney's blessing to work on is absolutely ridiculous. Victoria, a gay Latina who had the courage to criticize Disney, was silenced. Then she was terminated when she refused to do something she believed was reprehensible. Disney and Marvel made a really poor decision that they have serious consequences. There's a lot more to this story, and Victoria will be telling it shortly in one form or another.
Well, what doesn't make sense about that, right, is this was going on way before Bob Iger even came back, right? This was starting to happen with Bob Chapek. So,
well, here it is. So it says a source close to the matter also says that following Alonso's remarks at the 2022 GLAAD Awards, in which she called out then CEO Bob Chapek by name for his reaction to Florida's quote "Don't Say Gay" bill, she was told she could no longer do press for Marvel projects. So that's what she's basically saying, that she called out Chapek and then I guess Iger after he showed up. And they're like, hey, you know what? You've been criticizing Disney. Stop doing press engagements.
Right.
Wait, which Bob is it that opposes this gay bill?
No,
Previous Bob.
They're both for
It's both. It's both. Yeah. Even though Bob Iger is not gonna say that publicly.
Okay, so the bill essentially boils down to don't introduce concepts of sexual not orientation, but more like hey, Bill and Fred are gay, right? Like they're two dudes kissing each other and they love each other. Like there's no need to talk about it, is what they're basically saying, right?
Right.
Like, those kids are too young to understand what's going on. Like you don't need a math problem saying Bill kissed Fred 7 times and then Fred kissed Bill 5 times. How many times did they kiss each other? Like it's just like you don't like why, right? Like when Bill went to the gay rally, he saw 3 men. And when Fred went, he saw 4 women. How many people did they say? It's like come on. Just have a normal, word.
Right.
And so people are saying, well, don't say gay because, if it's a regular couple, no one says anything. And I'm like, well, there shouldn't be like regular couples kissing and talking about like having kids and stuff like, right? Like leave all that shit alone. They're like 3 years old. And they should be talking about fucking puppies and boogers and how many farts came out.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about the bill. I mean, I'm not American, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's basically it's just a Florida bill. It's like don't include certain things or certain conversations, and it's like if a little kid, so if a 5-year-old kid came out and said, "Hey, teacher, I'm gay," right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think my parents will be mad if I tell them I'm gay. The teachers want to be able to keep it secret, and the governor is like, no, like the parents should know, right? It's the parents' right to know things. Like the teacher shouldn't be talking about like gay, like, oh, yes, little Billy, you're gay, and here's what it means, right? Like, no, like that should be between the parent and the child. You're just a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's like this big fight. We're like, well, if Billy doesn't feel comfortable, what if Billy goes home and tells his dad, hey, I'm gay, and then his dad, beats his ass, and you're like, well, okay, that's a thing, right? We get that. But then what if Billy tells teacher he's gay and then teacher molests him, right? Because they have secrets together, right? So that's the other end of it. And I'm like, when did the country become so fucked up? Like that everybody's either getting whipped or molested, right? It's like, is there a middle ground somewhere?
Mm.
So, yeah. And then I guess Disney, it's one of those things where Disney publicly backs it, but then Bob Iger and Chapek privately disagree with it, but they're the CEOs of Disney, so anyway.
Right.
Aston's right. Parental Rights and Education Bill is the name of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. So Aston, he's been helping us out big time. Classroom instruction by school personnel or third parties on sexual orientation or gender identity may not occur in kindergarten through grade 3 or in a manner that is not age appropriate or developmentally appropriate for students in accordance with state standards.
Damn, man.
Right.
Ask them with the research there.
Yeah. And it's essentially what I said, what it boils down to. What they're saying is like, okay, when you teach sex ed, right, you only go so far. Like they don't need to like.
You don't need to be explicit.
Yeah, don't be explicit. Don't, as age appropriate. So as you get older, you could discuss things further, but and I guess
Right. Yeah.
we're canceled just for talking about it. But anyway, she's against it, and she's saying
canceled.
That's the reason why she got fired.
Yeah, I agree with Blinded. There's more to this that we don't know.
Yeah, that's the part I don't understand. It's like, well, when was that GLAAD award? Can we
2022?
No, I know that, but I mean like a month. Because it just doesn't make sense. Like you took this long, and
no. See, here's what happened. They told her after the GLAAD award, she did the speech, and she said, Bob Chapek's an asshole. Fucking gay people rule.
Right,
Whatever,
right.
Whatever the fuck it is, she said. And then Disney said, you can no longer do press interviews, right? It's it.
Mhm.
So she didn't do any press interviews until Argentina 1985 won an Oscar. Okay.
Right.
Which was just the other month. And then she did a press interview. And Disney's like, well,
It
we
was-
told you
it was
not to
a
do
breach.
press interviews.
Right.
You're
You
fired.
think maybe
Well,
you
that's
think maybe
not-
they were looking for a reason? Do you think?
Well, hold on, because that's a different reason in the Hollywood Reporter. Because the reason why Disney is firing her is what you were saying in the beginning, was that she was competing with another studio, because in her contract it says you can only work for us, right? And she decided to work with Amazon.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what
And
I'm
so-
saying is this is what she's saying
Right.
is happened. She's saying that they told her not to do press interviews.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Sorry.
Because apparently she's claiming Disney knew about the movie. Disney gave her the blessing, like, yeah, go ahead, work on that movie.
Mhm.
No problem. But then when she did the thing, they're like, hey, stop doing interviews. But then she did an interview, and then they're like, well, you're fired. And she's like,
Well,
they didn't. She's saying that they didn't fire her because she did an interview, but they were like Finbar is saying they were waiting for an excuse because of what she
get rid
had
of her.
said previously.
Right. But what I find it weird, right, is that if that's the case, it took them 8 days to fire her.
Well, they probably had legal to go through and stuff.
Yeah.
They
They
had to
had to
make sure
cross
they
their
had it
T's
airtight.
and
Yeah.
dot their I's. And
Disney are nothing if not extremely careful when it comes to legal stuff.
Mm.
I don't know how it is in Canada, Blinded.
Loose and fast,
Right.
I think, in Canada.
No. I mean, no. I just thought the 8. I don't know, something about it being like it happened, and
that's what I'm
Monday
saying.
morning you come in, and it would have been known, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know how it is in Canada, but in America, sometimes you could do something
Mhm.
and you totally know you're going to get fired, and then you just don't get fired for a while, like because they got to,
Right.
like he said,
Yeah.
they got to go through
Due diligence.
everything, go check, and they got to go through the kabuki theater of look, we're looking into it, and we're
Mhm.
making sure. But in a couple of days, you're getting fired. Like, there's the
You-
inevitable.
What is it like in Canada? Blinded is like
No,
you're
I'm
fired.
not.
You're fired, eh? Hey, what
No,
you can't do that to me, like.
I'm pretty sure it's the same here. I just thought it was a little bit weird because this happened at the Oscars. They knew that this was going to happen, and so I felt like, wouldn't it have been sooner than
No,
8
because
days?
she never did another interview. They wanted to fire her, but if they
Right.
did give her the blessing, right? So
Mhm.
they couldn't fire her for that. Exactly. So they had to wait and like, okay, now she did the interview. Now we can fire her because they probably did.
Right, for the other reason.
Yeah, I'm 100% sure without seeing any contracts, without being in the rooms, right? There's no way that Victoria Alonso snuck away from Disney and was working with Amazon on this movie,
Right.
that they didn't know about. Like,
Yeah, they obviously knew.
Baskin Robbins always finds out, is what I'm saying.
I don't know how much I don't know how much of our hands were in what Marvel done, but I don't know where I'd heard this. I don't know whether it was you guys discussing it or whether I heard it somewhere else. Is that the position she was in with Marvel Studios was created just for her?
Yeah, it was.
Is that you guys were talking about that?
Yeah,
And that's
So-
another thing that doesn't make sense. Right,
But-
you fired. This is like, even though she did all these things, right? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to give her a slap on the wrist because she's basically built the
Well,
company?
Not if they want her off the books, right? Not if she's. I know she was head of VFX and stuff, right? The VFX have been shocking. Maybe
It's not even just VFX though. It's her, Kevin Feige, and then I always mispronounce the other guy's name. But it was the three of them who are really the reason for Marvel Studios, because they started it right in the beginning. They were there for 17 years.
Well,
the
maybe
three of them.
they're throwing her under the bus. Remember, Ant-Man did pretty
Right.
bad, right? You got the Ant-Man movie bombing pretty hard. All the VFX stuff happening, right? Maybe they
Mhm.
just saw an opportunity. We're like, hey, we could probably, can we fire her for this? Check on this. Let's see if we
Right.
can fire her, throw her under the bus. blame her for everything, right? And they're like, look, guys, I know you were disillusioned with Marvel, but that was the problem. We got rid of it. Come back to the MCU.
Because that's another part of the story that doesn't make sense, because there is I forget his name. He obviously doesn't work for Variety, but he was the one that broke the story about Marvel's VFX problems. And he said that one of the reasons why Victoria Alonso was fired was because that they had an HR problem with her that was like persistent, right? But obviously that's not the reason why she got fired. They probably don't even care. Yeah, it could be. It could be.
Here's the
They were
thing
probably looking for a good reason, like a good airtight legal reason to get rid of her, whereas that was one of the many problems they had.
Remember, a lot of times, here's the reality of working in a corporate environment, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless they got you on camera, like fucking slapping a chick's ass, right?
Right.
It's pretty much he said, she said, right? If she's like, hey, this guy was like being rude to me, and he's like always being mean and like he's really tough on me for no reason, right? And they're like, is that the truth, Blinded? Were you really tough on him and mean? You're like, no, I treat all my employees the same. Like,
right.
Well, what are we gonna do? We'll just mark it down as a it's been noted that Blinded had a complaint against him, right? So she had a bunch of complaints, but none of them were actionable, right? But they probably knew that they were true. Like they knew, this shit's probably.
Yeah, we can't get her. We can't get her on this, but
we'll
note it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that this is a combination of different things.
Well, of course, otherwise it would be exactly like you said, and it would have been a slap on the wrist. If this was just like, she's only done one minor thing wrong.
Yeah.
Whereas this is enough for you to legally be able to fire her, but there is a load of other things as well that piled on that made it even easier for you make a decision to fire her.
1 Inch Bicep says you can't slap people. I'm appalled.
Appalled. But I mean, I'm sure.
Says glad remarks were probably fine, but not the content of the remarks about CEO. Well, Chapek was on his way out anyway.
That's what I was gonna say, right? Like, I'm sure there was other Disney employees that did comment about that bill publicly. I'm sure there was. We could probably look it up and find it.
Yeah. Well, so did some of the actors, because they were like, well, if that's the case, how come like Mark Ruffalo and one of the other, who the hell was it? Maybe it might have been Paul Rudd that said something about it.
It says what kind of thing you would say.
It was something on Twitter. I think it was two people, because they're like, they're not going to fire so-and-so or Mark Ruffalo. And I was like, why did they throw Mark Ruffalo in there? Like, he had nothing to do with any of this. Though I don't like Mark Ruffalo, and I hope he gets fired.
Oh, man.
It's terrible Hulk.
He's your Hulk. What can you do?
Recast again.
They could use that face app thing that Aaron used and put Aaron's face in instead.
Yeah. Probably work better. So she's gone.
This is going to continue, by the way.
Maybe this is a conspiracy, because something else happened in Marvel Land. The biggest shock. We talked about this a little bit at the top of the hour, but Jonathan Majors arrested in New York City for assaulting woman. Rep, he's done nothing wrong.
Allegedly.
First off, what the hell is this? The fifth plane, 9/11, the fifth plane. Is this a thing?
Yeah, this is some TMZ documentary.
No, damn it! It's not what I wanted to do. I tried to close that. I didn't want it. Why is there an X here? But the X doesn't close it; it just opens a new window.
The internet.
That's how they get you.
Yeah.
With their fake X's. God damn it! All right.
X? Oh, what do you mean? You want to buy it? Okay.
X marks the
spot.
I
fucking hate the internet. That's.
You ever
know?
It's like.
Yes, right. That's what it is.
It's like, do you want to buy this? No. Are you sure? No. Are you sure? No. If you keep annoying you, maybe you will. No. If you keep annoying me, maybe I'll never fucking buy your product.
You know what? Now you know how I feel when I talk about all the damn checks. Like, oh, you want to sign into your email? Yeah, here's my password. Well, you gave us the right password, but we're not sure it's you. Could you go ahead and go, and we're going to send you a notification on your phone? Yeah, no problem.
Right.
put in the notification. There you go. That's the number you sent me. Yes, indeed, that is the number we sent you. However, we're not sure you're a human. Can you do this captcha? No problem. I will mark all the fucking fire hydrants in your picture. You'd be like, good job. You marked all the fire hydrants.
No,
But
you never do a good job on the capture. It's
I
like,
always
oh,
do
you
a
missed-
good job.
You missed that fire hydrant. What? The one that's the fucking 1 pixel wide.
Yeah,
I
what
put
you
all
can't
the
see in the distant.
Yeah.
I do it all. But they'll be like, you finally get through that. They'll be like, good job. You did the capture. You're not a robot. You obviously have access to the telephone that's connected to the email account you're trying to get into. You knew the password to the email. But you know what? We're going to send a password to your secondary email that's connected just in case. You get that, and you're like, okay, this is another hoop, but fuck it. And I go through that, and they're like, good job. That is the actual number that we just sent to the second password. However, we do not recognize the device, and we're not going to let you get into your email.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck?
Similar,
Why?
Yeah.
Why all these hoops? Just let me in. I'm tired of two-step verification. I'm tired of being asked, am I sure that I'm the person? Look, if I don't complain, if I don't send an email to Google or call them and be like, someone hacked it, just fucking assume it's me. Assume it's me, Google. Okay?
Unless you start making crazy transactions, then maybe
hopefully they do. My credit's bad. It can only go up, right? My ex-wife had shot my credit into the fucking down. It's just fucking it's buried. It's fucking in the fucking center of the earth. So if someone hacks my shit and starts using my credit, they can improve it, and I'd be happy. Okay, just assume it's me. Is what I'm saying. I'm tired of jumping through these hoops. I'm tired of you don't recognize the device. Like fucker. I went to somewhere. I went to another part of the city, hooked up to the Wi-Fi. Tried to get my email. And they're like, we don't recognize where you're at. I'm like, no shit, because I'm not in the same spot. People travel. They move around. And they're like, well, we're not going to let you have access to your email because you're not in the same location. And I'm like, motherfucker, why? Make no sense.
Yeah, we noticed unusual sign-in activity. It was from Spain. That's not like you. Yeah, I don't ever go on holiday, you fucking assholes.
Thanks for reminding me that I don't go anywhere, right? Like,
oh man,
the two-step ruined all the sweet news we used to get. That's what I'm saying. You gotta go through you jump through all these hoops and you go through all that, and then when you go, like, you finally get access, you're like, no new emails. Fuck, I just wasted 20 minutes to find out nobody sent me an email. When you get the chance, you can turn. I turned all of it off, but Google has its own. Like, Google's like I said, you put in the password, and it's like, well, we don't recognize where you're at, so we're gonna go through this whole process of, we're gonna call you on the phone, we're gonna email your father, we're gonna let your kid know that someone's accessing this.
Them and Hotmail are bad for it as well.
What's the name of your third grade teacher? Because we're gonna give her a ring and make sure that she knows that somebody's trying to access your email. I'm like, just let me in. I'm not the CIA. I don't work for the company, the FBI. There's nothing in my email that if somebody hacked me, that it's fucking national security. Just let me in the goddamn email. Just give me the access. I'm off my soapbox. On the other side of the coin, I was telling Blinded, I don't know if Finbar heard, but my dad called me up the other night, and he's like,
oh, he almost got scammed, did he?
Yeah.
Talking about this,
He's like, could you come
gift
over?
card scam.
And I gave you guys the short version of it, right? Last night. So like, hey, could you come over? I'm trying to hook up Amazon Prime. They got the 30-day free trial. I want to get the 30-day free trial. So, okay. So he's like, he's got Roku on the TV. He's like, I go to the Roku. It says sign in. I sign in. And then it says, you got to connect your phone. He goes, I go to my phone, put in the number. It gave me this other number to call. I called it, and I can't get it connected, right? He's like, I called it like 3 or 4 times. They're going back and forth, and I don't know what's going on. So I'm over there, and he's holding the phone. So he hands me the phone. He goes, here, I dialed the number, and the guy's going on. So the guy gets on. He's like, yeah, this is Amazon. Can I help you? What do you need help with? I'm like, yeah, my dad's trying to connect his, he wants to get Amazon Prime. Prime Video. And this thing. So, okay, I need you to, did you put in the number? I said, yeah. I said, I put in the number, right? And it gave me this phone number. That's why I'm calling you. I'm calling you because I put in the number.
Right.
So I'm looking at your account, and they say that you're locked. I said,
It's a Mexican Indian guy.
I said, what?
Mexican and Indian.
I said, what do you mean it's locked? I said, first off, how do you know it's locked? I didn't even tell you what my account is. No, sir. I'm looking at your account right now. I'm looking. It's locked. They locked your account. You put in it too many times. But don't worry. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to unlock the account because something on your end has messed up. I said, no, sir. First off, nothing on my end is messed up. I said, sir, I know how to speak English. I know how to read English. I know how to follow English instructions. The instructions on the TV said to do this. That's what my dad did. And I put it in, and I do it. And this is what tipped me off that it was a scam, okay? Because after I said that, right, I was very rude, right? I know I was rude, but I was very rude. The guy says, oh, you know how to speak English? Well, fuck you, motherfucker.
Bench
You could go fuck yourself. You speak English. Fuck you. I said, what? Because I'm like, this is the Amazon guy, right? Like what? Me? Like, you heard me, motherfucker. Fuck you. And he hung up the phone, right? I said, son of a bitch. I said, I don't think that's the Amazon guy. My dad goes, what do you mean? I go, well, the Amazon people don't swear at you. He goes, what do you mean? I said, the guy just told me to go fuck myself, Dad. He said, oh. I said, yeah, but Amazon, they record all the phone calls, right? Nobody that works for Amazon or any of these services, you know, as rude as you are, they'll just put you through to a manager or somebody. Right? Oh, sorry, we'll put you through a manager. You're right. I said, no. And this guy was like, go fuck yourself. I said, obviously, this did something wrong. He goes, yeah, well, when I was on the phone with the guy earlier, he goes, the guy told me that I had to get this preview card, right? I said, what? I said, what? He goes, yeah, look. He goes, I had to get this preview card so I can get the Amazon Prime. I said, that's a gift card. He goes, yeah, that's a gift. That's what the guy told me. He said, the guy told me to get a gift card. I said, sir, I said, Dad, why would you buy a gift card to get it? I said, this don't make no sense. He goes, yeah, the guy told me I got to get this gift card. I said, look at the website. He goes, what? He goes, on the top of the website, it says, if somebody has told you to buy this gift card to use it for a service, it is a scam. It literally said that on the fucking website, right? It's a scam. It says no legitimate business will try to get you to use a gift card to pay for their service. I said, how did you miss this when you went to buy the gift card? He goes, well, it didn't go through anyway. I said that does not fill me with any kind of joy or like assurance, right? I go, so you couldn't get the gift card? He goes, no, I couldn't get the gift card. I said, that's probably why the guy was pissed, because you couldn't get the gift card because he was looking to get the gift card. I said, but did you give him your credit card number, right? Because obviously the guy had you thought he was the Amazon guy and he had to check your account and everything, right? He goes, yeah, well, I gave him my credit card. I go, fuck. What do you mean you gave me your credit card? I said, that was a scam, Dad. And my dad is not like 100 years old. He's not like 80. He's like 67 years old, right? He's got all of his faculties. You know, he's a normal person. And I'm like, yeah, we got to cancel your credit card, right? He goes, what? I go, we got to cancel your credit card. You obviously they have your number. They got your fucking name. They got your credit card number. They got the security code on the back. We got to cancel it right now. So I get on the phone with the credit card company and I tell them what happened. I left out all the swearing when I tell the lady, right? But she's like, yeah, no problem, sir. We're going to cancel your card and we'll issue you some new ones, right? So today, this is the part of the story you guys have heard. Today, the new credit cards came, right? So they finally showed up. And my dad goes, hey, I got the new credit cards. I said, yeah. He goes, do you remember what the old numbers were? I said, why? Oh, well, I don't remember your old credit card. He goes, well, because I want to check to see if the new numbers on the credit card are the same as the old numbers. I said, Dad, they issued you new credit cards. He goes, yeah, that's why I want to make sure that these are the same numbers. I said, why the fuck would they be the same numbers? If they're the same numbers, there would be no point in giving you a new credit card because the guy would still have the numbers to the credit card.
Right.
I said, this is why don't do it. I said, when you want to hook something up from now on, just call me. I'll handle it. I'll come over. I'll do it. Just stop. Just stop. Just don't give anyone your credit card ever again. If anyone ever asks you, just be like, no, hold on. I got to call my son.
Yeah,
I got to phone a friend. I got to phone a friend to make sure this is legit. Fuck.
My God, that the Indian accent. That was
No, it was Mexican. For anybody out there who wonders, that was a Mexican accent Tony was doing, and he's allowed to do that.
Yeah, I'm allowed.
oh my. That was hilarious. Oh my God.
Yeah.
These fucking scammers, man, they're fucking crazy. Like,
Yeah, he got scammed. It was great, and luckily, these guys didn't like immediately start charging stuff on his phone, on his credit card, right? Fuck. But we did, in case you're wondering, I was able to hook up the Amazon Prime under my account. I'm like, it's my, I'll hook it up under my account, and I'll take care of it. I was like, don't worry, you don't have to pay for it. Don't, I'll take care. So he has the Prime now, and here's the fucked. You want to hear the fucked up part of all of this? After all of that, we go through all that with the scammer, getting the new credit cards, all that stuff. I said, Dad, how's the Amazon Prime? How's the Prime Video? You know what he tells me?
He hasn't watched it.
he doesn't.
There ain't shit on it. Stuff to
Oh
watch.
my God.
This man will literally sit there for an hour, watch 2 minutes of something. That is no good. Put something else on. 2 minutes. That's not fucking good. I'm like, how do you know it's no good?
I do that as well.
You
I do
watch
that
2
with
minutes.
games.
You read
I
the
do that with
description.
games.
Yeah, but video games, you're like, I get that. Like you've played this, and like, I want to play fucking Street Fighter. Like, actually, I'm not really feeling it, right? But this is like, I've never watched this movie before. I don't know what it's about. I read the description. It sounded interesting. I got past the credit, and I'm like, nah, fuck it. That car was too blue. Fucking, I don't want to watch it no more, right? Like what the fuck?
Oh man.
You sit down. I gotta take the controller away from. Sit down. Watch TV. Like a child. That's my father. I love him. He'll sit there and argue Marvel with you for hours.
No,
like
man.
I said, he has his family. He remembers shit, and dude, he sort of remembers things because sometimes he has trouble.
Mhm.
Right? And he'll get. He's one of these people that are really like adamant. Like he'll be wrong, but he'll be really adamant. I'm like we were arguing one day. We were talking about Captain America. I'm like, yeah, remember in the comic, Namor finds him in ice. He picks him up. He throws him. And I was like, because I was making a point about something else. He's like, that's not what happened. I'm like, that's literally what happens. And he's like, no, it's not. We argued for like 20 minutes. Finally, I went to like Google and I Googled the image, and he looked at it. He goes, no, that ain't what happened. I'm like,
no.
What do you think? Google has a fake comic on there? He's like, that's not what I remember. I'm like, well, you fucking remembered it wrong, right? Because that's what happened, sir.
Well, that explains you. That's why you're like that. You get it from your dad.
Oh yeah. He'll like literally. This is no joke. Like he watched Major League, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the next day I had came over, and we're talking about. He's like, yeah, I watched Major League again last night, right? And he's like, Bob Uecker said this one line, right? And I was like, no, he didn't. He's like, yeah. Bob Uecker said X, Y, and Z. I'm like, no, he didn't. He's like, what the fuck? You don't know. I just watched it last night. I'm like, I don't give a fuck when you watch it because that's not what he says. We literally then had to go fucking get fucking Major League, put it on, fast forward it to the end of the movie. And then Bob Uecker didn't say the line. He's like, oh, I guess I remembered it wrong. Like, the story, I just don't argue with him anymore. I just assume he's wrong. And just like, yeah, okay. Whatever you say, Dad.
Yeah, you dropped in and dropped out blinded. That's why it disappeared.
Yeah. Whatever you say. Like, sometimes he'll tell me, like, they start telling me about people I've never heard of. Like, yeah, my friend. I'm like, I don't know who those people are. Why are you telling me stories about people I don't know? As if I was there. I wasn't there. I don't know these people.
Oh man. Oh. Finbar left now.
Yeah, I'm back.
Now we both have no profile picture.
I'm the only one who hasn't dropped out.
Hang on, I'll.
No man.
My dad must have heard me. He came over. He's like, fuck.
He came over.
Hit the damn Internet things. Fuck your satellite.
Oh my god. We didn't even talk about the story.
Yeah, we did.
No.
Oh shit, we did. Oh,
Oh, we
He just closed it.
he closed it up like we didn't finish it.
I thought
Yeah.
we did. We didn't even get into it.
No.
Okay, so
I fixed it. I can't have no avatar. I don't like that.
I can't. I still can't fix mine.
yeah, I don't know. My brain.
That's so funny that he forgot though. It's like we didn't even read the title. No
Yeah,
one
we did.
knows.
We read the title. I thought this was the Victoria Alonso one. I'm like, yeah, we. Oh shit, no, this is the Jonathan.
Yeah,
Majors.
fuck Jonathan Majors. It'll work itself out.
So sometimes dads just need to be confused by the new. It's not even the new age, right? It's like he just doesn't remember shit or remembers it wrong. Like his brain like takes events and just changes them.
I was saying this when you told it yesterday. We're going to get there. We're all going to get there where we don't want to turn to our children and ask for help because they will just laugh at us and we don't like being laughed at.
Yeah, that part I get, right? Like I said, I get that part. But like when you don't remember something or you remember it wrong and you're adamant that you're like, no, that's not what happened. It's legit. Like, sir, no. Fucking Bob Uecker does not talk about them winning the World Series. Like that never happened in Major League. Like what the fuck are you talking about? You just made that up.
You just don't like to be outwitted by somebody who's arse you wiped as a child.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
But here's the thing, and again, I'm not trying to toot my own horn, right? But for a long time, he was like, "Well, you're the smart one in the family, right?" Everyone was like, if you need help with your homework or anything, go to Tony. Tony's the smart one. He's getting all A's. Fucking went to college. He's got A's in college. He knows computers. He knows all. He's the smart one, right? But as soon as everyone has grown up, now I'm an adult. He's like, no, fuck you. You're an idiot. I don't want to talk to you. You don't know nothing. I'm like,
you're a law school dropout.
Yeah, like what the fuck happened? Like 10 years ago, you're like, he knows everything. Like, fucking ask him. Now it's like, you're old and crotchety. You're like, fuck you. You don't know this shit.
No, man.
All right. So, update. Here's what allegedly happened in the lead up to this. Per our law enforcement sources, police were told that the alleged victim is Major's girlfriend. And according to her, they got into an argument while in a taxi returning home from a bar in Brooklyn. Our sources say police were told the girlfriend saw another woman texting Majors, and she confronted him, trying to sneak a peek at his phone. We're told the alleged victim/girlfriend claims this got Majors mad, and that he allegedly grabbed her hand and allegedly slapped her. I mean, someone tried to touch my phone, probably gonna slap it too.
Because I read this article, I thought they had a typo because it said that he was texting another man. And I kind of laughed. I was like, oh my God. I'm like, wow, they put that in the article, but I guess I misread that. I just thought
it
might have been. But here's the thing, right? Like, again, I maybe I don't know technology as well as I think I do, but she looks over, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's texting. First off, gentlemen, don't text your side chick in front of your main chick, right? Like, what the fuck are you doing? That's just rude.
He's bold. He's bold enough. Yeah.
But obviously he's texting, and it's not even like up to his chest. He's like fucking got this thing out where she can see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she looks over, and she's like, "That's obviously a woman." Like, how did she know it was a woman? Unless he was like, "Hey, Sally, I don't want to fuck you," right? Like, there's no way to know. Even if he's like, "Hey, baby," right? It could be a man, right?
Well, the previous message might have been a titty pic.
Well, there you go.
And she sees that.
But I think that would be
something.
I think the sources would be like, well, she saw a titty pic and they fucking, But our sources say police were told the girlfriend, blah, 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 and grabbed her hand, slapped her. We're also told the alleged victim claims he put his hands around her neck during this. He said, "Does Jonathan Majors have to choke a bitch?" And proceeded to choke a bitch.
Hey, no.
Does Wayne Brady got to choke a bitch?
He says his own name while he's
doing
it.
His own name.
You never seen the Wayne Brady one? Where Wayne Brady's like, "Does Wayne Brady got to choke a bitch?"
No, my God.
Yeah, because remember how Wayne Brady was always like, "Oh, look how nice he is," and he's like really good. And then Dave Chappelle talked about how he hung out with Wayne Brady, and Wayne Brady was doing all this crazy shit. And then later on, Wayne Brady shows up on the Chappelle show. He's like, I heard you were talking shit about me, Dave. So Wayne Brady got to choke a bitch. He's like, no, Wayne, no. Our sources say the woman was dropped off somewhere, just somewhere, and that Jonathan Majors spent the night elsewhere. He also was just, somewhere. It appears the girlfriend went to police the following morning and reported a crime. This is what I find unbelievable. Most rich people or famous people, when they're like, hey, there's a report here saying that he did some crime. Could you come in? Now, apparently, they went to his house and arrested him. Jonathan Majors was arrested in New York City this weekend, and according to police, he's being accused of putting hands on a woman. But John's team is calling BS.
This happened in a cab, right?
The incident happened in a cab.
So there's at least one witness, a driver.
Yeah.
You would like to think.
Right.
I hope.
Yeah, they explain more of what actually happened.
He's not, even if he did it, right? And I'm not saying he should have done it. That's not for me to say. But even if he has done it, there's nothing going to happen with this. He's not going to get fired. Ezra Miller didn't get fired.
Someone just posted on Twitter, by the way, saying something's going to happen at Marvel.
Oh, I think he's going to get fired. If it's true, he's getting fired.
Yeah, I think this looks like a Chris Brown situation. That was a dramatic.
But if he does at this point, before there's any conviction, is that not wrong? Do you not think that's wrong? Do you think they should fire him just off of?
Here's the thing, because this has been happening with Justin Roiland.
That's right. Yeah. So he's now charges have been dropped against him.
No.
Well,
no.
It's a little bit more complex.
Some of the charges have been recanted.
But
he came out with a statement saying this was all wrong and gonna redeem himself.
But we don't know at this point if all of the charges are not going to get dropped on Jonathan Majors as well, and it would be a mistake for them to go firing him right now, because then you've got another Johnny Depp situation on your hand.
Or it could be like James Gunn.
Yeah.
But yeah, I never like. Well, I mean, if this, because this is the one thing where I'm like, I never really thought about this, but like, let's say if this happened to a normal person, wouldn't you get fired from your job?
Yeah,
but like, how would that work?
Not really.
Yeah, because I'm not like.
It depends if you miss work.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, really. I mean,
no, he's right. Yeah. It's
like
really
if you
not...
did it on, like, say you did it on a Friday night and you spent Saturday in jail, but you were back at work on Monday.
What would be none the wiser? Yeah.
And even if you had to tell your boss, like, hey, I got to go to court for some domestic or whatever, they'd be like, okay,
right.
What day?
I was just curious because I've never like thought about that situation. Obviously, I wouldn't be in
never
a
had to choke
like
a bitch.
No, no, right. So I'm like, actually, yeah. How would this work for a normal person? Like, would you get fired from your job if?
Now, what do you consider a normal person? Like, is a front-facing employee a normal person? Because like if you're somebody that's like representing the company in a public manner, you'd probably get
fired, right? No, but just like a regular, you're not a public face. Let's just say
just like some cashier at McDonald's. No, you ain't getting fired.
No. Right.
They're like, can you do a double? Like, we need you on the fry basket.
Mm-hmm.
But I think again for this type of thing, he's
a public
figure.
Yeah.
I think at the very least, maybe don't fire him, but be like, we're not moving forward with Jonathan Majors until this situation has, resolved
right.
itself.
So in this case, right, in that case, then if that's what they do, what do they do? Recast Kang or drop Kang?
Well,
they can't though, can they? They're too far deep.
They could, because they could always recast him, but. He has, as far as I know, he hasn't done any Kang Dynasty or.
But he's in Loki,
right? But that's what these people love to interrupt. That's why I was going with the further thing.
I didn't think about that. Yeah,
I was going to go back around after I did like, he's not in those.
I jumped the gun. Okay.
Yeah. Then I was like, but he's in Loki, right? But again, it's already filmed and in the can. Obviously you could air it and be like. Just put a disclaimer. Jonathan Majors has been accused of X, Y. Please still watch the show, even though maybe he choked the bitch, right?
Please,
he might have choked the bitch.
Watch the show.
No, but what I'm saying, like when they do those old Disney cartoons, like, hey, in this cartoon,
It's of its time. Yeah.
It was of its time, and maybe Tom puts on fucking a little hat, a little straw hat, and pretends to be Chinese. But it's still watch. It's still funny cartoon.
It's still watchable.
It's still funny cartoon. Just switch off your SJW head for a minute.
Oh my god.
A little trigger warning. I mean, people still listen to Chris Brown music, and
right.
He beat the shit out of Rihanna.
Yeah.
Right. This definitely seems like a Chris Brown moment.
Apparently, she was taken to the hospital with a laceration behind her ear, redness, and marks into her face. Stable condition. He was cuffed, taken to jail on the spot as police felt there was enough evidence for probable cause. We're hearing he's currently out of custody.
Yeah, he's right. Not to go accusing him of anything that he hasn't been charged with. He's done it, right? He's done wrong.
I feel this is so random where it's like, I understand he's popular and, people like TMZ, they will jump on a celebrity if they're hot and make up something.
I don't think they're making it up.
Yeah,
that's what I mean, right? I don't think this is just too random.
I also didn't think about the name of that first Avengers film that's coming up, the Kang Dynasty, so they probably are going to have to recast if this is the case.
He obviously, people can go look and be like whether or not he's been arrested, right? It's not like it's a secret arrest. It's like the FCC certification for Intellivision, right? It's there, you just can't find it. No, you'll be able to find it. So if TMZ made this up, Jonathan Majors would sue the shit out of him.
Yeah, they wouldn't make it. They wouldn't make it up.
They wouldn't make something up. But I mean, you know what I mean, though. Like we tend to see people, maybe established people, but you know what I mean.
TMZ now, what they will do is they'll take it and run with the story and be like, he should be fired and canceled. Look what he did, blow it up into something bigger.
Right.
They'll do that, yeah, sure. But I think he's probably guilty. He probably did it. Whether or not this is because she maybe we're gonna find out that she attacked him and he was just self-defense, holding her back.
Mm-hmm.
Something
because, we're gonna find out.
There's a lot of problems with when you're a bigger dude and she's a smaller chick, right? But she's insistent that she's gonna you're in a cab and she starts slapping him, right? So he's like, stop, and he holds her by the neck to get her to stop. Is he wrong? No. You're just supposed to just sit there okay, just keep slapping me and hitting me and cracking your phone against my head because I guess I'm a dude and I gotta take it, right? No, So
I mean, choking her, I think maybe is a little bit.
No, because if you're holding her away from you, I'm not double hand you're on top of her I'm talking about just your hands at her neck, holding her against the seat stop it, fucking calm the fuck down, right?
Aston says if he was texting a man, it would be to Jussie Smollett for some tips.
He did nothing wrong. Just doing some training for Dana White's power slap.
That power slap bullshit. Oh my god.
No, but what I'm saying is there's situations if she's attacking you and you're in a cab, you don't have it. You can't run away.
You can't back away. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't back away, right?
And
but
what's his recourse? Would you rather? Your choices are put your hand at her throat and hold her away from you, or punch her.
Well, no, you would grab both of her wrists, right? You wouldn't put your hand at her throat. Because then she could still continue slapping you.
Yeah, but if you grab her wrist, then she could kick you. She could headbutt you.
In a cab.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that might. Yeah, I mean, I want to know the entire story because, I mean.
And he had one hand on his phone, so he couldn't. Was he supposed to drop
your phone? I mean, fucking priorities,
Yeah, but that's where his then she's gonna pick it up as soon as you drop the phone to go to grab your phone.
No, you've got both hands round her wrists at that point. She's picking nothing up.
How fast are you?
I'm pretty fucking fast, man. I haven't had to choke a bitch, right? But
you're looking forward. You're texting on your phone. She starts slapping you.
Yeah, I'm fairly confident I could restrain a woman in a cab without her causing me any injury.
What?
And he's probably a big guy, right? I mean, I don't think he's.
Well, here's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, he's big. Yeah.
How much does a cab cost where you're at?
I don't know. Well, it depends where you're going, Tony.
Just around the block. Call a cab. I'll pay for it. Wake the wife up because that way she'll be upset. Get her in the cab,
and then try and choke her.
Oh my god!
let her attack you.
And then report my findings.
Yeah,
I'll do it live stream. I'll do it on the live stream.
Live stream it. Have her attack you. Be like, baby, I've been texting some other chick. and then see how she reacts, and then let us know what the result is.
Well,
Finbar would be
we're
dead.
sorry to report Finbar has been stabbed.
Exactly.
What are we talking about? BP. Everyone always comes in at like the weirdest times. It's like, what's going on? You choking bitches in?
We're talking about choking a bitch.
Oh my god.
Then Bianca pops in. What are we talking about?
You're gonna be like, bitch, be cool. Be cool, bitch. Calm down.
This is. I need to see more of this. Like,
I don't wish for his downfall, right? I don't wish for anybody's downfall, but I was kind of hoping that this was going to expedite the Doctor Doom thing, and I was going to be able to get my 20 Canadian.
Oh my 20.
Would this count? Would you just count this?
Well,
Because this wasn't obviously the plan.
No, we didn't say acts of God or anything like that don't count. If Doctor Doom shows up in costume, no matter how it happens, I get my 20 Canadian.
It's true.
My God.
I don't care if the entire MCU is cancelled, and the only fucking movie they release is one with Doctor Doom in it, on his own, monologuing to the camera for 2 hours. I still win my money.
It's true. That's true.
Oh my God.
So I do think that when the cab driver gets interviewed and we find out,
this will be that'll be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
Right. But then all the people on Twitter are going to be pissed because they've been simping for this guy.
Ashton says, I think if he would get out in front of this, take responsibility for his actions, state he's getting help for anger management, it'd be better and lessen social media meltdowns by others. I think, do we know what, I don't want to assume that his girlfriend's black. So do we know she's black? Because I think if his girlfriend's white, it's going to be worse.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that tends to happen, unfortunately.
Yeah. Because like I said, Chris Brown beat the shit out of Rihanna. No one really cared. Johnny Depp maybe, slapped around Amber Heard and suddenly like, oh shit, white woman got hit.
Right.
Stop the presses.
I mean, I mean, it's gonna look really bad if it's just like she wanted to look and he just fucking grabbed her. That's gonna look really fucking bad.
Maybe she choked herself. Like, I'm gonna choke myself to make it look like you hit me. Then you're gonna get canceled, bitch.
But also too, I feel like I mean, now that this has gone viral, right? I'm like all the people that worship him, because I've seen that all over Twitter and the internet. They just simp over this guy. I mean, that's gonna go away, even if it's
this is
false.
why you should never simp over anybody.
Right,
I always let you down.
Simple. I will never let you down.
Especially Tony. How many people still actually speak to Tony? You've got to really think about that for a minute.
But I haven't let any of those people down, have I? Yet. Yeah.
Not yet.
Just go yet.
No, but it's crazy how many people just lust after this guy. I mean, it's like, and they just assume that he wouldn't do something like this ever.
Well, he's the flavor of the month, right? You get this all the time where actors, especially,
right?
You had that with Jenna Ortega for a while there. RJ's RJ's squeeze, right? And then you hear that she's a bit fucking difficult. Then it all starts.
Well, if this is true,
I got breaking news.
What happened?
Was he gone?
There it is. Hold on.
Is he fired?
It's gonna be a troll thing, Tony.
Your Honor, if my client was guilty, why would he swear on his mama? So there it is. He's free the man. Free Jonathan Majors.
No, my God. Oh boy. If this is true, Marvel's fucked, isn't it?
Probably.
It's pretty grim at the moment.
Oh my God. This is like PR disaster after PR disaster.
I think fucking Feige's hanging on with his fingertips as well, to be quite honest.
Well, yeah, I feel like if this is, let's just say every single movie going forward, Guardians included, just has a slow decline, all bad reviews.
And then I
think he's going to walk away.
Yeah, he's going to get to the point where he's like, oh, fuck this, I've got my money. Don't need this shit no more.
Because if they fire Victoria Alonso and he had nothing to do with it, of course, right?
Yeah.
Who,
And
Jonathan
then-
Majors? I don't think he had anything to do with it.
He was the one telling him in the backseat, choker. Oh my god. That'd be so fucked.
Yeah, that was who the girlfriend was. Victoria
Kevin
Alonso.
Feige.
57-year-old Victoria Alonso. Choked out by Jonathan Majors.
Oh my god.
And they fired her for it. Fuck.
We're gonna get canceled with him now.
We're always cancelled.
Every day. But yeah, this is just, oh boy. Maybe pack it up. End the MCU.
Who was it that said there's news coming out? Did you see that on Twitter, Blind? Did you?
Who?
Did you
About
say
what?
there was news coming? There was
Yeah, some who did I just seen it was? Someone that was like, I guess is a scooper. They posted
God.
something. Who knows if that's bullshit or not, but I
fucking
mean,
Grace Randolph, is it?
no.
A reliable one, yeah.
Yeah,
a
I mean,
reliable
everybody's
scooper?
like posting stuff like, oh my god, what does this mean?
Oh, did you hear about Kanye West? Speaking of posting weird stuff on Twitter. Did you hear about Kanye West on Instagram?
Which one?
No, what
I
did
don't
he
mean
say?
which Kanye West, I mean which weird instance.
Oh, the newest. So Kanye West posted on Instagram, just finished watching 21 Jump Street. I like Jewish people again.
I did see that. I thought that was ridiculous.
I thought it was fake at first, and I was like, oh, I looked it up. I was like, no, he really.
No, it's real.
So, if only Jonah Hill was around during Hitler's reign, we might have prevented the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, anything else on this Jonathan Majors, or is that it?
Nah, we gotta wait. We gotta wait and see now.
Yeah, we gotta wait. But
The
don't
more we-
don't
the-
simp over anyone.
Yeah, don't fucking hold your heroes in high regard because they always let you down.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I just think of me as a scumbag, and then I'll never
That's
let you
why.
down.
That's why you do it, Tony. So you don't have people have unrealistic expectations of you, isn't it?
That's right. I want
Doing
you
it for their own good.
grounded.
Like Jesus, kind of like Jesus.
I wouldn't compare myself to Jesus.
Yeah, you would. You do it.
Have you
constantly.
ever seen that guy? That guy got mad at a fig tree. I'd never do that.
Hmm.
Also, that time that he busted into the church and started flipping tables. Come on, who does that shit? Definitely not me. And for all of you heathens who have no idea what I'm talking about, read the fucking Bible. All right, time for the polls, baby. I forgot about these because the whole Tony is an asshole thing. So we only got 2 polls this week, and they ask us anything. So I was blown away by this. Is Ghostbusters a comedic horror movie or a horror comedy? Horror with jokes, 4% out of 70 votes. This is in 11 hours, by the way. 70 votes in 11 hours. That's pretty fucking good for this channel.
That is pretty good.
Or is it a
But-
comedy with horror elements?
I
96%.
have to tell you something though. It's all bots. I send all the bots. They all all voted.
I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah, because they all voted for what you wanted.
Right.
Let's see with the comments. Tommy Amico says it could have been made a lot scarier given the era and budget, also dominated by comedy actors and only a few dramatic actors. To me, the scariest scene was the first one in the library,
Yeah.
but it was anchored by the inept Ghostbusters running away and being funny to cut the tension. You Super J says the point of the movie isn't to scare you; it's to make you laugh. Pac Manwa says there's zero horror in Ghostbusters; it's all comedy. Little Movie Perp says opening scene was pretty creepy. I think it ruined by the ghost screaming sound effect. Robbie JVC, Ghostbusters PS3 and 360 video game is great. Okay. No Call No Show says with a split second of nipple.
What? Where?
Split second. Gotta find
From
it.
who?
From
Sigourney Weaver?
Sigourney?
Yeah.
Oh.
think
Please
so,
give me a
yeah.
timestamp.
Please give me a time.
Detroit Allen says the horror elements can be removed from Ghostbusters and you'd still have a good comedy. Remove the comedy and the movie falls flat. So there it is. The people have spoken, Blinded. They've agreed with you.
Yeah, you won.
My bots agreed with you.
And an incorrect assessment. So I also asked 41 votes on this. Not as good. Next movie for us to watch: DC fan film or horror fan film? 41% said DC fan film. 59% said horror. And,
My bots again.
We got some comments. Vortex said perfectly balanced, but it's not Vortex.
That was before. Before it was like at 50-50, I think.
Yeah. Little Movie Perp says, I have an Evil Dead fan film if you want to cook. Maybe wait for the new movie release to be closer. This is that I don't know what this lingo is. You're a kid.
What?
What does it mean if y'all want to cook?
Yeah, cooking is just roasting or just like build. Yeah, it's mostly roasting.
I'm not hip with the kids. I don't know the lingo. Aaron says, does BBS count as a DC fan film?
That's a good one.
Aaron taking shots.
Yeah, Aaron's harsh there, man.
Vortex, oh my God, find a horrible one. It would be funny. We would. And Sean says, why don't you watch my first film, Butchered? I actually saw that film.
What was that?
Butchered.
Is it good?
It's pretty good. It is actually good.
We don't want to watch it if it's good.
Yeah, it has to be a bad movie.
That's what I told him. I said, typically we watch bad films. It is good. I don't want to give it away. You have to watch it because there's a twist in it, right?
Matt Jarbo turns out to be.
It's almost a Neil Green-esque twist.
Oh boy.
All right, so I said, ask us anything. Apparently, we got 5 comments, but I can only see 3. Why does YouTube do this? There it is. Oh, okay. Official Darius Truxton. When are you going to give up this dead channel?
Tomorrow.
Jesus.
Nerdhead said rude.
Do it tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
12.
According to Finbar.
Oh my God.
All right. Nerdhead said, is a hot dog a sandwich? No. A hot dog is not a sandwich.
No. Yeah. No.
A hot dog is a taco.
Hot dogs.
It is.
I don't know about that.
A sandwich has it is carbohydrate, meat, carbohydrate, right? A taco has carbohydrate, carbohydrate on the bottom, carbohydrate on the side, food in the middle.
Food in the
So
middle.
it's like a boat. It's a carbohydrate boat with food in the middle.
It's a sub, not a taco.
No, because a sub sandwich, you could make a sub sandwich and cut it. It doesn't have to be connected still.
Right.
A taco is connected. It's a loop. It's a U with food in it. And a hot dog bun is a U with food in it.
Do we count a burger as a sandwich?
Yeah, a burger is a sandwich.
Okay, then. Then yeah, a hot dog is definitely not a sandwich.
So there you go. Hot dog is a taco.
I would have said a burger is its own thing.
I was thinking that. That's why I said that.
But a chicken, like a chicken burger is a sandwich.
Right. It is a, well, we say chicken sandwich.
We worry too much about this. It goes inside, it gets churned up and comes out your ass, right? So we really need to worry about what it's called. This is that argument we've got as well about, is fucking 3 pieces of bread a sandwich? And
no, it's not.
Bread sandwich?
Exactly.
It was the same. Bread sandwich was a sandwich.
No.
Remember, we looked it up and we found out.
That was
the thing.
No, because it was toast in the middle. That's
it had to be
like.
altered.
Oh.
Yes, it had to be altered from its original state. Yeah. We verified this.
Right. Okay, yeah.
Otherwise, it's just a pile of bread.
Yeah. Aston says, "Man, I was hoping for the nipple was from Rick Moranis."
Rick Moranis. Yeah.
Oh,
and no one should do a Serbian fan film. No.
Oh wow.
No. Just no. Don't look it up. Robbie JVC, Tony, why don't you play ROMs or hack your consoles? Why don't I? I used to a long time ago when I was poor and I couldn't afford games. I would obviously, yo ho ho and a bottle of rum,
Yeah.
hit the seven C's, as it were, right? Because I couldn't afford it. But now that I can afford games and stuff, I'm like, I'm not entitled. First off, it sounds cool. Like I used to have, the Nesticle, and I'd have all my NES ROMs, and like, yeah, I got all the NES games. And then I'd be like, I don't want to play any of these. I got PlayStation. So then it's like, why would I even bother like downloading emulators for all these systems, right? When I know it'll probably be like, oh, this is fucking cool, and you're playing for like 10 minutes. I'm like, yeah, this is dumb. Why am I playing fucking PS2 games? Like I got a PS5. So it's just because I'm not going to use it, pretty much. And then also because, it's a bad look when I'm like promoting ROMs and stuff, and I'm like, hey, give me your free game so I can play it and write articles about it. Nintendo. Also, I'm going to pirate all your old games and steal money from you.
If you have no morals like me, then you can get away with it.
What about you, Blinded? Do you partake?
What was the question again?
Are you a pirate or not?
Why do you play ROM?
Oh.
Do you play ROMs or hack your consoles?
I was gonna do that with my Series S, but I haven't got around to it. Because you can actually pay for the developer kit, and then they have an app where you can just play ROMs, right? So but it was like $20, and I don't know. It's too much of a hassle sometimes, and I'm just busy with other things.
Yeah, I've never hacked a console just because it would take it out of warranty if something went wrong.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah.
Also, again, do you really have time to play all those games?
No, you really don't.
Like you're like, oh my god, I got every Xbox game ever on my console. Like, yeah, how many of them do you play? Well, I got them all on the console. Like, yeah, I got that, but like, how many of them do you actually play?
That's why I usually make a list for games I'm going to play, because when you have too much choices, you just don't make a choice.
Yeah, it's because you're overwhelmed by choice.
Right.
I did it to my Wii via the homebrew channel when I had one. Awesome. Like I said, my old laptop, not the one that broke, but the one before that, my prior laptop. I used to literally have the NES, the SNES, the Sega Genesis, Sega CD. It's like PS1, Game Boy, Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color, DS, and like PSP, all of them on it, right? All the emulators and ROMs, and literally like when I first downloaded, like yeah, like oh shit, I'm gonna play it. Like you'd be like, yeah, fucking playing fucking X-Men for NES, and I'm like, this game's shit. Why the fuck am I playing this again? like why did I like? Okay, well fuck it. Let me play SNES. Oh yeah, this is badass. I'm playing fucking Area 51, and I'm like, why am I doing this? I had MAME too, right? Because I was like, oh yeah, playing arcade games. It's fucking. What am I doing? Like, why am I doing this?
Right.
And again, I think it's just me, like a personality thing. Like when I moved on from those, like I just can't go back. Like, cause I would play games and literally like for hours. Like I could play like SimCity on SNES like for hours, and then like I try to play it now, and I'm like, this game's so slow, and like
there's
what did RG say?
Breaking news.
Oh.
I think someone came out, and a director, and talked about Jonathan Majors' abuse on set.
All right, we'll get to it in a minute because I need someone to explain what Vortex is saying here. He says, "Can you do it? Can you pop it for me?"
It's Vortex. He's trolling.
Yes. All right. So Jonathan Majors, we're going back to that story, I guess.
Yeah.
Gotta keep a black man down, right? Like
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
He's so gone, man.
A cruel and abusive human. That is the quote.
By directors following arrest. They said many directors.
Sorry, I said many directors.
No. The article is saying the article says Avengers 5 lead actor accused of vicious abusive behavior by directors.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to look for where the quotes are coming from because
It's on Twitter.
Back in February, filmmaker A.B. Allen tweeted about the beloved actor, who in actuality is a vicious, cruel, abusive human.
Mm.
Let me see. Let me pop up the article because this is a direct article.
It's people replying with their recasting options.
Recasting.
So how did this go into the? I don't understand. Like
This apparently, the tweet that I'm looking at, apparently this was known, but obviously, like I told you, there's so many people just, it was like, oh, Jonathan Majors, crazy tweets I've seen. Okay, nasty stuff they want to do to him.
Okay, so apparently the tweet says, there's a particular actor relatively new on the scene whose Twitter has violently fallen head over heels for, who, in actuality, is a vicious, cruel, abusive human being, both professionally and in his personal life. And every new viral thirst tweet about him drives me insane. Following the news of Major's arrest, a user tweeted, now we know this tweet was about, with a screenshot of A.B. Allen's previous post. Allen then simply responded, ding, 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 ding. When pressed on why the user now will not share more, despite the public at large seemingly seeing evidence of what was posted, A.B. Allen explained that it would still expose people who have been hurt. The specifics of what I know, unfortunately, would still expose people who have been hurt and deserve to not become part of some larger media inquiry if they don't want to. So I'm not going to get into the details, but now y'all know what his deal is. So, see, this is what I'm talking about.
Really, but yeah.
I understand what I understand exactly what he's saying. He's like, there's people out there that have been abused, right? But it's up to them to come forward. Like, it's not his story to tell.
Right.
And also, like, you can come out and be like, he slapped Finbar, and Finbar goes no, and then you look like an asshole, right?
Right.
Society Theater co-founder and Broadway actor-director Tim Nicolai offered support on Twitter and now deleted posts sharing it's strangely a relief to know other humans were out there who understand. I'm just going to say this about Jonathan Majors and be done with it. Folks at Yale and the broader NYC community have known about him for years. He's a sociopath and abuser, and that is how virtually everyone speaks about him. It's a shame it took this long for him to be reported. Damn!
Yikes.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Wow.
It is.
That's scathing, man.
Yeah.
In response to the comments about why it seems people kept quiet if they knew this about Majors, Nikolai explained, people have tried. It's both simultaneously awful to know he's still doing this and also a relief that he may never get to again. I'm already seeing a bunch of why didn't you do anything, folks? People have tried. Ultimately needed a victim to come forward. It's both simultaneously awful to know he's still doing this and also a relief that he may never get to again. See, that's what I'm talking about when I talk about Tommy Tallarico, right? Like, I know he does awful things that have been told, but I can't tell anybody, and nobody's coming forward, so I look like an asshole.
Right, yeah, you're right about that. Yeah.
A bunch of us are close with people, and sometimes multiple people, he has directly harmed. I didn't know if they will speak on it. It is completely their decision. Nikolai explained that if casting directors like you, that's the currency. But nobody would call his exes, girlfriends at the time, directors, professors. They just don't do that. Literally, people, Jonathan Majors, did this to are texting me right now. It's not I heard. So that's it. He done.
Yeah, I think he's done after that.
He donezo.
Do you see the tweet? Have you scrolled through it, Blinded? There's a tweet halfway down. We need Dr. Doom. Somebody says.
It says Dr. Doom. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Oh boy.
Yeah, but they've got to recast this. There's no course correct. They have to go ahead with Kang. He is the focal point of this phase.
What if we are a nightmare? Marvel just can't escape. Oh,
they can't catch a break at the moment, man.
Maybe this is destiny, you know? Like, this
is all Kevin James Gunn doing. That's what it is.
You know, maybe, the only thing I can think of is they can go into the multiverse and find another version of Jonathan Majors. That's
no, not Jonathan Majors. Kang.
There's already so many variants of Kang that look just like him.
Just find a good version, but one that wasn't a abusive.
To explain that they all look like him. They don't look like him. I would just fucking recast and never mention it again.
You know what?
Oh,
Here's what I would do.
God.
Here's what I would do. I would just recast another African American actor, say nothing, and just wait for the first person to go, I didn't realize that was Jonathan Majors, someone else. Be like, what? You think all black people look alike? You're racist. And you just
Oh, man.
Yeah, that's the way to play it. Yeah, he's so gone.
Tommy Tellerico, you can tell me. I can't tell you. It's not my story to tell.
It wouldn't be prudent.
Yeah, it wouldn't be prudent. So, yeah, I think he's done. That's it.
And this is different from Ezra Miller, right? Because even though Ezra Miller did all that stuff offset, he wasn't known for being a piece of shit on set. Yeah. At least as far as I know.
Well, also, he was non-binary, so... You know, you got to play that card.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think in the next couple of days, it's going to get fucking crazy.
It's going to get wild. Oh, boy.
I think Kevin Feige should have a whiskey tonight. He's going to need it.
Yeah, they just might. They have that trump card, right? Poof, fucking Dr. Doom.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, it would take... But you still have a movie called Avengers Kang Dynasty. Don't you?
Yeah, but it's not set in stone. They could just
they can change it. Of course they can. But I mean, it would be very fucking glaringly obvious why they've changed it at that point, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but would you rather not?
But then it gets into territory like they had this mapped out. The map has fucking changed so drastically.
Yeah, but you can have it mapped out, right? All they got to do is one small course correction and say that Dr. Doom found Kang's Citadel, killed all of them, and now it's the Doom variants.
But I mean, they're not exactly interchangeable characters. They're very different.
Yeah, well, we know that, but fucking the general audience doesn't. You call up the guy from the first Fantastic Four movie, the guy from the second one, and a new actor. They're the fucking three Dooms. Boom.
It's the thing is, like,
Tommy says Cass Will Smith.
Cass Will Smith, oh man.
But they doubled down. Name out of your mouth.
Cast Will Smith into the fucking sea, please.
No, he'll be Kang, and he'll just slap fucking. Whenever someone brings up the other Kang, he'll be like, "You keep my variant's name out your fucking mouth." Slap.
Yeah. Oh God! I mean, this is crazy that they doubled down on Kang, put him in the Ant-Man movie, and then weeks later this happens. Like, they must be just like, what are they gonna do? And then they have a project that's coming out
with him in it.
Yeah. When has something like this happened? Like, we had
not as bad. This is worse.
This has to be worse, right? No, well, I mean, because Ezra Miller, right? Like, yes, he did all those things, but he was in one movie.
But he was also blaming it on mental issues as well.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know.
The stories about this guy being a horrible, horrible bastard all the way through, and it doesn't look like he's got any sort of mental problems.
Yeah, there's no redeeming him.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what's going to happen. What's his name? Louis Farrakhan, and then will come out and say that they're just he was accused of acting while black, and that's why America hates him. They always love to take a strong black man down. And
I'm sure people are going to say bullshit like that. You know,
they'll spin it. And I'm sure they'll say that those guys are lying, or there's no victims. No one came forward, so obviously these guys are just selling wolf tickets.
Right.
It'll blow over. Whether they reduce his role or you know, Kang Dynasty happens and then Doom takes over afterward. You know.
Mm-hmm. Well, if there's more accusations that if he's abusive on set, and then that does come out.
Yeah, that's why I said it. You know, we got to wait and see, right? The next couple of days.
Yeah.
Because this literally like hours after the first thing happened, right?
Yeah, I can imagine what would unfold next week.
Yeah, we'll wake up tomorrow and it'll be fucking he's gone, recast. Doom's now the antagonist.
I swear to God.
If that's how this happens, you'll be so fucking pissed off.
I'll be like,
because I think you had this in the bag until now. I don't think you have anymore.
I'll keep the deal. You know, I'll honor my word. But
You
oh
fucking better.
man, if that happens, I'm
You fucking better.
Don't worry. They got this covered. Kevin Feige got this. Don't worry.
Yeah, he's got a plan.
God.
He's gonna make sure everybody forgets his name. Don't worry. Kevin's on the case.
No. What picture is that now? Oh my God. Oh.
Well, that's all I got. Kang the
Kang the
Abuser.
Abuser. Oh fuck.
I think
Oh,
this
man.
would be a smart move. Brendan Fraser comes to Marvel. He plays Doctor Doom. Everyone will love him because he won the Oscar for The Whale. They'll forget all about Jonathan Majors.
I think they just bring him in as Kang. Race swap him.
It's not a race swap. It'd be a race fix.
Race fix.
Race fix.
Has that ever happened where they race swapped the character then race swapped it back?
No, but they
I
did,
want to say Deadshot.
but they did cast a black actor as a character, quite a prominent character, and then recast him as a white guy.
Who?
Harvey
Billy D.
Dent.
Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess that would count because they race swapped them black and then they race swapped them back into Tommy Lee Jones.
Hmm.
But actually, maybe the acid when it splashed on him, that half his face was
Made him
scarred, half
white.
his face was Tommy Jones.
No man. Oh man.
He was method acting for Dennis Rodman.
Oh yeah, he's supposed to play Dennis Rodman. That's oh fuck.
What?
Yeah, he was gonna play Dennis Rodman in a movie.
What? All right, okay.
I guess it makes sense, right?
He just did method act his way into some surgery, I think, for that.
That's not method acting. That's just reality.
Yeah.
There's no acting.
Well, I think that's it. The man's done.
It's over.
Yeah, he's done.
Rip. Pour one out. Oh man. And he has a movie that is supposed to be an Oscar bait movie coming out in December, but that's
that's going to the bin.
Yeah.
These people were fucking idiots. All that money, all that fame, and they do this. Right
He didn't
in the
even
back of
get
the
a
cab, man.
start yet, though.
Nah.
He's only starting now.
Yeah.
Oh boy. And then you see tomorrow everybody recasting Kang already.
They're already recasting. The guy from Hamilton actually would be pretty good. Who's this? Leslie Odom.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've never seen that guy. Who's?
I'll bring up a picture.
Just looking at him, I don't think he's. I mean, if you want to find somebody that looks just like Jonathan Majors,
no, we don't need someone who looks like Jonathan Majors.
But you don't really, do you? Because they're all variants anyway. So.
I mean, we didn't say anything when what's his name was recast, Rhodey.
Yeah, we did.
No, I'm talking about as far as the MCU.
Like Rhodey.
And MC.
Yeah, I know. The
Iron Man didn't go up to him and go, "Who are you?" I'm Rhodey. Don't you remember? Like, no, you're not. Like, it was just like he just got recast. And don't say anything.
Yeah, what are you talking about? You're a completely different person.
It's like it's hard out here for a pimp. You're like, oh yeah, you're the same guy.
Yeah, give it to that guy. That guy you just brought up. It's probably the best option.
Well,
unless
yeah,
he
maybe.
unless he turns it to be a fucking abuser as well.
Oh god.
And, maybe do a background check this thing.
Yeah, background check, please. But I mean, if they do recast him, would be slightly glad because his performance as Kang is. I'm sorry, I was right about this. It was garbage. Okay, I'm going to be saying that.
I don't even care about his performance as an actor playing the character. The character has been garbage.
Yeah, the character's been garbage.
Punked out, man. He has been punked out by a Loki variant and Ant-Man. And I'm not having that.
Michael B. Jordan's already in the MCU, so.
Well, actually, twice he's been punked out by Loki because I'm assuming that Victor Timely in Loki season 2 is going to get punked out.
Yeah, but that hasn't happened yet. I mean, we can only go off of what we've seen.
They were gonna market. Isn't that crazy, Finbar? That's how they were gonna market the show. Was him.
Yeah.
Oh boy, this is.
This is a fucking headache, isn't it?
If I was a Marvel executive, they would be. I would jump out the window. That's it, man. It's like, oh fuck, man, my job, my career, it's over.
So they've put a delay on all the Marvel shows now, haven't they? So they may
Maybe this is why. What if?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe that's
what if
why.
they knew this was coming up? They're like, shit, we found out that the dude's a scumbag. We got to delay all the shows.
No, man.
And they're putting it on hold to recast and reshoot those scenes with them.
Yeah. Fucking Baskin Robbins always finds out. They knew. Well, it's been almost 5 hours. Fuck. How did we?
Shit, man. Yeah.
It was like 45-minute discussion about why my dads get scammed by Indians.
That was funny. That was worth it. That was
Mexicans, Tony. Mexicans.
Mexicans.
I'm gonna use that in my stand-up.
That would be way better than Brendan Schaub. That's for sure.
It's gonna be part of my bit. But thank you guys for joining us on this wild Saturday. We'll definitely tomorrow or today, because it's already 12 o'clock. Maybe I'll play a game and we'll do a live stream of that. If not, I'll see you on Monday for some movie news. I'm sure there's going to be more Jonathan Major news on Monday. It's crazy. Other than that, you Blinded tomorrow today he's doing the
Cyberpunk stream.
Finbar is sneaking into bed, hoping the wife doesn't kill him and he doesn't have to choke a bitch.
Yeah, and get recast later.
I don't think we ever
playing the part of Finbar Saunders is Tommy Amico.
I thought you meant your wife was going to recast the part of her husband, but
yeah, with a fucking knife.
Oh my god.
Yeah, all right. Love, peace, booty grease. I'm out this bitch.